Ooh. Good morning, guys. What's up? Welcome back for the people that made it. Let me see who made it back. Who survived yesterday? Who's awake early morning? Up early in the morning.
Taylor Schabusiness,
accused of killing a man and later dismembering his body.
The details are...
It's mental health. All right, let me see. I'm pulling out the chat here. Hola. Good morning, guys. Let me see. We're live. We're live. We're live. Okay. Boom. What's up, guys? Good morning. How you doing? Less people today, huh? So they over the shit yesterday? Oh, okay. We got a little bit of feed here. Let me pull up the feed. I'm gonna try to get myself a little coffee. I feel a little dragging a little bit today. Dragging a little bit. Wow. I know, right? 30 minutes. Let me sip on this water. Oh, man. Nice and cold. Drinking a little bit of alkaline water today. I don't know if it really does anything. They say it does, but I don't know. You're awake, but will fall asleep when the defense attorney. Yeah, I wonder if some people wake up just to start the streaming. Oops, goes right back off. Let it play in the background. Go back to sleep. Let me see what we got going on here. You guys see me though, right? You should see me on the screen, right? What? Amy, thank you so much. Nice way to start the morning. I appreciate that, Amy. Thank you. She gifted 5 memberships. Ole mole. Good way to start. Is there any difference, man? What do you guys think? Is the alkaline water, you think it's bogus or it's good? I feel like alkaline water always tastes good. The brand that I get, I left that out the fridge. Always has a good taste to it. Look at my hair, already grew back. Give it 1 day, it's already full blown back. A mess. Amazing. 1 day. 1 day later. It was black screen? That's weird. Why is YouTube always doing this weird stuff? And it feels like it's only to me. It don't happen to these other YouTubers. All this weird ish going on. Yeah, Vic, you drink well water. Get all kinds of insects, bacteria in there. It's good for you. It's healthy. Water is water. So, because some people sometimes say, I don't know why my throat's like funny this morning. Maybe the cough, tuberculosis, COVID, whatever's coming back, creeping back, bronchitis, whatever. UPS about to strike. Oh, Lord, what they strike? Oh, because they're not getting paid enough. Get your Amazon shipping done. All right, there she is. There she. Oh, I gotta get the Cheez-It on. My bad. There she is. Good morning, Taylor. What's she wearing today? She's digging in her bra. She's wearing something a little different dress today. I don't know, some sort of abstract patterns. The sweater up top, no sleeveless dress or whatever that is. Playing with her hair. Oh shit! Throw it back. Okay, flexing. Got a little ponytail. Dressed a little tighter today, trying to show off her body and stuff. It looked like she did her hair a little bit more today or something. Somebody brushed it. Okay. Smiling, appearing confident. Look right into the camera. Let's see if what's Blue Shirt gonna be wearing today. There's no audio, by the way, if you're wondering. Oh yeah, you're right. She's not handcuffed. Bathory. You're right. Cause when they were doing the other hearings, they had her like handcuffed and some type of belt, titanium steel belt, carbon fiber, titan sub thing around her, and they were holding her in place. Let's see what Court TV got. She got a shock vest? No. How'd she fit in that shock vest in that dress? Let me check Court TV. They got audio. What's Court TV doing? Oh, they're still not showing the feed. Court TV's not live yet. Okay. Taylor over here stunned. Smiling. She got some heels on. Look at her. She's taking care of herself. One of these women out here free. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Stunned. Smiling. Confident. She got a weird smile to her. Like an uncomfortable smile. Like she's forced. Look, she even laughing. She even laughing in this bit. Maybe she don't know the cameras are on. Maybe she's doing the last days of her dress days in heels. She got some high heels on too. In the way she got some high heels on. Got a petty done. Yeah, I don't really like those patterns. That's true. I don't like that pattern on that dress. Whatever that is. I guess you're supposed to wear like cemetery attire, I guess, like kind of dark, gloomy type of shit. I mean, I guess you don't want to walk in there in a sundress, right? That'd be kind of crazy. Imagine if she walked in there like in a summer dress, sundress type of thing. You remember Amber? Amber was looking all kind of depressing too. Tiny Dancer, good morning. Oh, Rizza, thank you for the super chat. Good morning. Thank you for your early AM dedication. Thank you. I slept pretty good. I still went to sleep a little later than I should. But I knocked out last night. I mean, last night we were here kind of long because of the Carly thing. I guess Carly we can kind of leave alone for a while, right? Until they start up again, if they investigate or whatever. Then I made some dinner last night. I made some meatballs. I made meatballs and I used the other salad kit. The other salad kit was okay. I forgot which one. There's a Southwest one. The Chipotle one's gangster. There's like some other one that's just all right. So I got some salad for today. I got these eggs I just boiled. I got the little boiling machine. I want to use this coffee machine. The filters finally came in. I don't know, maybe on a break. Oh, and by the way, today when we take a lunch break, we got to go over the part that we missed yesterday. I think they might have shown the chain. Cough's being a little funny today. Let's see, where are we at? We live on Facebook? Facebook! I gotta play the Facebook video for the people that don't know one day. It has a lot of cursing though. Facebook video. Virginia, the legend. Hey, Facebook! Virginia not play. I wonder what happened to Virginia. Good morning, Amania, Jennifer, Pasley. Good morning to y'all on Facebook. Thank you for coming by. Let me see the title right over there. Title's right. Good. I gotta work on the thumbnail too. I was so tired last night. I just threw whatever up. I threw the same one without the words. I just put day 2. Just slapped the label on there. Just said day 2. 2 Chainz. Prime alive Sabrina. Let me go get my cemetery attire. Let me keep the chat open. Oh, they show photo of the knives. Oh, thank you, Slapfish. Okay, so yeah, on the lunch break, we'll watch the portion that we missed yesterday. I saw. Oh, Rizza, thank you so much. Ooh, thank you for the memberships. A gift of 5. Yeah, I don't know why this morning my cough, my tuberculosis is kicking up. Just feels a little irritated for some reason. Thank you so much, Wizza. Oh, and somebody else too. Hold on, let me get this super chat. I forgot. Virginia. For your weekly supply of Cheez-Its. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Virginia. I should keep a box in the cabinet. for the next update. I got to show you something on Discord. My son's girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, came at my nephew with a machete. What? And my nephew took them down. And rear naked. What? Rear naked choke. Wow. How come we don't get audio? Mama 457 Rose. Much love, Mel and Mons. Thank you. Good morning. And good morning, Leo Diggs. I saw Diggs somewhere. Luffy. That's all we got this morning so far. And Vic earlier too somewhere. Vic's nodding off sleeping. I ain't got time for this today. Lorillo. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Thanks, Mel, for the time invested. Here we go. Buy a snack. Thank you. It's raining memberships, right? This is just a week trial, so this should be easy. It's kind of, I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, I was surprised how tired I felt. We've gone for 6 weeks long. That's the judge. See, okay. Judge. Sound check. Mandy L, thank you for the super chat. Says she's Santa Muerte. That's what she needs to be praying to. Maybe that's Core TV. Well, they actually, technically, they're supposed to start in 2 minutes. There's 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central, so they're actually, everything's on time. Yeah, I'm gonna get some coffee going. Amy, thank you for the super chat. Says they showed chains and other gruesome things. That's yesterday. Be prepared. Oh Lord. Yeah, so I was scrolling through YouTube this morning, and I saw that they put it in the thumbnail. I ain't got no problem. They put the blood and the knives, everything right on the thumbnail. I was like, damn. Wow. Go cancel those guys first before you try to come over here. You know, people never try the networks, right? They'll just go for the YouTubers. Go for the go email the network human resources department. I need to make an email server too. I'm gonna make a human resources at iCkEdMeL.com. I'm gonna do that. I gotta create that. I'm just gonna forward all the issues there. There's nobody there, but I'm just gonna forward it there. Don't bother the corporations. Will she make it all week and no craziness? I wonder. I don't know. Let me make sure I got everybody before they start. Crime Alive, Sabrina. Let me go get the cemetery attire, BRB. Thank you, Virginia. Rizza, thank you. Jody, thank you for the 6 months. Say, yeah, I made it on time. Me too. Thank you. Courtney, thank you for the super chat. Miss Mojo, right? Oh, that was 15 hours ago. I got that already. All right.
I invited the attorneys here for 8:15 to go over a little bit about submittals, and then the jury will be here at 8:30, and we'll get underway promptly then. So I've had a chance to review that document that Mr. Freilich submitted, and I guess the first thing I want to do is turn to you, Mr. Lizet, because I think you were to the court about the issue, so I want to address you. I'm looking at this submittal by Mr. Freilich. It says O'Donnell's opinions for a Schuabusiness trial, and it looks like he asserts that he'd like Dr. O'Donnell to address the court on 4 issues, and I want you to, other than the fact that the submittals were way beyond the deadline that I gave, other than that fact, I want to address these topics with you. So there are 4 opinions. 2 of them are kind of compound opinions because they're 2 parts. But I want to go over them with you. So first of all, Opinion number 1, Taylor Schabusiness was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. I don't want to spend a great deal of time on that one because I'm a little concerned that that's not even relevant to anything that the jury has to address because it goes to the voluntary intoxication issue. I want to focus on the second piece, Mr. Lizet. The long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. So Dr. O'Donnell's a pharmacologist. He wants to give that opinion. Frankly, the opinion almost seems common sense, although granted, I think some of us think that would occur if you long-term use of controlled substances, but he's an expert on this topic. What's the state of objection if he gives that opinion?
I think the concern that the state has on that is largely that he's not in a position to tell us whether that actually happened to this particular individual in this circumstance. And I think the suggestion here is that it's prejudicial to the state's case for him to suggest that when he's not, I think, qualified to discuss the fact that she has any of those issues. I don't know that those tests were done. I don't know that any of the mental health professionals who've met with her have opined that. So to me, absent that, I don't think he's qualified to make that assessment. He's merely talking about the fact that that is a possibility, that it could affect brain development. And I haven't heard anyone tie that to this case and to this defendant.
Right. So I get what you're saying. But then all you and I can do is look at what the document says. And so far, this document says he's not going to tie any of these to this case. So I want to go through each one of them with you because there's something that's not in this document, and I don't know if it's ever going to show up in this document. And then we're down to just a relevance issue.
Right.
So I guess my perspective is that if a pharmacologist wants to opine that methamphetamine use long-term could cause brain damage, I'm not sure that he's so totally incompetent to say those kinds of things. Whether he can connect it with this case is another issue, but that's not in this document, so I'm going to move along. Point number 2, probably your answer is going to be very similar, and that is long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. I guess my own conventional wisdom is that the jury is still out on the effects of long-term marijuana use on individuals, that there's a debate about that. On the other hand, this is long-term adolescent use of marijuana, and I guess my thought is, again, he's a pharmacologist, and he wants to say, look, marijuana is a drug, and if you use it long-term, it's my professional opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty that might cause someone brain damage.
They're blaming the weed.
Again, is your concern more that whether he's going to be able to connect it with this case or that he can give that opinion?
Correct. I think it's really more that he can't connect it specifically to this case. I think potentially he could give that opinion. I also think that's a very vague suggestion. So what does that mean in terms of the brain development? Does it affect it in a way that would essentially demonstrate the same types of symptoms that you might see from mental health? Does it affect the brain in a way that would render someone NGI? That I don't know. I mean, there's no real discussion in here. There's no meat to many of these points. And again, this is where the timeliness is an issue because these are things that we would have liked to explore with him if we knew that those were his opinions. So that's really kind of undeveloped, and I don't know that he could render an opinion that would suggest it affects brain development to the extent that it would render someone NGI. Not just that, yes, it hinders brain development. Does it actually render someone unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or unable to conform their conduct with the law, which is the standard?
Okay. The next point, it's in bullet point 3. Taylor Schuabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illness. There's a lot to unpack there, but your concern there?
Yeah, so my concern there is that I don't think anyone has a clear diagnosis about Taylor's conditions, and anyone really that can accurately set forth whether she has a condition that would require that. So while he could potentially testify about the impact of not taking medications, in the field of mental health, I mean, that's an ongoing process that a treatment provider is frequently adjusting medications based on conditions, based on manifested symptoms. The general conclusion that you could say someone who does suffer from a psychosis, who doesn't take their prescribed medications, is going to worsen. I think, again, that's something that is kind of obvious to anyone, that the jury might expect that someone who has an untreated psychosis is going to have an issue. I think the concern here is that we don't have a clear description of what her psychosis was or would have been. And in fact, I think probably the best indication of that is what Dr. Seipel talked about at the last hearing, which was she had been prescribed some drugs in the jail and she wasn't taking her drugs. And there isn't a noted difference in her behavior from the time frame when she stopped taking the drugs to the time frame before. So I don't know that he's in a position to know what exactly her diagnosis was and what drugs she should take. And I think what further exacerbates the state's concerns is that if you go down to all of the subsections in 3 and then everything else that's attached in terms of the articles that are relied upon, all of those things relate to schizophrenia. And frankly, there's only like one mention of schizophrenia in all of the medical records, and it's Dr. Lucetta opining that it's perhaps possible that she may have schizophrenia and we might need some further analysis to determine that. The remainder of the people say bipolar. No one even says schizophrenia.
Sure. And to compound that, Mr. Lizet, in the transcript of Dr. O'Donnell, page 179, he even notes on line 14, did not see a formal diagnosis of schizophrenia. So I hear you. I take your point there, and I'm trying to move this along because the jury will be ready to go shortly, and I don't intend to make this decision right now. The point is to discuss what we need to do to move forward on this issue. The next bullet point, or the next piece of 3 was one of those compound points. Psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. Again, it kind of goes without saying, but if he's a pharmacologist who wants to opine about the use of drugs, depending on whether he can connect it with this case, which this letter doesn't seem to say, concerns with him making that opinion?
Not with his qualifications to make that opinion, just again, that I don't think we have a clear diagnosis. He's not in a position to diagnose.
Okay. Then moving on to the final point that is in this memorandum, that's point 4. Taylor Schabusiness use of methamphetamine worsened her untreated psychiatric conditions. And you've kind of alluded to that regarding the discussion you made regarding the doctor's reference to psychiatric illness under page 4. Okay, so I get a sense of where the state is at. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich.
If I could be heard just on that final point again. So on that last point,
Thank you, Lilac.
I think the real concern there is, and this is echoed throughout, not just this opinion that he provided, but then also Attorney Freilich provided the email. I mean, the crux of Dr. O'Donnell's opinion, both at the motion hearing and now, is that acute use of methamphetamine, that is methamphetamine use on the night of the incident, was a driving factor in all of the things that we're seeing from Ms. Schuabusiness. And he even indicates that in point 4. And that's simply not a valid argument for the jury to hear in this case, is that her acute toxicity for methamphetamine, her active present use, her voluntary ingestion of methamphetamine on the night of this instance was the driving force. And if that's his opinion, and that's really echoed throughout all of these things that have been provided, that's not a relevant consideration for the jury and NGI, because we're talking about her voluntary current use of methamphetamine and how it exacerbates the whole thing. So I just think that is entirely present through his entire opinion, and that's one of the state's primary concerns.
Okay. So, Mr. Freilich, I'm going to turn to you, and I guess some of the I read the material that you had and submitted. I read that email, and I guess some of my concerns you've now heard outlined with Mr. Lizet, and that is this document doesn't necessarily connect much of what he's indicating with Ms. Schuabusiness. For example, point number 1. Taylor Schuabusiness was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. So there's obviously disputes about the level of intoxication that existed at the time of these events. And that dispute arose, I think, even in questioning him before when he was here, because he said, yep, I got the information that the parties,
Oh, damn, she got a tattoo.
Schabusiness and the decedent shot up trazodone, but that's not true because we didn't find any in the blood of the victim, and so that has to be false. So there's a dispute really about the nature of the intoxication at the time, but I also have concerns about its relevance. But the next bullet point under 1 is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And I guess the question I have is he going to suggest that Ms. Schuabusiness has brain damage? Because I guess I'm concerned about whether he can testify to that fact, because he's a pharmacologist. And I'm perfectly willing to say, in the context of a Dauber hearing, that he has expertise in pharmacology, and I don't need to hear from him again to make that finding because he testified in front of me before. So, Mr. Freilich, that's my concern.
I understand that, Your Honor. I know that Dr. O'Donnell did meet with my client and got a lot of her history, her drug use history, when he met with her previously. In my opinion, I know that Dr. O'Donnell is a board-certified pharmacologist. He's testified in many trials in Illinois. I believe that he would have the knowledge to indicate that if you use methamphetamine long term, it could cause chronic brain damage consequences. So, I mean, I think it is relevant to the issues as it relates to NGI, but what we have here is a person who has, I would submit, mental health issues that have gone untreated with medication, and then when you apply a layer of drug use on top of that, it could create a psychosis, a mental disease or defect. Additionally, I submitted to the court the records from Bellin Health, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, the order for civil commitment and the order for psychotropic medications, and jail records. And I believe Dr. O'Donnell reviewed most of those, but that also, I think, is the link or the connection here to show that my client does have a mental health history. So I think with some sort of a limited purpose, I would ask that Dr. O'Donnell be allowed to testify as to some of these things that he opines about in the report that he provided.
Well, you've gone way beyond my first question. I think you were kind of talking about point 4, Taylor Schabusiness' use of methamphetamine worsened her untreated psychiatric conditions. I was at point 1. The long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. So I want to. You've indicated if he shows up here and testifies, Judge, if you let him testify, he's got 4 opinions. It's right here. Those 4 opinions among them are: number 1, she was acutely intoxicated and impaired by acute methamphetamine use at the time of the alleged asphyxiation. I'm not sure that that's relevant, but we're going to move on to the second piece, which is the long-term and excessive use of methamphetamine has chronic brain damage consequences. And my question is, if I let him launch that out to the jury, is that just a statement that, look, just for anybody, that might be the case? I don't know whether it's true for Ms. Schuabusiness or not, but it might be, but it might not be. And the jury is simply left to speculate because we threw something at them, and now they can try to figure out whether that has any relevance for this case.
Perfect.
Because the end of that sentence being that there's chronic brain damage consequences, and I haven't heard anybody opine that Ms. Schuabusiness has chronic brain damage. And so I don't know how he's going to be able to come in and say, I've reviewed the records. She has chronic brain damage. I'm a pharmacologist. She takes a lot of drugs. Based upon the brain damage that I'm seeing from the reports, because I don't do brain damage, but based upon the reports I see, it was caused by these drugs. I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, I mean, we saw the pictures. I mean, in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there was a meth pipe, there was methamphetamine, as testified by Detective Scanlon. The history that my client provided, I think Dr. O'Donnell could opine that if you use methamphetamine long-term, it may cause chronic brain damage. He's not a doctor. He's not going to be able to say whether Ms. Schuabusiness has brain damage, but he can provide that information, and the jury can decide whatever it feels is appropriate. That's within their purview. That's their prerogative to take that information and then make a determination.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Sure.
obviously we're running low on time.
Okay.
You're not going to ask him, well, Dr. O'Donnell, do you believe that excessive use of methamphetamine has caused chronic brain damage in Taylor Schabusiness? You're not going to ask him that question.
No, I would ask, could it or may it cause that kind of damage?
Point number 2, long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. Mr. Lizet expressed concern about a number of the modifiers that are in there. I'm not sure what long-term adolescent use, actually there's a typo in that sentence. I didn't notice it till right now, but I'm assuming it's long-term adolescent use. He's going to try to define what that means, because I'm not sure how he's going to discern, what a long-term use is. Somebody could use it for a week and he might say, that's pretty long. Somebody could use it for 10 years and conceivably someone could say, well, that's not really long depending on how old they are. And then the arresting of brain development, I guess, and I'm kind of compounding the question for you, but again, I'm not seeing that there's any testimony that there has been brain development.
Your Honor, when my client met with Dr. O'Donnell, I believe that she reported that she was a daily user of marijuana. And so if he would be allowed to come in and testify that it could cause some issues with brain development, that's where I would go with that.
And again, it sounds like what you're saying is, his testimony is, here's what she reported to me. If that's true, she might have brain development, but she might not.
Right. Yes.
The third point is Taylor Schabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illnesses. And I had some concerns there because, we've had a number of evaluations that were conducted in this case, and I'm not clear that anybody has a good understanding of whether or not she even has a psychiatric illness. I will tell you, I'm aware of the fact that there was that one diagnosis for bipolar outlined, I think, at Nicolay, and then that was disputed, and frankly, that was even disputed by a defense. I think Dr. Lucetta disputed that. I read over her report last evening in preparation for this conversation we're having right now. That defense expert, Dr. Lucetta, wasn't sure, and there was concern about whether or not that diagnosis was accurate in light of the fact that the drug use that occurred at the time that she came in to get the diagnosis. And so one of my concerns is that if there's testimony that she wasn't treated with drugs to mitigate a psychiatric illness, here are the psychiatric illnesses that she should have been treated with. One of the problems I'm having now is the state should have the opportunity to, for example, call in Dr. Lucetta, who did a defense evaluation, to say, I don't know that I can support Dr. O'Donnell's conclusion that she has a psychiatric illness. There's a dispute about that. And so I guess I'm wondering, what can you tell me about that? And I will note, too, that as part of that bullet point, Dr. O'Donnell goes on to a conversation about schizophrenia. And as you know from what I read to Mr. Lizet, Dr. O'Donnell testified that he didn't even find a diagnosis of schizophrenia in all the records.
Your Honor, I know that my review of the Bellin records, the Nicolay records, the jail records, and other documents that I obtained on behalf of Ms. Schuabusiness, it indicated that she frequently did not want to take the medications, that she refused the medications. And when you don't take your medications and you have a psychiatric illness or a mental health problem, your condition could be exacerbated. It could get worse over time. And so I think that it would be relevant for Dr. O'Donnell to talk about that. He's got information directly from my client and from the other records, and then he could provide some information about that.
Sure, and so I guess I want to drill into this a little bit further because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking of me. And again, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm already running 5 minutes late, which I don't like to do. But Dr. O'Donnell, it seems what you're telling me is Dr. O'Donnell would say something along these lines. If someone has a psychiatric illness and they don't take their medications, that could be bad. We don't know whether she has a psychiatric illness or not. But if she does,
How about that?
and if she doesn't take any meds for
What do you guys
it,
think about that?
could be a bad thing. That's pretty much
Oh, that was
where we're
horrible.
at.
So.
Yes.
The statement, psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. I'm not going to quibble over that because if he's going to be here to testify, I don't know that, frankly, having him give that opinion, I think, frankly, many people who take psychotropic drugs for things such as depression or other mental.
What just happened? We lost them. Bro, they tripping, bro. I could tell something was up with the feed. Let me see. Is Court TV doing better? Let's do Court TV for now.
My review of the Bellin records, the Nicolay records, the jail records, and other documents that I obtained on behalf of Ms. Schuabusiness, it indicated that she frequently did not want to take the medications, that she refused the
Audio's better, too.
medications. And when you don't
About to
take
be
your
tripping.
medications,
Yeah,
and
Billy,
you have
look,
a
how many-
psychiatric illness or a mental health problem, your condition could be exacerbated. It could get worse
E.
over
Jones.
time. And so I think that it would be relevant for Dr. O'Donnell to talk about that. He's got information directly from my client and from the other records, and then he could provide some information about that.
Sure, and so I guess I want to drill into this a little bit further because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking of me. And again, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm already running 5 minutes late, which I don't like to do.
They're behind. Okay. Hopefully I didn't get cut off here too.
O'Donnell, it seems what you're telling me is Dr. O'Donnell would say something along these lines. If someone has a psychiatric illness and they don't take their medications,
Yeah, audio was horrible.
that could be bad. We don't know whether she has a psychiatric illness or not. But if she does, and if she doesn't take any meds for it, that could be a bad thing. That's pretty much where we're at.
Yes.
The statement, psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. I'm not going
Oh, they both got messed up? Come on. Are they on the same feed?
to give the attorneys an opportunity to talk now that I've clarified things.
I mean, this
because
is not anything
concerns
major,
Along
but-
the lines of the state's concern about connecting things up. There are some opinions that are outlined in that document that I think this doctor could give because he's a pharmacologist. And I'm satisfied based upon his experience that he could give those opinions. But the concern is how they tie into this case, because I'm sure he could give a lot of opinions about a lot of things, and he'd be qualified to give all of them, but they have nothing to do with this case. And that's my concern. So, and I'll render decisions on these issues, but I'm going to certainly afford the parties an opportunity to speak a little bit, find out whether there's any accommodation you can reach for limited use of Dr. O'Donnell. But if not, I'll render decisions on all of it, and I'll just indicate how it's going to happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else to bring up before we go back on the record with the jury? Mr. Saunders.
No, not from the state.
From the defense, Mr. Fraser.
There's an issue, but we'll bring it to your attention later on.
I'd like to do, if you can bring it to my attention now so I can
Let's go, Judge.
and then I can talk more intelligently about it, Mr. Fraley.
Could we approach the bench?
Sure.
Oh, come on. Y'all want to try to keep it private? I want to hear this shit. Come on. Come on over, baby. The audio is really not great today. I have that shit like maxed out so you guys can hear. So you're probably hearing like, you're hearing all the air and shit in there. You hear the air conditioner. Lord almighty. Of course, if you went out. Amazing. Oh, they're back. I guess they had a little stubble. Amy, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Mel, what's your opinion on a pharmacologist versus neurologist, considering your background in pharmacology? I mean, my thing is very minimal. I was a pharmacy tech, so, I mean, I have a lot of experience as a pharmacy tech and making medications and shit, IVs, pills, pediatrics, chemotherapy, all that kind of stuff, but those people go and do a lot of school, so it's not even close. I don't know. I don't really have much of an opinion. I mean, I look down as far as this whole situation. I don't know what would be more appropriate as far as, because I think that they're talking about a pharmacologist, right? And so it says here the difference between a pharmacology and neuroscience. Pharmacologists study disease processes to discover what goes wrong and then find ways to use drugs safely to prevent that disease or relieve symptoms. Neuroscience is the study of the development, structure, function, and disorders of the nervous system, one of the fastest growing areas in biomedical science. It says here, what is the difference between neurologist and neuropsychologist? A neurologist is a medical doctor who has training in all aspects of your nervous system, including a general anatomy and function and conditions that affect it. Well, that's a neurologist. And then it says here, neuropsychologist is a neurologist who specializes not specifically on a function of your nervous system.
We will bring in the jury. My understanding is Detective Scanlon will be the next witness. Is he around? Yes. He's back there.
Scanlon.
Bring in the jury. All right.
Detective Scanlon. Neuropharmacologists study how drugs affect the brain and nervous system through experiments and clinical trials. So, I mean, I don't know what would be more appropriate. There was another thing that I read, they kind of go hand in hand. It almost to me seems like a neurologist would be better for this type of thing with her drugs and the history. But they pulled out a pharmacologist, so, you know, I don't know. But I feel like they're kind of reaching. The defense is trying to reach. Trying to use her medical, not her medical, but her history of smoking weed to say this, why she did the psychopathic shit that she did. Bro, this shit a lie, bro.
Be seated.
Oh, so we're gonna have Detective Scanlon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good evening. We are prepared
Judge
now
looks whacked
to
up.
undertake the second day of testimony.
Somebody earlier said.
We were in the middle of a witness last evening, and that's what we're going to take up.
I
So I'll
lost
turn
it.
the case over to Mr. Lezay. Are you going to be taking this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state was done with questioning, but I believe that Detective Scanlon is now available for cross-examination.
Oh, we missed the other
Step
part.
Here,
Okay.
we're going to re-administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon. Okay, and then with that, Mr. Fraley, the witness is yours.
Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Detective Scanlon.
Good morning.
You were called in on February 23rd of 2022 to assist in the investigation of a homicide that had occurred overnight on that particular date.
I was.
And you were briefed that there was a 911 call from 829 Stony Brook Lane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the report?
There was a report that a homeowner was calling the police from that address that they had found their son's head in a bucket.
Wow.
And where was that?
829 Stony Brook,
I mean, what part of the house?
in the basement.
And then what did you do after you got the call?
I responded to the scene. Responded to the station. Met with supervisors, got briefed, and was sent to the address.
What time did you get to that address?
Just before 6:30.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do initially?
I initially got there, met with the detective lieutenant on scene that was there, met with a couple sergeants that were in the address, did a walkthrough of the address. Shortly after being there, I did a quick neighborhood canvass, and then as time progressed, the warrant was signed, and then we waited for the doctor to arrive, and then we started to process the basement.
In the driveway, were there cars parked?
There's two cars.
What kind of cars, you know?
There was a red Jetta parked closer to the garage, and there was I think a dark RAV4.
Were they parked by the side door?
Yes.
Did you see any gold colored minivan there?
I did not.
How many cars were parked in the driveway?
I recall 2.
What was the other car?
I'm sorry.
What was the other vehicle? You said a Jetta? Right?
There was a Jetta and I think a RAV4, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Did you see a Forester, a Subaru Forester parked there?
I don't recall that.
Your Honor, can I approach?
You may.
Detective Scanlon, I show you what's marked as Exhibit 66, 67, 68, 69. Can you tell me what picture 68 or Exhibit 68 is?
Did you say 68?
Yeah, yes.
68 is a photograph of the red Jetta, I believe.
Is that parked in the driveway of 829 Stony Brook?
It is.
Is there a plate number on it?
I can't see it in this photograph.
Okay. Does it depict the house on Stony Brook Lane as well?
I believe so, yes.
The vehicles that you saw on the date of February 23rd, 2022 were parked in a line, sort of, on the driveway, behind each other?
Yes, the Jetta was in front and the second vehicle was behind it.
And that was the RAV4?
I believe so.
Okay. Does Exhibit 68 appear to be the vehicles that you saw when you walked up?
Yeah, based on my recollection, there was a snow-covered red Jetta parked closer to the garage.
Okay. Then turn your attention to Exhibit 69, please. What is that?
That appears to be a picture of it from the trunk and license plate.
Different angle of the Jetta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other vehicles in that picture?
No.
Same location?
Yes.
Exhibit 70? Exhibit 70, could you look at that one?
I have 67. I'm sorry, I have 66 through 69.
Okay, take a look at 66. What do you see in that picture?
I see a picture facing the driver's side of the red Jetta as it's parked in front of the side door of 829 Stony Brook, and then the dark vehicle behind it.
Okay. Do you know if that dark vehicle behind it belonged to Steve Hendricks?
I personally didn't check the registrations of these cars, so I don't know.
Okay. But that's that shows the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other exhibit, is that Exhibit 67?
I have it.
Okay. Could you describe what you see there?
It's a picture from the front end of the Jetta facing west, so it's the vantage is down the driveway with the house on the left and the 2 vehicles.
The Jetta, did you determine that to be Tara Pakanich's vehicle?
I didn't run registration, so I don't know.
Okay. But it's just another view of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
All of these pictures, do they appear to be the vehicles that you saw when you came to this residence on February 23rd?
They do.
Okay. Offer exhibits 67, or 66, 67, 68, 69.
Any objection?
No.
Those be received.
As part of your investigation, you did not find any gold-colored minivan at this residence, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see any minivan on the street at all?
I did not.
Okay. When you came to this residence, you walked inside and then you waited for the search warrant to be obtained, correct?
Yeah, I got there shortly after 6:30. I did a walkthrough, looked around, got my bearings in the house, the type of house, kind of what the scope of the search would be. We did spend some time looking for Mr. Therian, and then we decided to wait for a search warrant before we proceeded, and we also had to wait for the doctor to arrive from Dane County, so we waited.
Did you put on PPE gear?
I'm sorry?
Did you put on PPE gear, protective equipment gear?
Yes.
Okay. And when Dr. Trancheta arrived, then did you go down to the basement?
I'd been down the basement before and had come back up. So when Dr. Trancheta arrived, and then primarily Dr. Trancheta, Ms. Schwab, myself, Detective Cassie Pacla, and then forensic specialist Bailey Andre, and forensic specialist Charneski, then all went to process the basement, yes.
Okay. You went down the basement when you got there just to check it out?
I did.
And did you look at the bucket?
I did.
Okay. When you got down there, were you in the PPE gear?
The very first time I got there, I was not. There's the uniformed officers there that weren't in it. There was some question about whether the body was there and why it had not been found yet. It's a question about how well we looked for it. So we did do a quick look through and then came back up. Yes, without it.
When you, Detective Scanlon, when you went down the stairs, did you see a towel over the bucket?
By the time I got there, it was already removed and off the side.
Laying on the floor?
Yes,
You looked in the bucket, obviously?
I did.
Did you move the contents of the bucket? No. Okay. There were other items in the bucket later on that you found out about, correct?
There were.
What other items were in the bucket?
There was remains, two different specific types of remains that I observed.
He's talking about the head.
There was a human head. There was genitalia in the bucket.
Let me stop you there.
Stop you.
What do you mean genitalia?
What I would recognize as a penis and testicles.
And were they laying underneath the head?
They were visible after the head was removed, yes.
What else did you see?
I observed a black Miracle 3 kitchen blade knife that was removed. Kitchen knife. I observed a yellow pocket knife, I guess for best description, the pocket knife with a yellow handle. There was like a head of a razor, like a shaving razor blade, a nail, Jolly Rancher, and there was a flesh material that the doctor just described as a flesh material.
Jolly Rancher.
Blood in the bucket as well?
There was blood in the bucket, yes.
This is all in that black bucket, correct?
The black Fleet Farm bucket, yes, container 1.
What did you do next then after you fully investigated the contents of the bucket?
So we refer to 4 containers in the home, and as just a matter of staying organized with the recovery, we went from left to right when looking at the basement. So we moved to container 2, which was the blue Jimmy Choo bag. And then Dr. Trancheta set it down on a sterile blanket that he had brought, and then he started to remove the contents of it in front of us to observe.
Fair to say that all of you were going through this together as far as looking around and investigating certain things?
Yes, we're all together at this time, yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schuabusiness over at the police department with Detective Groff and Detective Kemp?
She was.
And were you communicating with Detective Kemp by phone or text?
I don't remember which one I spoke to. I was getting phone contact from one of the two of them.
So information was going back between officers, correct?
Yes.
And the focus of your investigation was the basement of Stony Brook, is that fair?
The basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and tried to identify whether or not those knives had come from the kitchen. So I did travel back upstairs to take a look at the knife block, and then I looked in the drawers to see if they had similar knives to the Miracle, the black handled knife in the bucket. So I did go upstairs to look at that.
How
at
many?
some point.
There were 2 knives in the bucket.
There was 2 knives in the bucket. The black handled kitchen knife, so I think it was a Miracle Blade 3 was the stamp, and then there was a yellow, like a pocket knife, the yellow handle pocket knife.
And when you went upstairs, you didn't see any other yellow-handled pocket knives, correct?
No, I've seen other Miracle Blade 3 knives. There was one on the butter dish, and there was similar knives to that in the drawer, but I don't know the source or where the yellow knife was from.
And while all this was going on, the forensic specialists, Andre and Charneski, were taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
Did you find any evidence of drug use down in that basement?
I did.
What did you find down there?
There was a methamphetamine pipe, or what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, on the entertainment center, and there was a green gem baggie with a crystal substance that I later checked out more thoroughly.
I mean, this has all been mentioned. Meth, pipes, everything that was down there. He's just repeating what the prosecutor already. I mean, I didn't get to see the other side, but he's been doing the same thing the entire time. I guess it's for him to lead up to the whole thing of she smoked weed, so now she's a psychopath killer, or she did meth. I mean, I understand the argument. I guess he's trying to say it's young weed smoking before the brain is developed, but still, bro, it's just like even that is like a reach when they're trying to do the thing at the beginning. This guy to me,
The meth pipe that you observed, where was it?
It was on the entertainment center,
whatever, yeah.
kind of a makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
And did you find drugs?
There was what I believe to be drugs, yes, next to it in the gem baggie.
Okay. When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Yeah, a little small, like a 1 inch or an inch and a half green baggie.
Do you know what was in the gem baggie?
I later field tested it for methamphetamine. I believe it was crystal methamphetamine.
And where was that?
That was to the right of the meth pipe.
Did you find any marijuana?
I did not know.
Did you find any packaging for marijuana?
I did not know.
Could I approach your arm?
You may.
I got proof. It's right here. Could do something. Oh,
I'll
yeah.
show you this more. Exhibits 70, 71, 72. Exhibit 70, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's the entertainment center that the picture depicts. The methamphetamine pipe next to it's the green gem bag I referred to, and some other items with some placards that our forensic specialists put down to photograph.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom in Iron Mountain in that picture?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom, L-U-M-E, in that photo?
I don't see it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Okay. Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag and the watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
Looking at this close-up photo, there are white specks on the entertainment center. I don't know if
Did you weigh
that's
it?
that.
How many specks fell to the side?
I didn't use a narcotic wipe to see that. No, I don't know.
Crime scene's compromised.
Does that picture show that entertainment center and contents on that item from Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72?
All right.
Can you identify what that is?
It's the same area. It's a close-up of the gem bag.
Is that the gem bag that was on top of the entertainment center on Stony Brook Lane in the basement?
It appears to be yes.
You had a chance to take a good look at that,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll offer exhibits 70, 71, 72.
Any objection?
No.
Those be received.
When you did your search of the basement, did you find anybody else in the basement?
Other than
people on it?
the remains of Mr. Therian, no.
Okay. Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I had some time
My job.
while waiting for the doctor to arrive, waiting for the warrant to get done. So rather than stand there, I decided to do a standard neighborhood canvass, to talk to some neighbors to see if any of the neighbors were up last night or had observed anything that would be relevant to the investigation.
Did you get any information that was relevant?
I did.
What?
I did.
What did you get?
I talked to some neighbors across the street who told me things that they've seen.
Crazy bitch.
I documented their information and went to the next house.
When you were there at 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Pacanic?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went to get some personal property, but I didn't speak to her.
Was it your understanding as part of your investigation that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the residence on Stony Brook?
I'm sorry?
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property?
That was my understanding, yes.
And that he really didn't live there?
I'm going to object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Mr. Fraley, response?
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that, they're trying to do their job and get information that I believe would be reliable. There'd be some indicia of reliability to it.
Frankly, it's already in the record, his answer. It's in from other witnesses. So I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I'm satisfied it is hearsay. So move along then, Mr. Fraley.
Okay, thank you. We heard some testimony about that Exhibit 33, that dog collar, correct?
Yes.
You opened it up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the rings, are they able to go into each other where you could pull it tight?
My understanding of the dog collar is you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a pincher dog collar. One of the chains that was by the pub table had already been done that and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped through, so it was just a straight chain.
Okay. But the chain that you showed us, it had 2 loops and you couldn't put them through each other. Is that fair?
Uh-oh.
I didn't try it, but I think you passed the chain through to marry the loop of the collar.
Put the chain on.
Are you saying that there would be a separate chain?
That chain was as I found it.
Okay. And with that chain, the 2 rings, you're not going to be able to pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not. You'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
Okay.
About to do some OJ shit. I thought that's what he was going to do. Put it on. I wonder what he's trying to get at with that.
The Jimmy Choo bag, that was on top of the entertainment center?
It was.
And what led your attention to that?
There was some red tissue and red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
Okay. And inside the Jimmy Choo bag were different body parts, correct?
There were.
There was a lung,
The doctor identified the object as the lung, yes.
piece of liver,
He identified the liver.
patella tendon,
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
pieces of skin or fatty tissue.
Yes, sir.
And there are lots of bags in there, correct?
Yes.
There was a pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That was on the floor by the mattress.
Yes, it was at I guess I'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was off the end of the bed between the bed and the entertainment center.
And in this container 3 were plastic shopping bags, correct?
There was.
There were some body parts in there.
There was.
Skin, fatty tissue, muscle,
Yes.
left lung. A left lung, correct?
Oh,
I don't recall. It's very likely yes.
Okay. Pelvis.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object. I don't know the relevance
hey,
of
what's he doing?
asking the specific questions about this. I frankly think it's insensitive to the crime victims who are present. I don't know that it assists the jury in
It's
any
kind of
way,
weird. This guy's a little bit
to
weird.
go through the specific body parts that are located.
Yesterday he was
in each
harping
of
on the
these
dildo.
containers.
What's the relevance?
He has no relevance.
Well, my client is charged with mutilation of a corpse, so I think the state's got to prove up their case, and I think the jury just needs to hear whatever information is out there.
How's that help
I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
his client?
Well, I'm going to find that it's really duplicative, because to the extent you believe it's relevant to the state in making their case, you've already gone into it. So I'm satisfied that we need to move on. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you find any notes or journals on the entertainment center?
There was a bag on the entertainment center that had some journals in it, yes.
Did it have anybody's name in there?
My recollection is that when we kind of swiped through it, it appeared to be just at face value that they were probably Mr. Therian's writings.
Was it confirmed?
I know we collected them, and in the event we needed to look through them later, but we didn't.
I know that yesterday you testified about the shower. Did you take a look at the shower drains?
I did.
Did you find hair in the shower?
Sorry.
Did you find hair in the shower?
There was hair in the drain and at the floor drain.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Stephen Hendricks and Tara Pakinich and Ava Wheelock all used that shower, including Mr. Therian?
I don't know who used the shower.
Now, you also searched a Chrysler minivan, correct?
I was present for the search, yes.
That was at the Green Bay Police Department Evidence Storage Facility, correct?
That's correct.
Was that a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan?
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
I was present for when the search warrant was executed, when remains were found. I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on the continuation of the search for small items that would have been found inside the car, like registration and things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner, who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The minivan was Scott Thomas, correct?
Yes.
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were talking about yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And there were human remains found in the crock pot box, correct?
There were.
And in that box was situated in a laundry basket, correct?
Yeah, the crock pot box was on top of a laundry basket.
And the laundry basket was sitting on top of a seat, correct?
The rear driver's side seat, yes.
And in the laundry basket were there some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top of the clothes?
I saw something under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what it was.
All of the human remains were in the crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And in that minivan owned by Scott Tomes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well?
I don't know.
Okay. But it was confirmed that it was his minivan. Is that fair?
That vehicle, I did run the registration myself. That was on the vehicle, and it was referred to Scott Tomes, yes.
Okay.
Registered.
And was it true that the Town and Country minivan was towed from the Eastman Avenue apartment complex to the GVPD evidence storage facility?
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that that's what occurred, but I didn't witness or present. I wasn't present for any of that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
No,
Can you redirect?
no, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Thank you, Detective. You can step down.
I'm muted. Yeah, some of his questions
Next witness.
kind of just,
State calls Dr. Vincent Tranquita.
it's almost like helping the prosecution. It's just weird. Well, we just need to know. They know that this guy was mutilated, but it's just kind of like, kind of pressing him to like say it. You know? A little weird. And if he's going to say it, you're going to expect him to at least go somewhere with it. Like, okay, if this is what you're doing, but what's the point of this shit, right? And he's not really going anywhere.
Detective Scanlon released from his subpoena in this case?
Mr. Freilich, any reason I can't release him?
No objection.
He's released from his subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay, doctor, if you want to step up here then. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Doctor now?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Thank you.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Vincent Tranquita. My name is spelled V-I-N-C-E-N-T. My last name is spelled T-R-A-N-C-H-I-D-A.
That's so nice the way he said it.
With that, the witness is yours,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lizette.
Good morning, Dr. Tranquita. Can you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Good morning. I'm currently employed as a deputy medical examiner for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
And how long have you worked in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
I began my employment at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office on July 1st, 2011.
And you are currently the deputy medical examiner there. Have you held other positions at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, I have.
And what other positions have you held?
I was previously chief medical examiner of the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for approximately 12 years.
And the decision to no longer be chief and to now be deputy, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
That is correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
And Dr. Tranquita, what was your position or employment on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner for Dane County.
And what was Dane County's relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Doctor, can you discuss briefly your educational background that is related to the position of medical examiner?
Of course. I did my pre-medical school training at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD. I specialized in anatomic and clinical pathology and did a residency at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I further went on to subspecialize in forensic pathology and I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York. I further went on to do subspecialties in forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical examiner in New York City for approximately 8 years before I went on to accept the position as chief in Dane County.
So, Doctor, in total, how many years have you worked professionally as a postgraduate and post, I think you had fellowship as well, and a post-fellowship medical examiner?
Approximately 20 years at this point.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist, my primary duties are to investigate the cause and manner of death in cases where there is a threat to public safety. Oftentimes people think of this as criminal activity, but it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now, you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I practice. Medical examiner is the name given to the role that I play in the community. A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function, and they may, for example, contract out to a forensic pathologist or to a hospital pathologist to perform their autopsies.
Is it fair to say that when you were working as the Dane County Deputy Medical Examiner, Chief Medical Examiner, you were essentially fulfilling both of those roles?
That is correct.
And if you could just go into greater detail as to what specifically you do typically in order to determine cause and manner of death.
When we are notified about a death, typically it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we have investigators who are on duty taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found. At that point, the investigator will respond to the scene, if needed, and then they perform an external examination of the body where they try to get as much information as they can. At that point, they notify the medical examiner or contact us, and then sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if the death seems very complicated.
Through your work as the Deputy Medical Examiner in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have involvement in investigating the cause and manner of death of Shad Therian, date of birth 9/7/97?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how you were first notified of Mr. Therian's death and began your work on that case?
On that case, I was notified. Our lead investigator on the case was Petra Schwab of Brown County. She notified our office that there was a suspected homicide in Green Bay, and as part of our policy, the medical examiner on duty responds to homicide scenes. So at that point, we mobilized and began driving up north to attend the scene of the investigation.
Do you recall, Doctor, about what time you would have arrived at the scene of the investigation on 829 Stony Brook?
I cannot recall. I believe it was morning, though.
Do you recall who was on scene, or were there other parties on scene when you arrived?
Yes, there were.
And what types of other parties were present when you arrived?
Our investigator, Petra Schwab, was present, as well as law enforcement.
And what did you do upon arrival?
Upon arrival, typically what is done is we speak to the officer in charge, and we try to get as much preliminary information as is known when we arrive at a scene. Once that information is known, we wait until there is approval for clearance and access to the body, that we won't contaminate the scene or destroy any evidence on our approach. We donned Tyvek suits, gloves, masks, and face protection so that we don't contaminate the scene and also that we are protected And then we entered the scene to do our examination of what's happened.
Do you recall, Doctor, making any of your own observations upon entering the residence, and then more specifically upon entering the basement area of the residence?
Yes, I do.
And what were those observations initially?
We arrived to what appeared to be a typical suburban residence. We entered through the front door, and we were directed down to the back of the house through the kitchen to a set of basement stairs. As we approached down through the base of the basement stairs, we were notified or alerted to a bucket that was present to the right of the stairs. We were then also directed that there was the possibility of additional human remains in other parts of the room as well.
And I guess before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you make any notations overall of that area of the basement where the remains were ultimately found?
I did.
Good morning.
And what were those observations?
As I entered the room, I was surprised, given the preliminary information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my way through the room, we were able to find traces of blood at various points throughout the house. Throughout the room, the basement. On some furniture to the left of the bed, or against the wall on the left, there was a dark blue bag. There was also evidence of drug paraphernalia, including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a pink and black backpack, and towards the head of the bed as well was a blue tote. On top of the bed, which was a box spring, I believe, and mattresses, were a number of crumpled sheets and bedding.
Doctor, I believe you mentioned essentially in the room the four main containers where human remains were located. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is correct, within that room, yes.
Okay. So we've got the bucket, the blue bag on top of the dresser, the pink and gray bag on the floor, and then a tote. Are those the four locations where human remains were located in the room?
That is correct.
And can you just briefly describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains?
Of course. These containers that contained the human remains were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers. After that, a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor to try to collect any trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bags, removed the contents, and laid them out on the evidence sheet for inspection.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of things you are looking for or attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
As I go through a room and evaluate the room, I'm looking for evidence of a disturbance, a struggle, or an altercation. I'm looking for signs of biological material which may tell me where a body part may be located. I'm also looking for evidence that may have contributed to the death. In other words, instruments, objects, weapons, evidence of drug paraphernalia. In this case in particular, I'm also looking for places that a body may be concealed, or that might be evidence of movement of a body from one location to another.
Doctor, you mentioned some of those things like weapons or the instrumentality of the crime. Were those things noted on your investigation or observation?
Yes, they were.
And what was noted specifically?
On a black standing table besides the bed, there was a gray metal chain. On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain. Recovered from some of the containers as well were multiple knives, some of which had a bent blade and one of which had a broken tip.
Specifically as it relates to the human remains that are located, as you're collecting those items, are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have everything that you need with respect to the body that was cut up?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as possible to try to ascertain that as much evidence as can be gained has been collected.
As you were going through the room, did you note that it was possible you did not have the entire body present in that room?
Yes, I did.
Did you note specifically what was missing?
On my inventory, I believe I was missing the right thigh, specifically from about the waist to about the knee. I believe that I was missing as well I was also missing the left thigh and left leg.
At some point in time, were you made aware that portions of the body may be at another location?
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to that other location?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
This was a police storage unit off-site.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was directed towards a van or minivan that was in the storage unit, and I was told that there was a possibility that there might be additional body parts within the storage van.
And did you actively participate in attempting to recover the body parts from that van?
Yes, I did. My process was similar. I donned a Tyvek, gloves, protective mask, and a protective visor. We laid out an evidence sheet, and then we went through the contents of the van to determine if there were additional body parts.
And were body parts located?
Yes, they were.
What did you find?
I believe we recovered the right femur or leg bone of the thigh of the decedent. We also recovered a portion of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the ankle.
And doctor, was there anything noteworthy about the parts that you recovered from the van?
When they were recovered from the van, they were placed in, I believe, a crock pot box. There was evidence of skeletal trauma, including sawing, chop injuries, start and stop injuries of the bone consistent with dismemberment.
Anything else about the amount of flesh that remained on those items that were recovered from the van?
Specifically, the right femur had been defleshed. In other words, the skin, soft tissues, and muscle had been removed from the bone so that it was largely stripped down to the bone itself.
Doctor, I want to talk about the evidence recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Can you describe what that process is?
Very important in the nature of evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of custody. In other words, that the location of the remains and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way. At the scene, the evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag, and then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes, I do. The transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then the driver and the body was escorted back to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office.
So then, Doctor, ultimately, did you perform an autopsy on the remains that were recovered?
Yes, I did, on February 25th.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Yes, I do.
And who was that?
Present for the autopsy was Brown County law enforcement and our own morgue technician.
Yeah, why'd the flesh? I saw Raven talking in the chat. Why'd you take off of the bone, strip the meat off of it? Did she do something with that? Multiple times? I don't know. Oh, Lord. Did she do it? What? Maybe the defense will ask, since he seems to be, helping the prosecution. Maybe he will ask to try to make it seem she's, out of her mind and stuff.
Dr. Tranquita should have done this at the outset, but I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 73. Can you identify that document?
I don't know. Is she? I'm wondering.
Yes, I can.
What is that?
Exhibit 73 is a copy of my curriculum vitae or resume.
And does that appear to be accurate as of the present date?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this.
Any objection?
Is that Exhibit 73?
It is.
No objection.
Received.
And then, Doctor, I would ask you to review the photographs that are depicted in 74, 75, and 76. Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe for the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it. It is holding a blue security seal that is present around a body bag zipper. The gray label reads 223433, and the blue security seal reads 0012227.
Doctor, do you know where that photograph would have been taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
Mr. Dahmer's daughter.
Does it denote the seal and the fact that the bag that was received by the medical examiner's office remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy?
That is correct.
And can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 75?
Exhibit 75 is another photograph taken of an outside of a body bag. A blue security seal can be visible at the lower left corner of the photograph. It also has a gray label reading 223433, which is the case number of this case. Written on the outside of the bag is sealed by PS, the initials are P and S, @ 1506 on 02/23/22.
Doctor, are you familiar with the initials PS?
Yes, I am.
And whose are those?
They are our lead investigator's initial who are at the scene, Petra Schwab.
And then, Doctor, can you describe what is depicted in Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is also another photograph taken from the inside of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains 4 smaller containers or 4 smaller bags inside, containers 1 through 4.
And what is the depiction of that particular exhibit? Is that consistent with your recollection of how the remains were recovered and stored when you left the Stony Brook residence?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of those exhibits and ask for permission to publish all 3.
Any objection to 74, 75, and 76, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, Your Honor, defense objects to Exhibits 74, 75, 76 more prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Duplicitous.
Overruled. And you can publish them to the jury.
He said, shut up. Elvis Gale, thank you so much for the gift and the memberships. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome. If you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. We got the Dr. Vincent Tranchita, I think that's how you say it. I like how he like speaks in a way that's just easy and just kind of slow and very enunciates. It's just really easy to understand. But good morning, welcome.
Judge, while we're waiting for this to fire up, could we have a sidebar with counsel?
The judge already checked the defense a little bit, and the prosecution did this morning because the defense was trying to get into all kinds of like, what was in the bucket and what'd you find? And we already know, we talked about it, the criminal complaint. I knew it was going to come up at some point, but they were talking about its head was in there and then also genitalia. But even when he said genitalia, after he said genitalia, the cop, he's like, it's almost like the defense still wanted him to expound on that. And I was like, bro, we get it, At some point too, they mentioned Jolly Rancher. Now, the other thing that kind of caught me, and you guys in the chat as well, I see you guys talking about that. The chat really more brought it to my attention. I thought it was weird a little bit when they said defleshed. I think was it the femur or something they said? The muscle or the bone, I think, in the leg or the thigh. And he said defleshed. And he explained it that like literally there was no flesh. And so it makes you wonder what the hell, for what purpose? Just to do it? Was there a more sinister reason? There was this article because I saw somebody joking around about Jeffrey Dahmer. God, I can't talk. We'll get to this. Jeffrey Dahmer's daughter.
I need to take up with the attorney, so I'm going to excuse you. We're going to take our.
We're going to take a break. Okay, perfect.
Right now.
We can talk about it.
And it'll be about 10 minutes. So all rise for the jury.
And how's the audio? The audio is really, really rough. So I have an app in my Windows. I just turn on the app. I usually boost the audio through my Streamlabs, but the audio is so bad that I have to have it maxed out. So I just use the app instead. And I tested it on my phone. It sounds a lot better. I mean, if it's too loud, just turn it down on if you have headphones on or whatever, turn it down a little bit. So, femur had the meat removed. And I saw somebody say, am I tired? Oh, a little bit. I still did my little morning walk. I got some sun, dragging a little bit, not too bad though. Maybe give it to the afternoon and we'll see how slumped over I am. And in a little bit, I'm going to make my coffee too. I had a little bit of pre-workout, but I want do a little caffeine coffee in the morning. But so yes, I saw the chat. Somebody has said Jeffrey Dahmer's daughter. And
this is one of the photographs that was previously disclosed to the defense to raise objections prior to the motion hearing. Defense did not object to the photograph at that particular time.
Motion hearing on June 13. Last month.
Correct. So obviously with the purpose of addressing these issues to try to head these off, this photograph was not objected to. However, this morning we're objecting to relatively benign photos of closed body bags. So I anticipate the defense would object to this photograph. It does depict the crime victim's face. At autopsy, and the state believes the photograph, while it does depict his face, and I understand it is arguably prejudicial, it is highly relevant because it demonstrates the indicia of strangulation, which is ultimately the doctor's determination as to the cause of his death, and can describe why he believes that the strangulation occurred prior to his death. And it actually shows a small portion of the remainder of his body, which demonstrates different coloration. So it's a highly relevant photograph that the doctor is capable of describing. And I wanted to head this off and have the court address that issue outside the presence of the jury. I can mark the photo and provide a copy to the court so that you have an opportunity to view it.
Good.
Okay, why don't we do that? Let's get it marked, and then I'll take a look at it. Mr. Fairley, presumably you've seen it.
I've seen a lot of pictures. I haven't seen this one right now. No, I've seen it.
So this picture has his face, the victim's face, Chad's.
And I would note for the record, this is the only photograph that I intend to show of the crime victim. The remainder of the injuries that we'll discuss with the doctor.
I don't know if they're going to show it on stream. If they do, just a heads up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. We'll see. Chad Theory on. I wanted to do the obituary too.
Do you have an objection? We went through this, as I said, 13th of June, but is there an objection?
Your Honor, I put a lot of time into, reviewing all the pictures and did file a motion making objections to photographs that I thought were, that should not come into evidence. But we're in a trial now, and, as a defense attorney, you don't know what the state's going to present as evidence. This picture I would object to on behalf of my client. We already have a picture of what the victim looked like when he was alive. That was already presented by the state. Now they're presenting a second picture. I would argue that this picture, if it has any relevancy to the case, it's highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the jury have ever seen something like this before, and it could shock their conscience and create horror in their minds. So I would object to it, Your Honor, on all of those grounds. Thank you.
All of a sudden, he has respect, this guy.
Okay. And Doctor, Exhibit 77 was a photo that was taken at your office during the course of the autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, the issues the court has to address in these kinds of objections relating to prejudice versus the probative value is really a balancing kind of a test, and the issue that's being addressed with the court, what this is being offered for, is to demonstrate the means of death and which is an important part of the case, of course. And I ruled earlier at the hearing in June that I was not going to permit the exhibit of the crime victim's head in the bucket. This is a different, really, set of circumstances. This is a photograph taken in the process of an autopsy. We have the coroner here, who's really a witness that's an important piece of this case, frankly, for both sides of the case to hear from. And this is a photograph taken in the process of him doing his job, and one that I think, given what I've heard by way of an offer of proof, is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons that although there's certainly prejudice to the photo, many things that come into a trial are prejudicial to one side or another. I'm satisfied the probative value in this case outweighs the prejudicial effect. I'm going to allow the photo to be to come into evidence, and then the doctor can explain what's shown on it and why it's relevant to the case. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Your Honor?
Yes.
So with respect to the court, just as further additional argument,
Want to further argue my decision?
No.
Go ahead.
Oh!
Go ahead.
Your Honor, though, it's just kind of, in my opinion, sort of highly unusual that this picture, of the deceased would be presented to the jury when the doctor can easily testify about, the cause and manner of death. The picture isn't going to really add too much, in my opinion, but I totally respect the court's ruling. I just want to make sure I made all my arguments to the court.
Sure. And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding
That boy
what
shitting
witnesses
bricks.
are
The
testifying
defense.
to. For example, I think that argument could be made probably regarding every single photograph that's been entered into evidence, and that is, well, we can tell you what it looked like, and so you don't need to see a picture of it. Photos can be helpful. They can. And so I understand that argument. The doctor could just simply describe everything, but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury? And will the prejudicial effect outweigh the probative value? I don't think so. I do think it'll be helpful to the jury, and so for those reasons I'm going to allow it to be admitted. So that's the order of the court. Anything before council takes a brief recess, Mr. Lezay?
Look at her face.
Just briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
Yeah,
I
so
will enter an order that the media is not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it in any other fashion. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Fraley, anything else before break?
No.
Okay. Very good. Then you can step down, Doctor. We'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half of the break already, but try to be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
hey, got 10 seconds. Go. Okay, man. So there it is. So they're gonna show the victim, I guess for the purposes to show strangulation and stuff. They say they're not gonna show it on stream. It's interesting to me though that this guy that's been like inquiring and making people go into details about what's in the bucket and the what things look like, and I forgot what it was yesterday too, that he was kind of pushing the button a little bit. But then all of a sudden, nah, don't show the pictures. Don't show the pictures. All this stuff. I don't know. Oh, by the way, so somebody was telling me too. They said Dahmer, what is it? I wasn't saying Dahmer has a kid. I don't know why these people can never. So somebody in the chat was joking that this was Jeffrey Dahmer's daughter. I didn't know I'd have to clarify that. Wow. Okay. Somebody made a joke that it was Jeffrey Dahmer's daughter. I'm not saying this is Jeffrey Dahmer's daughter. Lord Almighty. So I thought I'd bring this article up in reference to that joke or whatever that they were saying. There was a report that the woman accused of meth-fueled sexual assault and dismemberment of a man's corpse reportedly had a near infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer. All right. Lord Almighty, these people want to run with everything. So the Wisconsin woman accused of murdering a man, sexually assaulting him, and mutilating a corpse in a meth-fueled bloodbath had a near infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer, according to an expert on serial killers. Let's see. A longtime Wisconsin journalist and law enforcement operative noted recently that the alleged crimes are remarkably similar to the ones committed by another Wisconsin resident. Oh, they're both from Wisconsin. I didn't realize that. Jeffrey Dahmer, I forgot. One of the things I found out from talking to different sources of mine in this case is that the suspect in this case had a very had an infatuation almost with Jeffrey Dahmer crimes, claimed in an interview with Green Bay Embassy. Let's see, can we watch the interview? Because apparently I can't read. Exclusive.
We want to remind you the details in this.
Everybody, they're gonna have to start prefacing everything that in the chat now. You're gonna have to say it's a joke. You're gonna have to like put a little, like I don't know, little quotes or parentheses or something around it, joke, and then say the joke, right? Kind of like with the B article on Twitter, like people have to start putting under it, like, hey, this is a joke, which kills the joke, you know. But apparently she did have some sort of infatuation or whatever.
Case are disturbing. 24-year-old Taylor Schuabusiness is facing multiple charges. Prosecutors say Schuabusiness admitted to doing meth and other drugs with a 25-year-old victim, strangling him during sex until he died, and then dismembering his body. In an exclusive tonight, Sarah Thompson looks for insight from a woman who's done a lot of research about some of Wisconsin's most heinous crimes.
They do. Did Dahmer have something with a crock pot too? I mean, there is some weird similarities, though. She did this to one person, and Dahmer had multiple victims, right? But I don't know. I wonder, did she get some inspiration from this?
Reading that criminal complaint took me back. It took me back to 1991 when I was the reporter that broke the Jeffrey Dahmer story.
Oh, she broke it?
Reporter, now
Oh.
police crisis communications strategist and author Annie Schwartz is closely following this brutal case, having covered one of Wisconsin's most notorious serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer. and her understanding of that particular case may now become very important.
One of the things that I have found out from talking to different sources of mine on this case is that the suspect in this case had a very had an infatuation almost with Jeffrey Dahmer and with Jeffrey Dahmer's crimes.
Dahmer killed and dismembered 17 men or boys in Ohio and Wisconsin between 1978 and 1991. Schwartz says it's one thing for people to think this can happen in fiction, but another for police to say this kind of a crime happened in Green Bay, and really makes people stop and say, what? Schwartz says there are a lot of things different about this case. Not only the fact the suspect is a woman, but also the callous nature of Schuabusiness's comments detailed in the criminal complaint.
And that is what makes this case different to me, is that she is admitting, if what is in the criminal complaint is accurate, she is admitting that there's a predilection to that there was a thrill to that in some way.
On Schuabusiness's Facebook page, posts are even more revealing, says Schwartz, like this one from January reading, "Told an addict I'll never stop buying you dope so I could sit back, watch you die."
The fact that she is or was using social media to telegraph some of these sentiments makes her unusual, again, for someone that emulated the Jeffrey Dahmer case, because he didn't telegraph anything.
Police also say Schuabusiness did meth and other drugs with the victim before his death.
People do drugs all the time and they don't do this.
While attention is on the suspect, Schwartz wants to make clear the case is really about the loss of one man's life and the support needed now for that family. Sarah Thompson, Action 2 News.
And speaking about that, so I did find, apparently they have a GoFundMe. I didn't realize that. So I put the link in the description. I just found it now when I was looking. There's not much about Shad. We'll take a look at his obituary as well. So living expenses during trial. This is Michelle P. organizing it on behalf of Tara Pacla, and this is the mother of the victim, Shad. Last February, as many of you know, our family suffered an unimaginable and tragic loss of Shad. This week, the trial will finally begin after many delays. My cousin Tara, Shad's mother, has taken an indefinite amount of time off to be at the trial. This also comes with a financial loss and breaks my heart for her to go through this living hell. I'm hoping to help raise funds to help offset the loss of income during this difficult time. If you feel compelled to help, it is greatly appreciated. Otherwise, we humbly ask for prayers, lots of prayers, justice for Shad, and some closure and healing. I'll put the link to that. I'll start just putting him in all the live streams. And the obituary, which is here, it's kind of short. A little bit of information here. I do feel like I'm dragging this week. Oh, what's going on? Alrighty. Shad Therion, Green Bay. Shad Therion, 24, passed away unexpectedly on Wednesday, February 23rd, 2022. Shad was born September 7th, 1997 in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to Tara Pacla and Michael Therion. Shad attended What the heck? Wow. What are they doing? What the hell was that? They fixed it. A little bit of technical difficulties, I guess. So I'll keep reading. So, Shad attended Howard / Sumiko schools as a child and later worked with his father and grandfather at their business. Shad enjoyed camping, games, and spending time with his family. I can't with these people. He was a very kind and compassionate person who often thought of others before himself. A talented artist, he also enjoyed wood carving. Shad is survived by his mother, Tara Pacla, his father, Michael Therion, his sister, Ava, which we've seen her. I mean, we didn't see her, but we heard the audio of her testifying.
Anything to take up before we go back on the record with the jury, Mr. Lizay?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich?
No, thank you.
Very good.
All right, we'll get to the rest after.
We'll bring in the jury. Doctor, if you want to come on back up and take the witness stand.
That's horrible. So the audio got worse? Jeez. How could it get any worse? Oh, man. I think they did that on purpose. Law and Crime, because they figured, all right, iCkEdMeL's got good audio. We need to find a way to set him off, to mess it up, because he has the enhanced audio, so we'll throw more static in the background so the static enhances. I think they got like a whole team of people. How could you do any worse? Oh my gosh. Hold on.
With that, Mr. Lizzie, the witness is yours.
Can't do this show. It's horrible.
I think we were about to publish the
What's to be still not back?
photographs that the doctor had previously described. Is that 74,
they're delayed.
75, and 76?
Yes.
Dr. Tranquita, Exhibit 74 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
Next photograph. And Exhibit 75 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
And Exhibit 76 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
I'm fine.
Now, Doctor, if you could confirm the human remains from Shad Therian, you received them in the form that was just demonstrated in those photos, is that correct?
That is correct.
From a chain of custody and evidence standpoint, did everything appear to be in order when you received it at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
Of course. At the scene, we performed the examination as I previously described. In addition, because this occurred during the time of the pandemic, we also did a nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive, and he was. Upon beginning the examination, our first step is usually to take x-rays of the body. And this is a very helpful tool that we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it. Once the bag is opened, the next step is to begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received, before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed. The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And the process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we take photographs, we take measurements, and I take diagrams as well to try to recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
And to reiterate, ultimately, what is the goal of conducting the autopsy?
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
And before we get into the specifics, ultimately, were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Shadtherian?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
Doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
Yes, they are.
And did you prepare such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
I don't think she's sleeping. I think she just has her eyes kind of, I don't know if she's dozing off. I think her eyes are just kind of down. Like she's looking down. That'd be kind of wild. I wonder if there's been trials where the defendant falls asleep for a prolonged period of time. That's crazy.
Dr. Tranquita, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 78. Can you
So he tested positive, huh? They swabbed his nose. Well, they got to do a COVID test after he's deceased and all that shit happened. He was dismembered. They're still doing a COVID test on him. Just got to add to the numbers. What's the point of that? Weird.
Exhibit number 78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was generated on our case number 223433 for Shadtherian.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shadtherian?
Yes, I do.
And are the opinions that are outlined in this report and the final diagnoses, are those opinions that are consistent with your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 78.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
That'll be received.
And Doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shadtherian?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shadtherian is strangulation and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause and manner?
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound of the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies. The manner of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words, a gunshot wound of the head can be a suicide, it can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death. The cause of death you want to think about as the mechanical process which results in someone's death, and the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
And Doctor, I'll first address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body, I am looking for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be. In this case, on my examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck. And by plethory or cyanosis, I mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head is interrupted or blocked. Along those lines, I had numerous petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctiva around the eyes, or the pink around the eyes. I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes, or the sclera, and I also had hemorrhages of the mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined the tongue itself, there was a patterned indentation on the surface of the tongue, consistent with an object being pressed hard across the tongue such that it left an indentation within the tongue. There were also abrasions or scrapes on the surface of the tongue, and there was an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation, where the tongue can be trapped between the teeth and the jaw is driven upwards and trapping the tongue between the teeth. Once I dissected down the neck, I had hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck as well. And this is also classically seen often in cases of strangulation, where blunt force trauma is applied to the neck during the process of compression, and you have injury and bleeding within the neck muscles. These hemorrhages were not only in the neck muscles, but they were also in the soft tissues surrounding the trachea, or airway, or windpipe, surrounding the larynx, or upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine, or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in other words, I had hemorrhages going from the surface all the way down deep into the neck muscle structures, indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up on that particular last point. Doctor, you indicated in multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation. Did those same areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion as to the amount of force or the amount of time that force would have been applied to the neck?
Objection, speculation.
I think that's exactly what his professional role is.
Overruled. This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the neck. I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this. I have injuries to all the soft tissues surrounding the neck. And I also have hemorrhage on the soft tissue on the anterior aspect of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
Doctor, as we've heard, obviously there is a significant amount of mutilation to the body or disruption of the body in multiple different places. Can you describe how you are able to determine that those other cutting injuries to the portions of the body are post-mortem as opposed to causing the death of Shad?
In my examination, there was extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body. And I believe that this is post-mortem mutilation because there is no hemorrhage associated with these injuries. In other words, I have multiple sharp force trauma with multiple stab wounds, multiple punctures, multiple incised wounds of the skin, deep cuts within the muscles and tendons and soft tissue, deep cuts within the bone. But all of these cuts are non-hemorrhagic. In other words, there's no blood or bleeding associated with it. These are consistent with post-mortem mutilation. In other words, there's no circulation going on. There's very little blood actually still left within the vascular system. This is all consistent with the body being dismembered after death.
And, doctor, at this point, I intend to show you a photograph which is sensitive in nature. I intend to publish that photograph for the jury. So I'm putting the jury and also the media on notice that I intend to use the photograph at this point and then have the judge describe it.
This is the one that I think they were saying they're not going to show media.
77.
And I think
Doctor, clerk is showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 77.
Still showing a little bit.
Can you identify what that photograph is?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a depiction of the right side of Shad Therian's face at the autopsy examination. In the photograph is the right side of his face along with the grayscale ruler with the case number and also a L-shaped ABFO ruler, which is an American Board of Forensic Odontology ruler. It shows dimensions in 2 scales. The right side of his face shows his eyes closed and his tongue protuberant, wedged between the right side of his mouth. He has abrasions or scrapes that are visible on the right side of his face and nose and cheek. At the lower aspect of the photograph are numerous sharp force injuries depicted on the upper chest.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of that photograph, or move for admission of the photograph, and ask for permission to publish at this time.
Okay, objection has already been made.
Same objection as before.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and the picture can be published. Yeah, and I'll note that the media is not allowed to publish this photo. They're indicating in the affirmative.
Doctor, the photograph depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Can you utilize that photograph to describe some of the indicia of strangulation that you had previously outlined for the jury?
Yes, I can. As you look at his face, compared to the lower aspect of his body, which is visible in the upper right corner, you can see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body. Similarly, on the particularly you can see around the cheek, there are small pinpoint hemorrhages or circular petechial hemorrhages also on the right temple, which are burst hemorrhages present on the skin. And these are referred to as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin surface. His tongue is protuberant and visible in this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, as we examine the tongue further, we can see that there are abrasions and contusions of the tongue from impacts between the teeth. There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue, which is not visible here. It's hidden by his mouth.
And Doctor, you talked about the coloration and how that's relevant to the strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem? Doctor, in addition to preparing a report and taking photographs of the injuries, do you also utilize diagrams?
Yes, I do.
And what is the purpose of those diagrams?
My primary purpose is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can. I take photographs, I take diagrams, I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings for the viewer, for the reader, so that they can go back to them and see what I saw at the autopsy table. I also find that diagrams are easier for people to review and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a regular basis. They're less traumatic. They protect the privacy of the decedent a little more. And I think that they are a document which I've found to be very valuable for conveying what I found in a very easy to understand and not disturbing way.
Doctor, I've provided Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that and describe what that is for the jury?
Exhibit 79 is a copy of my autopsy notes and diagrams that I generated on this case. It includes head and neck diagrams, it includes diagrams of the entire body, and diagrams of the skeletal system as well.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that can be published to the jury. I'll receive it, and it can be published to the jury.
And Judge, for the diagrams and the subsequent discussion, could the lights be dimmed as well?
Sure.
So this is a major witness. This guy was on the criminal complaint as well. Dr. Vincent Tranchida.
Dr. Tranquita, is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance from your medical perspective as to these diagrams?
Of course. This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features, in other words, weight of the body as it's recovered, approximated age, frame, hair color, eye color, what's the state of the postmortem changes, such as rigor mortis or livor mortis. And then with the front and back diagrams, I'm able to show sort of general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and injuries of the head and neck, I saved them for separate diagrams, and this is more for general findings. The most relevant ones that I want to kind of emphasize on is there is marked congestion of the head and neck, but the rest of the body is relatively pale. There were some contusions or blunt force trauma injuries of the remainder of the body. There was a contusion on the upper aspect of the left side of the chest, a contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity. There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee, and there was a collapsed blister on the left heel. He also had a gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
No, they're not. Court TV isn't.
Doctor, on the screen, are we now showing page 2 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, we are.
Specifically, I draw your attention to the top right-hand corner of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
In the top right-hand drawing is a depiction of the surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I apologize. But I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those curvilinear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue, or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were 2 parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Doctor, based on your prior experience with strangulation cases, is that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation, that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck but also on other parts of the body?
Yes, it occurs when the ligature shifts during the assault. If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across the chin, across the lower lip, or inside the mouth as the ligature is shifting in position before it's placed again on the neck.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and had the opportunity to observe 2 metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Chad Therian's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I'm looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
Doctor, does the screen now depict the third page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And could you describe for the jury the significance of these particular diagrams?
Because there were so many findings, I separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the head above the level of decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethory of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's face and nose is an abrasion. There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or bruises. Once I dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the nose. I believe that these are also post-mortem artifact because they're non-hemorrhagic, there's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck, where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
I guess she was trying to find how to do
does
it.
the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
I don't think I will ask you to describe every injury that's denoted on this particular diagram, as we would be here a while, but could you describe generally what is depicted in this diagram?
Of course. This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present. The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has been removed. Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine. The torso, so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous cuts and stab wounds of the extremities. When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed. Where we get to the right thigh,
skin removed.
All of the soft tissue has been removed, so we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed femur for the length of the femur. When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle. And the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there. At the right lower extremity, we have, again, the femur, which has been largely defleshed, but I was able to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate what was there. And then we had the right knee to the right foot still intact.
Doctor, based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to create this sort of disruption to a body?
Objection, speculation.
Oh, that's a good idea. I want to hear that.
Foundation.
How long?
Overruled. It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at the abdomen and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have castration of the decedent. The decedent has been castrated as well. We have cutting or sawing through chop mark injuries of the bones. It is my medical opinion that this would have taken quite a great deal of time.
Wow. Wow. Holy moly, bro. That shit is crazy.
And doctor, is the screen now depicting page 5 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it is.
And what are you attempting to denote here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams. So in this set of diagrams, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where in the skeletal system the body has been taken apart. So here I'm illustrating that the head and neck have been severed at the level of C5, C6. I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I have shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempt to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus, and also at the proximal right forearm or right radius and ulna. I'm showing that we have amputations or severing of the left femur, both just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur. I've shown that the left kneecap has been separated, and I've also shown that the left lower leg has also been separated at the distal tibia and fibula. At the right lower extremity, the right hip socket has been opened and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
Doctor, you had mentioned attempted dismemberment or attempted amputation. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Of course. There are some areas where there are cuts through the muscle and cuts through the skin, but they do not completely transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones, even in areas where the bone is still in one piece. Evidence of previous attempts to cut or saw through or transect the bone. These pieces of bone were collected.
Non-responsive.
Just wait for another question, doctor. Go ahead, Schuabusiness.
Doctor, is it typical that in the course of your investigation into a death that you would ask for toxicology to be performed on the decedent?
Yes, I would.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
What were some of the challenges that you faced with respect to toxicology?
The largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless.
Wow.
So what I did is at the scene, I collected a hemorrhagic fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains as they sat within the container. And these were submitted for toxicology. In addition, I saved tissues as well, should there have been a need for that.
Based on your training and experience, are there concerns about the accuracy of the toxicology based on how you had to obtain the fluid for toxicology?
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This was hemorrhagic fluid that was collected from in this case, the bucket where a portion of the decedent's remains were recovered. Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the bucket before the decedent was placed in there, whether the blood is entirely blood or a combination of blood and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids, whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result, these findings are noted, but they should be taken in that context and with those caveats.
And in terms of the toxicology report, what substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicological testing?
From the fluid that was submitted, we found cocaine. We found cocaine metabolite benzoyl ecgonine. We found methamphetamine. We found amphetamine. We found delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or the active component of marijuana.
Gummies.
And I believe we also found nicotine, which is present in most tobacco products.
Now, doctor, you found a number of those substances in the fluid. Are those substances, in your opinion, contributory to Shatharian's death in any way?
I do not believe so, no.
I think you mentioned this earlier, doctor, when you were describing the general process of the autopsy, but is swabbing of the body something that you typically do?
When I suspect that there may be the involvement of another individual within a death, yes, swabbing is something that I typically do.
And is that something that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the process for swabbing and then the process for maintaining the integrity of the evidence that's collected in those swabs?
Of course. Before the body is cleaned or altered in any way, while it is still resting on an evidence sheet, what I do is I collect DNA swabs of the external surfaces of the body. Typically, I'll go for areas where I suspect the greatest possibility of contact. In this case, I believe they are all listed on pages 14 of the autopsy report. So it included the left and right sides of the forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right sides of the chin, the left and right sides of the neck, both sides of the chest, what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects of the left and right hands, the skin of the left thigh, the skin of both legs, the skin of both feet, and then I took oral, penile, scrotal, and rectal swabs. And then of all the fragments of skin that were recovered separate from the decedent, I swabbed the skin surfaces of those as well. So those were 12 separate fragments of skin were each swabbed. After that, they're air-dried, packaged, and given to law enforcement.
And that process was followed in this case with respect to the integrity of the evidence?
That is correct.
Is it typical that you obtain a swab that's intended to be either a swab or some sort of evidence that is intended to be a known sample for the deceased?
That is correct.
What is the typical process for that?
Typically, we collect what's referred to as a DNA card, which is a blood spot card that is air dried and then subsequently can be used for DNA testing.
Do you know if that was used in this case?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if you also did a buccal swab in this case, or a swab from the inside of the mouth of the decedent?
That's correct. That was with my oral swab that I took earlier.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr.
Oh
Frail.
boy, here we go.
Thank
Let's
you,
see.
Dr. Chankita, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did you determine the time of death and the date of death for the deceased?
At best, I can determine approximately how long a person has been dead. But in terms of determining the time of death and the date of death, we list the time where they're examined by a medical professional.
This particular case, you were contacted by the Brown County Medical Examiner, or Petra Schwab, correct?
She was Petra Schwab was our lead investigator at the time. That's correct.
Okay. She's not a medical examiner, but she's a director, correct?
I believe now her title is Director of Operations, correct?
And she contacted you to secure your assistance with the investigation in this particular case?
That is correct.
Were you contacted on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And you were briefed on some of the issues or what may or may not have happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
That is correct. I traveled to the home on Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay.
And do you recall the time that you got there, roughly? Was it in the morning?
Unfortunately, not offhand. I believe it was in the morning, but it's difficult to say. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a while.
All right. Fair to say that the facts with regards to this case or the circumstances were quite unusual based on your training and experience. Is that fair?
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations where there are body parts all over, correct?
See it all the time. Probably. I don't know. This guy, who knows?
I think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation of people is very common. Motor vehicle accidents, train accidents, people who have jumped from tall buildings or been hit by a subway train. That's not unusual for me. It's something that I see quite often.
How about a severed head in a bucket and body parts in different locations? Is that unusual for you?
I would say it's not a common occurrence. That's correct.
Okay. It's different, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy and your testing and your swabs and your analysis?
No.
Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And so on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside?
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there, is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
That is correct.
You found a head and a penis and testicles in a black bucket, correct?
That is correct, at the base of the stairs.
And then you found some other body parts in a duffel bag. They call it a Jimmy Choo bag on a entertainment center, correct?
I believe so, yes. I believe that was the dark blue bag on the dresser. I'm not very familiar with bags, unfortunately, but yes, I can say color at least. Yes.
Okay, sure. Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag due to having plastic bags inside?
I would say no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual pieces, identifying them, of course, is something that I do fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this is clearly a piece of that. As we began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining if the entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
As you moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
That is correct.
And there were more human remains in there, correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that these remains belonged to one person, or did you have a concern that, did you have any concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, 2 patellas from the left side, or if I found 2 left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
And then, as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead, or how did that kind of work?
Typically what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene, of the surrounding circumstances. But the body, the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the basement was concerned because there was lots of clutter down there. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
There's like a table, Pac-Man machine, all kinds of other items, correct?
That is correct.
You recall seeing 3 mattresses stacked on each other?
Yes, I do.
And then there was another container. Was it such that it was a blue tote?
Yes, there was. I believe it was towards the head of the bed.
And there were human remains in the blue tote, correct?
That is correct.
And on top of the tote, there was blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that you were attempting to collect may have been tampered with or tainted in some way because of other items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized?
In what way, sir?
If you could just answer my question with due respect.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with means that DNA evidence could have been lost, potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated, I would say that certainly any object that would have come in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface or body surfaces. If the tote bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred onto the body surfaces. So if I understand the question correctly, I think that that's about as good an answer as I can give.
You answered it. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
Did you see evidence of drug usage down in the basement on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Did you see a meth pipe down there and a gem baggie with crystal-like substance?
I believe I saw a glass pipe. I think I recall it was white in color. And then there was, I believe, a small green baggie with a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Did you see any evidence of drugs or drug substances on the decedent's mouth or face?
I did not.
Did you swab for that?
The face was swabbed, yes.
With regards to your report,
Graffiti or Brady, whatever your name is,
that the deceased had possible acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana?
That is correct.
From your analysis and assessment and examination of the body, did you in any way opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian.
Have you had cases where people overdose on methamphetamine,
Yes, I have.
resulting in death?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that that didn't happen in this particular case?
I know that that did not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles. I have deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine. And I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation. You have to have blood pressure. Without it, you will not get these injuries. You can strangle or stab or punch or hit a dead body as much as you want. But without circulation and without that blood pressure, you're not going to get this kind of hemorrhage.
Do you know if drugs such as methamphetamine could have caused the protuberance of the tongue in the deceased?
Oh, no.
Methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue?
Yes.
It has not been my experience that it causes that.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you received?
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay. How did you get those items? They obviously were packaged up at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
That is correct. I participated in the packaging.
And then can you take me from there how they arrived at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office?
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, as the bodies were packaged up, the security seal was placed on the bags to show that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver. The driver from our office comes up to Brown County, collects the remains, then places them into their van. The van is refrigerated, which allows for as best preservation of the remains as we can, and then the body is taken back to Dane County. At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators, and then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation, where people engage in choking kind of behaviors?
What is that?
If I understand the question correctly, yes, I have had cases where people have died from asphyxiation due to choking or strangulation as a mechanism, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everyone.
Well, that doctor was pretty good at explaining things. I mean, compared to some of the other doctors I've seen, it almost seemed like at one point he was trying to say that, like, the tongue sticking out could have come from meth overdose or something like that.
State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Price.
So snacky right now. There was somebody complaining earlier. Like, you don't care, iCkEdMeL. I'm a little tired. I was up late. We did a stream after a long stream yesterday. I got a child. You know what I'm saying? I got shit I gotta do. Like, you don't care, iCkEdMeL.
Okay, sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Dr. Lewis? Bruh. Oh, man.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. And
All right, let's see
your
what we
name
got
for the
next.
record.
Deputy Bryce Haynes, Haines.
Okay, and Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right, can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed as a patrol deputy with the Brown County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with the Brown County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked for approximately 1.5 years in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
But then for the last 2.5 years with the Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, do you sometimes get called out to respond to incident locations in the county of Brown?
Yes.
And you also have occasion to assist other jurisdictions with their own cases?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Gotta do a
I want to
line.
ask you, Deputy, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
So deputies were requested to assist the Green Bay Police Department in locating a vehicle that was involved with what was dispatched as a suspicious situation. They requested that we look for a gold town and country van.
And do you recall approximately what time that call would have come in to your department?
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
Oops.
And this is on February 23rd?
Correct.
And was there information provided that this van may be located at that Eastman address?
It was my understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and staying at that residence.
Okay. And did you ultimately arrive at 2523 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
And did you locate that reported gold van in the vicinity of that address?
Yes, it was located on the north side of the building.
So this is the van. I think there's other body parts there, I believe, that they located. Bro, I'm not even just sitting. I was laid out on the couch.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 80. Do you recognize what Exhibit 80 depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the depiction in Exhibit 80, does that appear to be consistent with the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you encountered?
Yes, it does.
Sorry, on February 23rd?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything, that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 80.
Any objection?
No objection.
80 is received.
And I'd ask permission to publish as well.
No objection.
That'll be published to the jury.
Okay, then Deputy, it's behind you, but also there's a screen in front of you if that's easier. So are we looking at Exhibit 80 now presently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So when you arrived at this Eastman address, where are you positioned?
I was positioned, the van's facing south. I was positioned to the northeast of the van.
And when you arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably about 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
And from that time, did you maintain a sort of visual on the vehicle?
Yes, once the vehicle is located.
Did you observe whether the van was occupied or unoccupied at that point?
It appeared unoccupied.
Okay. Did you see, during the time you were there, any other person walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then how long were you on scene for?
I'm unsure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by an officer from the Green Bay Police Department.
So you were assisting, I guess, Green Bay, and then once they got there, you sort of left it to them.
That is
fair to
correct.
say?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
I'm laughing because I found some of the
Deputy
Leticia
Haynes,
Styles posts. I'll show you
what
guys
time
after.
were you relieved by the Green Bay Police
Up on the
officer?
couch.
I would guess approximately 5 a.m. I do not know the exact time.
Okay. And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there on February 23rd of 2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was snow on the ground, right?
Correct.
And were you told which vehicle to look for?
Yes, we were given the description as well as the license plate for the vehicle.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you get there first? Did you
I
get
was.
there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all arrived roughly at the same time.
All right. You took your own squad car?
Correct.
When you got out, then what did you do? Did you walk?
I did not get out of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. You just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car to the left and a car to the right of it, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that these vehicles were kind of parked fairly close to each other?
Yes.
When you were sitting in your squad car, could you see inside of the Town and Country minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or not.
Were the windows tinted?
It was dark. I can't tell you if they were tinted any regularly or not.
Okay. Did you see any person, we'll strike that. Did you put any police tape out there?
I did not.
When the other Green Bay police officer arrived, then you just left?
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking around the van or in front of the van while you were there?
No.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. Thank you. Next witness.
State calls Officer Garth Russell.
Garth Russell. Okay, let's see. So far, I think the most interesting thing has been the doctor today, Garth Russell. Oh, Russell. Oh, Lord. I do have a Twitter account. It's iCkEdMeL. You can find me over there. Just type in iCkEdMeL. You can find me over there.
Okay, sir, if you want to step up here, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath. And then I believe the media is aware of the situation with the video.
Oh.
Correct? Got it.
No video?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I swear.
Have a seat and state your name for the record.
Oh, what happened? Oh, but oh, we don't get nothing. Wait,
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Green Bay.
All right, and how long have you been employed as a police officer?
Since October of 2016.
And prior to that time, do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a military policeman in the United States Army.
Okay. For about how long?
For approximately 2 years.
And then since 2016, you've been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a police officer with the Green Bay Police Department on that day?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And to where were you dispatched on Eastman Avenue?
I believe the address was 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Is that a house? Is that an apartment building? Is that a duplex? Can you describe that?
It is an apartment building.
And why were you dispatched to that residence on Eastman?
I was dispatched to that residence. I was asked by Sergeant Bresser, who was the supervisor on shift, to first relieve the deputies on scene there because they were on scene, I guess, waiting on an individual to arrive. And I was also tasked with assisting in the locating of a gold Chrysler van and a person associated with that van and that address.
So prior to your arrival, you were informed that sheriff's deputies had already located the vehicle?
I believe the sheriff's deputies were on scene. I don't remember if they already located the vehicle or not.
But you were
I
told
should
to
have removed his
go to
name.
that
They
area.
said his name.
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, what do you observe?
When I got there, I subsequently walked into the parking lot with me and a few other officers, and we were told to look for this van, and then we were
Charlie
told
Russell.
to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the van, and then we went from there.
The van that you reported seeing, is that the same gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
So while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van. Then once that happened, I think approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
And the person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
Who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor Schabusiness.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd, as they exited the apartment complex, do you see him or her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing and where they're sitting for us?
She's sitting to my right. She's wearing a black, what appears to be a thin jacket and a dark blue dress with a blue and white floral pattern.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
No objection.
What happened when you observed Ms. Schuabusiness then?
When we observed Mr. Business, I made contact with her. I subsequently placed her in handcuffs and noticed what appeared to be dried blood on her sweatshirt, the front and the back.
And did you make any note of any potential evidence on her hands?
Yes, I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer?
Yes,
is that
I
right?
was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
When a particular incident or an arrest is made, is there a way for you to sort of save that body camera footage to a system?
Yes.
Does that allow you the chance to then review that at a later date?
Yes.
And then do you enter that into your department system?
Yes.
And have you also had the chance to review portions of your body camera footage prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize it if you were to see it here in court?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask them to play approximately 4 minutes from Exhibit 81.
The objection, Mr.
No.
Freilich?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
I think we'll dim the lights.
Hopefully they show us. I don't know because I don't know if they can show without showing the detective. Schabusiness. Now she look angry. Me mugging. Or is that just her resting face, regular face?
Hitting play at 0 minutes, 0 seconds.
Oh.
Please nobody, please nobody.
Is it right there?
Nothing. Hey. Is this blood? Does this look like blood to you? Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint? You see this right here?
Could possibly be blood.
Hey, who did that? Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department. Just make sure you ain't got nothing on you here. With Taylor. Taylor, you have one more for your arrest. Just put your hands behind your back, quick. Anybody else in your apartment? You got blood on your hands here, blood on. No, on your hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. What apartment is it? What apartment are you in? Do you have it? Adam, can you come up? Get out here. On the double. Which apartment? One is what they came back to. Yeah, go. Guys, hurry and get here now. Watch this window right here. Gun. Go in here. Come to the back of the apartments. That's where we are. You come over here. 2 more will be fine. If 84 is here. You have contact with the mail.
Walk out towards me.
Have a seat.
Wow, look at her.
Who else is in the apartment? Be straight up.
Oh, they're blocking it. Don't do that.
Tomes? Who else? Just Tomes? Is he armed? Nobody's armed?
Nobody's armed.
You sure?
I'm sure.
She's smiling too. She's smiling.
Go ahead. Negative, we got enough here.
And for the record, 4 minutes of that exhibit, actually the entirety of that exhibit was played into the record. Officer, having reviewed that video, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the body camera worn footage that you were wearing on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 81.
Any objection? No.
Received. So I want to ask just a few questions then, Officer. There was an earlier part in the clip where you had noted some area of suspected blood. Is that right?
That's right.
And what do you recall observing?
It looked like a couple of drops of blood in front of the vehicle, along with a footprint that was within, or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes.
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash, is that right?
Yes.
And then about 10 seconds later, Ms. Schuabusiness exited the apartment?
Yes.
At the end of the video, where were you walking Ms. Schuabusiness to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in the back of the squad car?
Yes, she was.
Was there any further questioning or anything done at that point?
The only question I asked Ms. Schuabusiness was if she knew why we were there.
Okay. And then did you ultimately just transport her then to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department, what further steps did you take?
We placed her in interview room 3, I believe, where I had Officer Kenny assist me with taking photographs of what looked like smeared blood on her hands and on her clothing. I also had her remove the sweatshirt that had what appeared to be blood on it, as well as her socks and her shoes.
And then was another officer requested to assist with the further removal of some clothing?
I believe after I left the room, there was another officer that might have been asked to assist with the removal of some additional clothing so that Ms. Schuabusiness could get temporary clothing because we wanted all her clothes as evidence.
The clothing items that you took, did those stay within your custody and control?
Yes.
And did you subsequently enter them into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
I guess in totality on February 23rd, in your interactions with Ms. Schuabusiness, did you ask sometimes some questions of her?
I didn't ask questions of her. I more like commands like, hey, please remove your jacket, please remove your hat, let me get your shoes, sit here, just commands, not really questions.
The commands that, or requests that you were giving Ms. Schuabusiness, was she in that time following those?
Yes, she was.
Was she in some instances responding appropriately?
Yes, she was.
In the context of your questions and commands?
Yes, she was.
For instance, did you ask if there was anyone else in the residence at that point?
I did ask her.
Did she provide a response?
She did.
And was there a person located in the apartment?
Yes, there was.
Thank you, officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you.
Wow.
Officer Russell, good morning.
Good morning.
So you were asked to go directly to 2353 Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Who asked you to go over there?
I was dispatcher, and Sergeant Bresser also instructed me to go there.
Sergeant Brester?
Yes.
Okay, did you go by yourself?
Several other officers were sent to the location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve deputies that were on scene, along with assist with the overall incident.
Were you going over there to look at a vehicle or talk to people or what? Do you know?
I was tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at the vehicle as I described earlier.
Okay. So you were asked to go and see if you could make contact with Taylor Schuabusiness?
Correct.
Have you been involved in death scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few. And least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
Okay. And so on this particular date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And then you walked up, correct?
Yep.
And it was dark and there was a lot of snow on the ground. Is that fair?
It was dark. There was snow on the ground. The apartment buildings provided light to the parking lot, though.
Was it kind of a glared look outside that apartment complex?
Wouldn't necessarily say a clear look. It was dark, snow on the ground. The lighting from the apartment complex was adequate enough to illuminate the parking lot.
Okay. And is it fair that there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
And did you have a license plate as you walked up?
Yes.
Okay. And on that video, was that you that was shining the light, the flashlight?
Yes.
You found this gold minivan, correct?
I'm sorry?
You found the gold minivan?
I believe before, as we were walking up, the minivan might have been found already.
Okay. You walked around the minivan, correct?
Yes.
The vehicles that were on either side of the minivan were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
There was adequate room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
Okay. You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did.
Then you walked around the front of it?
I did.
At some point then, you heard a keyless entry system or some kind of beep?
I didn't hear any beeps. What I saw was a flashing of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Okay. And how many officers were there at the time that you were there?
It was myself, Officer Fisher, along with Officer Whitman, and then Lieutenant Buckmann was on the scene somewhere.
And then you, correct?
Yes.
So 4?
I believe other officers arrived while we were on scene as well.
Okay. And at some point, you made contact with Taylor Schuabusiness on the step outside the door, correct?
I did.
She was under the overhang, is that correct?
She came out of the common entrance for the apartment complex.
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on a records check while driving to the scene, looking at her mugshots via police records, which are accurate and reliable as they are kept in the ordinary course of business. I knew what she looked like.
Okay. And are you the one that handcuffed her?
I was.
And when you had contact with her, did you find her to be under the influence of drugs?
No.
Did you ask her if she was using drugs that night?
I did not.
You didn't ask anything about drugs at all, correct?
I did not.
Did she seem off as far as maybe being tired or just acting odd?
She did not.
What about her eyes? Did her eyes seem to be closed or like slits?
She seemed normal to me.
Okay. So then she was cooperative with you, correct?
She was.
When you handcuffed her, did you notice that she had some cuts on her thumbs or on her fingers?
I did not at that time. I did, however, notice a cut on her finger while we were taking pictures of her at a later time at the police department.
Okay, after you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You were working with Officer Kenny then at that time, and you were having him take pictures with his phone, correct?
He used my department-issued phone to take the pictures.
Okay. Ultimately, you found out that she went to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some medical care for the lacerations on her fingers, or on her thumbs, correct?
I did not know that she went to St. Vincent's to get any medical care.
Okay. Find any knives on her?
I remember retrieving some items from her person. I don't remember if there was a knife there or not.
Any
When I
guns?
searched her incident to arrest, I don't remember if she had a knife on her or not.
Any guns on her?
I'm sorry?
Any guns?
No.
Okay. At some point then, after she was handcuffed, you had some safety concerns, correct?
Yes.
And other officers did as well?
Yes, other officers had safety concerns inside the apartment.
Okay. And so they unholstered their service revolvers, correct?
Duty weapons.
Duty weapons. And then they directed their attention to the hallway of apartment 1, correct?
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level.
Excessive
inside the common
force.
entrance area.
And that was Taylor Schuabusiness's apartment 1?
I am not sure who the apartment is leased to. I just know that she was associated to that apartment per dispatch.
And the other officers were directing their attention to Scott Holmes from apartment 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention to a person by the name of Scott Holmes in apartment 1, is that fair?
Yes, they were directing their attention to a male inside the apartment.
And he was ordered to the ground at gunpoint, correct?
I remember them ordering him to come out. I don't remember whether he was on the ground at gunpoint or not. My attention was on Miss Schabusiness at the time.
And you had Miss Schuabusiness come in and basically stand on the steps and ultimately sit down on the steps, correct? You gave her those commands?
I did.
And there was a wall blocking the stairs and the hallway, is that fair?
So the stairway was to the right of the hallway, and there was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps, and you can partially see outside in the hallway by where I was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
Okay. And then at some point then after Mr. Holmes was secured, then you walked Miss Schuabusiness to your cruiser, your SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you had her take a seat in the back seat, correct?
I did.
And then you asked her, do you know why we're here, correct?
Yes.
You rolled the window down or something, correct?
I may have rolled the window down.
And did she say a warrant? Yeah, a warrant? Or words
Yes.
to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. And then you rolled the window up and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department, is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay Police Department.
That gold minivan that you looked at, that belonged to Scott Holmes, correct?
I don't know who the minivan belonged to.
Yeah, I haven't seen blue
Okay,
shirt
nothing
today.
further, thank you.
Any redirect, Mr.
No, Your
Saunders?
Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
I don't know where the guy's at. But maybe somebody talked to him. Somebody told him about it. He was being on camera. Oh, you sent it to me on Discord, Amy?
State's next witness.
Lieutenant Buckmann.
Crime scene, crock pot box with remains inside. Okay, so they don't show the remains, right? Okay, I thought the way you said it. Let me take a look. Hold on. Crock pot box with remains inside, legs inside the box. Wow, so they show the box where his leg was in. Wait, they opened the box? Is that his leg? I can't even tell.
All right, if you could just step up right over here, sir, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Name is Lieutenant Tom Buckmann, Buchmann.
Okay, and Mr. Lizzie, the witness is yours.
Lieutenant Buckmann, can you state how you are employed?
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department
How to spell
since
that?
2009, but I've been in law enforcement with two other agencies since 1996.
And you indicated your current position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2013.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and then I attended the Illinois State Police Academy, and then the equivalency test over in Wisconsin to transfer my previous certification over to Wisconsin, and then ongoing training throughout the years.
Were you working as a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called in to assist with an ongoing homicide investigation in the early morning hours of that date?
Yes.
What was your role upon initial call-in or response?
I was called in to assist on the road because the officers and supervisors were tied up with the investigation. When I arrived, I spoke with Lieutenant Sobiak, who was sitting on the shift commander's desk. He informed me that...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm merely trying to have him set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn. Go ahead.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiak, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. I was informed that there was a gold minivan at that location that was associated with the defendant in the case.
Were you aware who the registered owner of that particular minivan was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Last name was Thomes.
And you indicated you were informed that that van was associated with the defendant. Who are we talking about?
It would be Taylor Schuabusiness.
And did you then travel out to the 2353 Eastman Avenue address?
Yes.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Well, there were Brown County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So myself and other Green Bay officers arrived on the scene and took over surveillance of the van and the apartment building until we received further instructions.
What did your surveillance entail?
Well, we just watched the area where the van was parked at the apartment complex. After a short time, I spoke with a lieutenant that was working the case and asked him what he wanted us to do with the van. And they informed us that they didn't know at that point in the investigation whether Schuabusiness was potentially another victim or a suspect, or had the association, what association she had with the victim, or what her role was in the incident. So they told us to approach the van and to try to make contact at the apartment with Taylor Schuabusiness and see what we could ascertain from that investigation.
And what steps did you take to do that?
So myself and a couple of officers walked up towards the van. As we approached the van, we looked inside the windows just to see if there was anything, any people inside of it, or any, we knew at that point they hadn't found the body of the victim yet. So we were seeing if there was a body in the van or anything that would stick out as being obvious associated with the crime. As we were stepping next to the van, we were also looking on the ground for footprints leading from the van. I happened to be on the passenger side. I did not see any footprints in the snow at that point from right outside the van. Then while we were standing next to the van doors unlocked. We heard them unlock, and then the parking lights flashed, which is an indicator that somebody is using a key fob to unlock the van.
At that point, what did you do?
So the officers looked at each other, kind of thought, well, somebody just unlocked this van. A couple of seconds later, Taylor Schuabusiness walked out the front door. It's the apartment complex it's got a main door that's shared with the apartments inside. She walked out of the main door of the apartment complex. I recognized her immediately because I already looked up her picture. So I recognized her, and I immediately started approaching her along with other officers. I told her to keep her hands out of her pockets, and another officer put handcuffs on her and placed her under arrest. She had a warrant at that time. Excuse me. She had a warrant at that time, and we knew about the warrant, so they placed her under arrest for the warrant.
Thank you. Did you make any specific observations of Ms. Schabusiness's person when you approached her?
I did not specifically, but I heard officers talking that she had blood on her.
Objection, hearsay. Move to strike.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll
Actually,
sustain the objection. The answer is stricken to the extent that he got it out. So go ahead.
were you able to observe Ms. Schabusiness's face when you approached her?
Yes.
And how did her face appear?
She appeared to be in shock or very surprised to see us. I equate it to a deer in the headlights kind of look, or a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
And you indicated that officers then placed her under arrest, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
And were officers giving commands to Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And was she responding to those commands?
Yeah, she was complying with their commands.
Did she appear to understand what officers were saying?
Yes.
Did she appear to have any difficulty or trouble communicating with officers or following commands?
No.
After Ms. Schabusiness was placed under arrest, what did you do?
I then asked what apartment she came from the officers. They informed me that it was apartment 1. I immediately went inside the apartment building. We knew that we had to secure the apartment that she was in. Ms. Schabusiness had blood on her hands when she was arrested, so we knew at that point that there was she was obviously involved in the incident, in the homicide. So we had to secure that apartment for maybe other victims or other suspects or evidence that would be inside that apartment. So we secured the apartment. I approached the apartment door and pulled out my handgun and held the door. The door was ajar at apartment 1, and I had other officers come in. We were going to make entry into the apartment to secure it for any other suspects that might be inside, for officer safety.
Did you make contact with any individuals when you arrived at apartment number 1?
Yes, the registered owner of the vehicle, Mr. Thomes, he opened up the door to apartment 1 before we went inside or did anything. He walked out into the lobby area of the apartment building, the main corridor. I gave him instructions to lay down on the ground, put his hands out at his side. He followed those instructions. He was handcuffed by another officer for officer safety, and he was removed from the hallway so that we could enter the apartment.
Did you do a initial sweep of the apartment for officer safety?
Yes, we did.
And again, the purpose of that was merely to secure it then and maintain it for future evidence collection?
Yes, it was to check for suspects that might be hiding in the apartment, also to look for victims, and then to just secure the apartment. So we were only looking for people at that point.
On that initial sweep, did you notice anything in plain view?
No, I did not.
Did you notice anything else as you were leaving the apartment?
When I was leaving the apartment, I did notice on the floor in the main area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at when I had commanded him to lay down on the ground, I did see like a tissue that had what looked like to be blood on it and a cigarette. And I pointed those out to Sergeant Schilling. Stayed on scene. I pointed those items out to Sergeant Schilling so that he could let the detectives know that those items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
So then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives would come later.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Lieutenant Buckmann, good morning.
Good morning.
Couple questions for you, sir. So, on February 23rd of 2022, you were asked to go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue.
Yes.
Did you get a call from like at home or what?
Well, they called me at home to report into work. I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk, at the shift commander's desk, to go out to 2300 block of Eastman.
What time did you report into work? Do you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Was that kind of like your normal shift, or is that?
No, I would have started at 6 a.m. They called me in early because of the incident.
Okay. What time did you get to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue? Approximately.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
And you took your own squad car?
Yeah, I took a squad car that was available.
When you got to the apartment complex, did you park near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I parked at the east end of the complex. I don't remember if I was next to Officer, I might have been next to Officer Russell and Officer Cups. I don't remember exactly who was all next to me. And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were stationed on the parking lot.
You had to walk up, correct?
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on foot.
What's the purpose of parking farther away?
When you approach in the car, it's easier to see a car approaching than it is a person on foot. And so you want to have that kind of surprise or stealth to be able to walk up on something. If you don't know what you're approaching, we just had a homicide, so we're obviously concerned about people that might be involved in that homicide in the area. We want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear, you don't have the car engine noise and the radio from the inside the squad car and whatnot making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
And parking back like that, is it true that then you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up to a scene?
Sure.
Okay. You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it true that you were told to try to make contact with Taylor D. Schuabusiness?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
Okay. And so you looked up a picture of her to see what she looked like, correct?
Yes, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I had some sort of relationship with the victim, and so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor Schuabusiness. I didn't know all the details of the homicide because I never went to the scene there. I was just told that this van had an association with Taylor Schuabusiness. So when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor Schuabusiness, I wanted to know what she looked like before I got there.
Okay, thank you. Fair to say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met her before.
And when you drove to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, you walked up, did you see the gold Chrysler minivan parked?
Yes.
Where did you see it parked? In relation to like the front door?
So if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There are several. Yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not. I think there was, but parked on if you're driving into the spot, the passenger side, because it was pulled forward like you normally would pull into a spot.
When did the layout of the
And
parking
then on the
lot?
passenger side was the side that I approached. And that, I remember there being another vehicle there.
Which side were the body parts on?
When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you see anything that was unusual or concerning?
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
Okay. And when you were approaching the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown, whether Ms. Schuabusiness was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Right, we didn't know.
But you and other investigating officers were told to be on the lookout for this van, correct?
Yes.
And you found it. You found it parked, correct?
I didn't find it parked. Brown County deputies found it parked.
Then you were told that this is the van that's a concern?
I was told that this was a van associated with Ms. Schabusiness.
Okay. Did you later come to find out that the van was owned by Scott Tomes?
Yes, I knew that when we approached it.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Schuabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside of apartment 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you drew your duty weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked down the hall?
Yeah, it's a very short hall to the front of the apartment.
How short?
You ordered Mr. Tomes, Scott Tomes, to get on the ground?
Yes.
And he complied?
Yes.
Did he get a little feisty with you where he was throwing chairs and wondering or yelling, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, he didn't really understand what was going on, but he did comply with my orders.
And at least at this point, your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these parties had, correct?
That's correct.
As it relates to the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And Officer Russell was there, Officer Fisher was there, you were there, is that true?
Yes.
Officer Cups, and Officer Whitman was also there, right?
That's correct.
Officer Fisher was the one that handcuffed Scott Tomes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did a safety sweep of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
The apartment 1, right?
Yes.
And fair to say that you did not see anything in plain view that would be associated with a homicide?
That is correct.
You didn't see any large pools of blood, bloody knives, or body parts in the apartment, correct?
I did not see any of those things inside the apartment, in plain view.
Okay. And then as you were leaving the apartment, when Mr. Tomes was on the floor outside the apartment, there was a small towel-like item, correct?
Yeah, he was no longer on the floor. It's the approximate spot where he was on the floor.
Okay. But it was by him?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Ms. Schuabusiness got taken away before Mr. Tomes was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away. When I separated from... Okay, so Officer Russell put her in custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Ms. Schuabusiness after that. So I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back of a squad car, if she had left the scene, or...
And then after this, you brought Mr. Tomes to a squad car, correct?
I did not.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Okay. Was it Officer Fisher?
I don't know.
Then
I was inside the apartment clearing the apartment, so
okay.
What happened outside the apartment, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. After that, then did you go check around the apartment complex?
Yes, I did.
You checked the dumpsters?
Yep.
And you checked the parking lot for any indication of evidence?
Yes.
Did you find anything?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Amazing.
Redirect. Okay, thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
Good job. Well, she scared off her other attorney, attacked the shit out of
Council,
him.
I think we're going to break for lunch.
This time?
It's 11:45. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break right now, and I'd ask that you be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. So about an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and we'll get underway promptly at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
So 1 o'clock, that's 2 o'clock our time. Lunch break. I think so far, really, the only thing interesting today was, so far was the doctor. I mean, these officers, they got to do what they got to do. But lunch break, official return. We could do a couple things. I mean, maybe I'll do a vote. Official return. So up 2 p.m. Eastern.
Anything to take
It's kind of
break, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
it's a little repetitive, somewhat, as far as like the defense not really offering anything besides repeating shit. Not really trying much either, but they're just doing what they got to do, I guess, the bare minimum, if that. So a couple things. Hold on, there was supposed to be. I saw people talking about a press conference for the Long Island serial killer, but I don't see anything actually happening for that. I was checking the news media. There's nothing. So I don't know. But let's see. There's still other things. So a few options. Oh, yeah, mama. Let's see, let me just double check again. I will remember you. Na, 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 na. Will you remember me? The Schabusiness, tell me why. Oh, here we go. Is this a speed right here? I don't know. Because if they do this press conference, we can start a new stream for the lunch break and do the press conference and then do a part 2 for today for the rest of the trial. I mean, I'm trying to find out what's going on with these people here. I need a news media. There's one I see here. Suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer update from NY officials. So let me see if I can find something. Because we can do a part 2 and come back. You know what I'm saying? For the lunch break, we can do the new update for that because we covered the live stream. Let's see. We covered the first press conference and did. Let's see here. Gilgo. Where are you? Here we go.
We just found out. Council, yeah. Yeah, that's
Let me see if I see any other. I'm trying to find another feed. I guess I gotta find it myself. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Long Island. That'd be kind of interesting for the lunch break. Wake up a little bit, shake it off. I only see one feed so far. Let me see. Last time they did ABC. Let me check ABC. Maybe it's gonna happen at 1. I want to see one thing here on Facebook. They already had a press conference that started at 12:15. Well, boo-boo, I don't see nothing online. I don't see nothing online. Maybe it already happened. No, I don't see nothing. Let's see. Let me search for an hour ago. And by the way, the official time is at 12:30 is what I saw from the people, the police people. Let's see today. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Nothing happened today yet. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. No, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing wrong happening now. Ben Crump provides update on Malcolm X assassination. Oh, Ben Crump on it. He got on everything. Happening now. Oh, here it is. They gave it to it. You're right. About an hour ago, there was a really small 20-minute video.
To Maureen Brainerd Barnes on edit material, and we're going to the evidence you've discovered. I don't believe at this time that we can say.
All right, so let's just chill here. Let's not start our stream for that. I thought they were going to do something major. So, all right, this is what I'll do. So for the lunch, I have 2 ideas for us, right? Lunchtime break. We can watch the Gilgo Beach update. It's about 20 minutes long. And then we can also do the suitcase thing. The body's found in the suitcase. I found a press conference yesterday. Let me see. Let me check. Delray Beach. We can watch that for lunch. Lunchtime. Boop, 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 boop. All right. So you guys put in the chat. You tell me. I'm going to do a poll. Bankrupt. Poll. Which first? Which do you want to do first for lunch? And we do got to do yesterday's the end of the trial part. But I feel like let's switch it up for a little bit for now. So Gilgo murders update or Florida body and suitcases. I think I don't know the whole story of that. I'll do a little poll right now. You guys tell me what you want to do. We set it up on the screen. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop.
I believe
At some point, we may have to update the story because there's been a lot of weird ish going on with this serial killer. Serial killer. Let me see what the poll's looking like. We'll go full screen. So far, of course, the classic 50-50 poll, right? Okay, so far people want to know about the Florida body. 56% say Florida bodies, the Gilgo murders can wait. All right. iCkEdMeL, you're yawning. Ew. It's disgusting. All right. Suitcase. I'll see nothing wrong. I want to know about Obama's chef. What happened to Obama's chef? Sarah Boone. Well, it's Sarah Boone. We're not talking about Sarah Boone. It's another story with Suitcase. No, we're doing both. You got to pick which one first. All right, so we're going to do the Suitcase one first. Let's see what happened. Florida Suitcase. Florida. Obama's chef down? What happened to Obama's? Oh, he drowned? All right, we're going to pull it up too. We'll skip through this. Save time.
Today you will hear from 2 people, our Chief of Police, Chief Russ Major, RUSSMAGER, Russ Major, Chief of Police for the Delray Beach Police Department. You'll also hear from Sergeant Casey Kelly, Sergeant Casey, C-A-S-E-Y, Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y. Delray Beach Police Chief Russ Major.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chief Russ Major. I'm the Chief of the Delray Beach Police Department, and we are asking for the public's assistance in a recent homicide that occurred last week. On July 21st, we were called to the 1000 block of Palm Trail in the Intracoastal Waterway where somebody was reporting a suitcase with what was believed to be the human remains hanging outside the suitcase floating within the Intracoastal Waterway. Wow. Officers and detectives responded and were able to corroborate that it was in fact human remains that were protruding from this particular suitcase. Within a few hours of this particular call, we had received 2 other calls regarding other suitcases that were floating just south of this location. There were 2 other suitcases found within a few hours of the original call. We were able to determine that the remains within this suitcase, the 2 suitcases, were actually human remains as well. And all 3 suitcases were deemed to be the same person, the same victim as the original suitcase that was found. We contacted the medical examiner's office and they came out to assist with the investigation.
So I guess it was the same person spread out through the different suitcases, I guess?
Also doing the autopsy on this particular case. If you have any information that relates to this investigation, we would appreciate your assistance and feedback. No information is too small. We're requesting help from the community and anyone that may have information in this case. I'm now going to introduce Sergeant Casey Kelly, who is the investigator, the lead supervisor on this case, and he'll be providing the details and answering any questions that you all may have as it relates to this investigation.
Thank you, Chief. I'm just going to elaborate a little bit on the investigation. We're estimating our female victim is somewhere between 35 and 55 years of age. She is either Caucasian or Latin American. She's roughly 5'4" with brown hair and may have tattooed eyebrows.
Wow.
She was found wearing a floral tank top, pictured beside me, with a black camisole shirt underneath and black shorts. The brand of the floral top is Betsabe, which is unique, we believe, and from what we can tell is a Brazilian company. Based on the victim's condition, we believe the time frame in which she was put into the water to be between Monday, July 17th, and the early morning hours of Thursday, July 20th. We're asking for the public's help with reviewing video surveillance cameras during that time frame. We ask that you specifically look for unusual vehicles or people, and certainly anyone carrying or moving luggage. The area of interest is between the Linton Boulevard Bridge and the north end Delray Beach city limits along the Intercoastal Waterway. Detective Michael Liberta is the lead investigator for this case, and all tips and information should be directed to his phone line, which I'm going to provide. 561-243-7874. Again, 561-243-7874. I will open the floor up for any questions. Just understand that the case is very sensitive, so I will be limited in my responses.
Is there a missing person that would match that description?
We are certainly looking into that, but we have not discovered that as of yet.
What is your reaction to somebody finding suitcases with human remains?
It's certainly troubling, but we're looking into, the investigation is very early in its stages.
Is there a reward offered?
Not as of yet.
Are you considering offering a reward?
We're considering all things.
How was the woman killed?
That's sensitive case information that I won't answer at this point.
Were all the parts of her body found in the 3 suitcases, or was anything missing?
We have determined that all the parts that we have are of one victim, but I won't answer specifics on which parts we have or which ones were found in which cases.
This is quite gruesome.
Certainly, I would agree with you.
Of a woman's body found in 3 separate suitcases, it's very gruesome.
I would agree with you.
And so, any thoughts on or any warnings out to the public as to maybe someone could be out there who did this?
So from what we can tell, we believe it to be an isolated incident, and that's the gist of what I can provide at this point.
Are you also asking for the public's help, and maybe if their loved one hasn't answered the phone or there's got to be someone missing?
Certainly. So we've put out a press release with the initial information on social media, and we did provide a tip line, which again is Detective Liberta's number. So we have received information over the weekend, but we're looking into every single lead.
Is there a thought that this would involve human trafficking, drugs, or domestic violence?
We don't have anything that would indicate either of those just yet.
Color of her hair?
Sorry.
Any surveillance video cameras that you've been able to glean in terms of getting some information on what's going on through that?
So the stretch of waterway is very large, and that's part of why we're meeting today and asking for the public's help to review some of that. We have started that, but it's a very daunting task. So we're asking for the public to do some of that legwork for us, and to please call in anything that they would find unusual on the video surveillance during the time frame that we gave. Sorry.
And based on the current, could this person be from another county? Could it have floated there?
We wouldn't count that out, but we don't believe that she entered the waterway in another county necessarily, but I wouldn't discount that necessarily.
And do we have a color of her hair or any other distinguishing marks on her other than the tattooed eyebrows?
We think a light brown is our hair color. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you tell us anything about who found the body? And one of those areas with heavily construction work is taking place there. Can you give us any information?
From the first call, I believe was a construction worker in the area that found the first suitcase. But outside of that, there were a few different locations. Different people have found different cases.
You said a part of the human remains were sticking out of one of the suitcases. What part was sticking out?
I don't want to get into specifics about which part was found where or sticking out.
Tell us. We'd like to know.
Stretch from the Lincoln Boulevard Bridge to the north end of the city. How long?
George Bush Boulevard Bridge. So there's Linton, Atlantic, and George Bush. So that's the stretch of waterway that we're looking at.
Between the Linton Bridge and the
George Bush Boulevard Bridge.
And how far is that? Is that a couple of miles or half a mile, or do you know?
I would say roughly a mile.
Why do you think that's the area where the suitcases were placed in the water?
I didn't say that. I don't know where the suitcases were necessarily placed into the water. That's what we're looking into, and that's what we're asking.
Well, I thought there was kind of indicating that they did have an idea. So I was going to say, well, maybe they can check the cameras and stuff along the strip or whatever.
The public's help for. I'm just telling you that that is the area that we'd like the public to focus on, because that is where we have recovered the remains.
Does the current in the waterway flow southward or northward?
Just based on some information that we got from the Coast Guard who assisted us, it could have gone in both directions at any point in our intercoastal.
Three more questions.
Could you explain the markings on the board here?
The markings are the first, the suitcases that we found on Friday. So one is...
You can walk up to it.
Certainly. Okay. So just trying to orient myself here. This is going to be the Palm Trail, and this is the first suitcase. And then the second and third suitcases were found relatively close on Southeast 7th Avenue. I'm just giving you general areas. These are obviously in the water. And then the other one in Casarina Road.
Can you tell me this? The make and model, is that a possibility of knowing what the suitcase types were?
We're not prepared to release that sensitive information. Sorry.
So you said she was put in the water sometime after Monday. Do you think she was killed then too, or was she dead for a while perhaps before she was put in the suitcases, then put in the water?
That's a good question. We're not certain.
And the conditions of the body are like, still the parts and everything on decomposition, or still?
They were in the early stages of decomposition.
Okay.
So.
How hopeful are you that you can solve this? It seems like it's going to be nearly impossible.
We're very hopeful. We've got a great team.
I'll go over here saying it looks like it's going to be impossible. Jeez.
Working together.
It's going to be probably tough. I don't know. I mean, unless they can.
We're following up on any leads, but we are asking for the public's help to generate some more leads.
Why are you hopeful? Why are you hopeful?
Because we have a very good team put together.
Bro, he's like, why are you hopeful? I mean, maybe he's asking legit questions. I don't know, but yeah. Why are you hopeful? It's like those people that always want to doubt you, always negative Nancy's. But yeah, it's probably going to be tough.
When's the last time something like this has happened here in Delray Beach?
All the time? Last week?
I think it was
2
before
days
my
ago?
time. I can't speak on the exact year, but at least a decade or more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Again, in the next couple of minutes, with a similar press conference for Spanish-speaking stations. Thank you.
Telemundo. Before we do the Gilgo stuff, let me get the super chats real quick, and I also wanted to show you a small short story. Craft Florida Lady, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, shame on you for having a life other than us. Just kidding. You're a good man and daddy. Thank you. Appreciate that, Craft Lady. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the likes on Facebook. KJ, thank you for the 7 months membership. Jesus, this chick is freaking me out. Those eyebrows, that smile. Eek. Happy 7 months of loving Mel mods and community. Thank you so much. Thank you for resubscribing. Texas Girl, thank you for the 7 months membership. Good morning, Mel and chat. Morning. Bienvenido. Oh, and I can prep too. This was earlier. Thank you for the super chat. It says, could she have a case to claim ineffective console? Sheesh. I think that's why he's asking some of the basic ass shit that he's asking. That I just feel like, I mean, I guess he has to do it and stuff, but I just feel like it's nothing. It's just to say you did something. It's kind of, I don't know. Raging Cajun, thank you for the super chat. Says Jolly Rancher Gate. And Amy, I got that already earlier too. Let me see. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat as well. Says please check Discord DM from me. Thanks. And Gator Girl, thank you for the 6 months. Thanks for all you do. You're appreciated. Thank you, Gator. Thank you. Oh, let's check this out real quick too before I get that small story. Uh-oh. What they trying? Ooh. Was she making justice to the judge? Hold on a second. JD's got a gun. Did you see that? Defendant Taylor Schabusiness appears to make a gesture with her fingers in court towards the judge. What do you think? Let's take a look. Can't even hear shit. It's so low that the mic sound level doesn't even pick up audio. I guess we don't need to hear. Bang, bang. Oh, she's saying you can get it too. Or she's saying snip, snip. I don't know. No, it's like a bang. I got you, motherfucker. I don't know. We need the body language experts. Let me, all right, let me show this as well. Called 911 fugitive and eligible. So I thought it was kind of bullshit. I'm starting to think like these Crime Stopper people, they're thieves. Allegedly. I don't know. They just keep the money. I wonder how many people the rewards that just keep the money. Check this shit out.
911 to report a kidnapping suspect was told they are not eligible for a Crime Stoppers reward. He was wanted for kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old girl.
Bro, kidnapping and raping a 7-year-old. There's people call 911 to get this guy caught. But I guess because they called 911 and not Crime Stoppers. Well, sorry for the technicality. We keep our money. Thank you anyway. Thanks for reporting it.
Their 911 call led to his arrest. Fox 4's Lori Brown has been working to get answers, and she's live in Dallas. Lori.
Corey's having people spot a wanted fugitive and then call 911 to report him seems like one of the very reasons the Crime Stoppers reward program exists.
Get cheesy too.
But it turns out if you call 911 instead of the tip line, you don't qualify for that reward.
Next time you see a rapist, a child rapist, don't call 911. You got, if you want to try to get some money, if you're struggling in life or you just want to make ends meet, don't call 911. Take your time. Call Crime Stoppers. Pause. Wait for them to give you that number, that order number that they give you, so they got to confirm it and shit, and then let them call 911 people or whatever.
We both looked at each other and we both said, isn't that guy?
The Jordans were coming home from lunch July 7th when they noticed a face they recognized from the news and a Crime Stoppers billboard, 41-year-old Leonard Neal.
He had on the same outfit as one of the pictures that was circulating on social media.
With 6 children of their own, the Jordans had taken a good look at the man accused of abducting a 9-year-old boy and 7-year-old girl. Police say he released the boy, but the girl was missing for 12 hours. Wow. Police say he sexually assaulted her.
That could have very easily been our oldest 2 kids.
The Jordans did not just call police. Once Neal got on the bus, they knew they needed to follow it. After getting disconnected from 911, a Dallas
They went over and beyond.
Police officer called Kenyatta Jordan.
And once we made that right on Pope, he said, "Oh, that's y'all in that minivan." I'm like, "Yes, sir." He said, "Okay."
Police officer called Kenyatta Jordan.
And once we made that right on Pope, he said, "Oh, that's y'all in that minivan." I'm like, "Yes, sir." He said, "Okay."
Police officer called Kenyatta.
Oh, that's so weird. They started playing in the background. Okay.
Get out the way now.
Before police arrested Neal, he cut his throat. Police later released this mugshot.
Wow, he cut himself? Hell nah. He tried to get rid of himself?
Confident that it was him, but I just wasn't 100%.
Wow.
But then I let the window down, and I heard him on there screaming. I said, "That's him, baby. That's him."
Later, the Jordans learned about the Crime Stoppers reward that had been offered for Neal, a most wanted fugitive. But when they asked about it, they were told they were not eligible because they called 911 instead of the Crime Stoppers number.
Does it seem like a bait and switch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. We dialed 911 instead of the...
I think that's bullshit. We should Crime Stoppers will be held accountable. And that just like this whole thing with Carly Russell, that scam ass shit. How much money do these people make? They must be banking. Yes, we're a nonprofit. Blah, blah, blah. There's gonna be like 5 people that come out later. No, well, they've done this and that. Yeah, but this is weird. Kind of shady.
Crime Stoppers phone number, we're not able to get the reward.
As police work to build trust with the community, the Jordans say this feels like a breach of that trust.
It feels like we were misled.
On DPD's website, it urged anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers or 911.
That's the police department.
Crime Stoppers is operated by the
Where's the cancel culture or whatever the mobs are at out there? Why don't they go mob on this shit?
North Texas Crime Commission, a cooperative partnership. Dallas Police Chief Eddie Garcia told us in
See if we can get people their money.
A statement. While DPD does not have input on the criteria that must be met for a Crime Stoppers reward, when a unique set of circumstances arises, we certainly can open up conversations that will help improve services, prevent crime, or help solve investigations in our city. The Jordans are hopeful that will happen in their case.
They should be held to their word.
I just got off the phone with a Crime Stoppers board member. He said that the rewards are only paid to people who call the tip line.
That's such bullshit.
Based on Texas law. The Jordans believe if they tried to search for that tip line number instead of just calling 911, Leonard Neal might still be on the run. We're going to be asking.
Silly you calling to the 911. Cheesy Frog, thank you so much for the memberships. Appreciate that. 5 memberships. Thank you so much. That was earlier. I feel like that too, Carly. I think it's a bunch of malarkey. Just like the Carly stuff, they kept all that, I don't know, 80,000 or whatever it was, or however it was from them, and whatever other portion, I forget, whatever. They kept the money. They've been bamboozling people too. They're hoodwinking the hood too. They gotta be banking. All those reward money that they raised, they're banking money. I wonder what their financials look like. I'm gonna start some shit too. Yeah. Make sure the number doesn't work. Call in this number. You can donate here. Just send the money. Give you a number that doesn't work. All right, so the next thing, tired of hearing about this Crime Stopper bullshit. The second story now that we covered with this Crime Stopper, Fugazi's Crime Stoppers. All right. All right, let's see. The other press conference we had, so I had this in the back. Make sure I still got this playing. We got a long way to go. All right, so let's watch the giggle.
I believe at this time that we can say one way or the other, either evidence does not point
on some Murdoch shit, right?
I would say that we have obtained a massive amount of material, all of which has to be cataloged and analyzed, and it's going to take quite some time.
So just a quick follow-up. If a victim's DNA turned up on material in the house, would that indicate perhaps that she was killed here?
So I'm not going to talk about what ifs, but with regard to what, if anything, was recovered, it's not like TV. It's going to be a while for the analysts to do their job. Now it goes from here to trace section, and then to if appropriate, the DNA section. So that's a process.
Yesterday, the police commissioner said that the search was fruitful. Can you elaborate on any of the potential evidence taken from here?
I think what he's referring to is the amount of evidence, which is quite a lot. And now it's up to the job of the task force to go through that evidence. And that's a process, and we need to do that process. But we won't know exactly what we have for quite some time, because
there was rumors that this guy had a soundproof room where they believe maybe he did the murders. But New York police are saying they deny that Gilgo's suspected serial killer house had a soundproof room. I heard about people talking about that as well, but I guess they're denying it now.
just given the sheer volume of evidence that was taken.
DA, one of the other news outlets caught drone footage of what looked like burnt bones in the backyard. Could you share anything?
I can tell you that there was ground piercing technology used in the backyard, and there specifically there was nothing of note taken from the backyard as far as remains. There is.
I don't know, Cheeks. Is that new? You said if they process a request, because I've heard that they said that at first, but then they said they're not going to do it.
A whole entire trace analysis that we have to go through with the House with regard to hair fibers, DNA, blood, which we'll just have to await the results on.
What can you tell us about what was inside the vault downstairs?
Everywhere you look now, it says will not be refunded.
The house in general was cluttered, and there were a lot of guns taken from the house. The defendant had 92 handgun permits. In addition to handguns, he had quite a few long guns as well. There's a number of locations which we've searched, but we'll keep that to ourselves for now.
DA, this has been entered into a national database. The suspect's DNA likely was entered into a national database, state database. Is there any hit with any other unsolved case so far?
So, with regard to state and national DNA databases, there are specific rules with that under New York and federal law. Usually that only happens when you have a person is convicted of a crime. As far as specifically the database, his DNA has not been entered in that.
What about the evidence really jumps out? I mean, it's not just something that just stands out among all the rest. What stands out?
We're going to wait. I mean, I think everyone wanted that singular piece of evidence, but we're going to wait until we see all the evidence. But I don't think there's one thing that jumps out at this juncture.
Right. DA, was there a mattress found in the vault?
I'm sorry?
Is there any indication of the evidence of all the victims? Our investigation,
focused on the Gilgo 4, and we're going to continue to investigate that case and prepare that case for trial. And we have our investigation now has become public, obviously. And also it's broadened, so we're going to look at the other instances where bodies were recovered in that area as well.
Is the forensic testing continuing on Maureen Bernard Barnes, and who is conducting it, and what do you know at this point?
Investigation is continuing with regard to Maureen Brainerd Barnes, as well as other aspects of the case, and that's being done in the grand jury or through the grand jury process. So
no, say it ain't so. Connection is doing its thing. Acting funny. Maybe I should disconnect it and reconnect it. Going crazy right now. Or let's see if it's going to control itself. I think it's back. So hold on. 2,000 people. God.
So I can't talk about that.
Is that hair being forensically looked at in a more sophisticated way?
There is testing going on with regard to the hairs that were mentioned in the bail letter.
Just to clarify, he's not convicted yet. He's not convicted yet. So to clarify, are you not allowed to put his DNA into databases until after a conviction?
Under New York state law, that's correct.
Are you any closer to filing charges in that fourth case?
We're working towards that, and once our investigation is continuing.
Can you tell us what else was found inside the vault besides guns? Anything leading to belief of criminal activity inside?
The house could be categorized as cluttered. So there is a great deal of stuff that was recovered. So we're just going to have to go through it. But it's the list of items is quite large.
Inside the vault or inside the house in general? In other words, was there anything besides the firearms found in the vault?
I'm not going to specifically talk about where everything was recovered in the house until all of the pictures and the reports have been gone over.
DA, I need to storage area, or could people actually enter it?
It was a large enough area for people to enter, but like the rest of the house, it was cluttered.
I need to clarify
something. Like a border situation? Was it, how cluttered was it?
It was a cluttered. There was a lot of just boxes, and it was a very cluttered, I would say, environment.
DA, I need to clarify something, please. Because he's not convicted, can you not check his DNA against the 6 other people found along Ocean Parkway?
I didn't say that.
That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, you asked me about the database. The database is national, and that has I am not the members of our task force are not the guardians of that database. But with what we can do with regard to our own investigation is completely different. So you can't. One doesn't necessarily have to do with the other. If that makes sense.
TA, I came in a little late. Were any human remains found?
No. Well, what I would say is we're still going over the trace evidence, but they were asking about with regard to the excavation in the back and if there were any large items of evidence recovered, and the answer to that question is no.
Was there any evidence in the backyard of things being burned?
Or an alleged crime scene?
I'm sorry?
Do you consider this home a crime scene or an alleged crime scene at this point?
I consider this a home in which we executed a search warrant.
Was there any evidence in the backyard of things being burned?
You got a little snippy.
I can't specifically say one way or the other.
Can you tell us what led up to the decision then to execute?
You consider this a crime scene? Is it a murder scene? He's like, I consider the home that we did a search warrant on. Oh shit.
Was there any tangible cause, or was it routine?
So there was ground technology that was able to see through the ground, and there were a number of disturbances that were found in the ground. But until you dig it up, you don't know what it is.
What do you mean by how do you?
Like a disturbance could be like a cistern or a branch or a bicycle, anything that's buried under the ground. You can see the impression of it, but you don't necessarily know what it is until you dig it up.
And where does the investigation stand with the number of sex workers who now say they were contacted by you?
So when we started our investigation, we did it through the grand jury. That investigation was we wanted to maintain the secrecy of the grand jury investigation. Obviously, now that there's been an arrest, it's become public. So we are interviewing a great many people.
It looked like you guys were returning guns.
We're interviewing a great many people, but we're going to keep what our conversations, what if any conversations we have with our witnesses between us and the witnesses.
These witnesses are coming from different states.
I'm sorry?
Are these witnesses coming from different states?
I don't think that this investigation is limited to New York State, sir.
Regarding the Chevy avalanche, you have often spoken about March 14, 2022 as being the watershed moment. You were able to identify him as a suspect. There's been a lot of talk in the last 12 days about clues missed early on, like that this car wasn't looked at. I mean, can you explain why that may have happened?
So I think we laid it out pretty extensively in our bail letter. For us, for our task force, our task force started February 1st, 2022. 6 weeks later, we had identified this individual as a target, and we talked about a number of factors which allowed us to do that. The hairs that we spoke about, the 5 hairs of note with regard to the bodies, those were recovered shortly after the bodies were recovered in December of 2010. With regard to the phone evidence, that work was done and completed by the FBI in early 2012, and with regard to the avalanche, that information was made available shortly after the disappearance of Amber Costello. But again, when you look at everything, that is, three items that are in and amongst thousands of items. So I think retrospectively, it's kind of simple to look at, but when you're looking at everything, all the evidence at once, it's an enormous undertaking, and that's why to guarantee success, you bring in really talented investigators from a whole bunch of different agencies.
Okay, I don't know. That's a update on the Long Island serial killer. Alleged, I guess. I don't know. Serial killer. Melinda Daughter says, chat, what snacks y'all eating? I'm eating graham crackers and cheesecake. Damn. Amazing. Somebody said I'm having my Ashley said I'm having my second 12-ounce Red Bull and cheese sticks. Oh, I got some cheese sticks too. I got the jalapeno ones in the fridge. I might I know a little bit too. I'm gonna maybe when they come back, I'm gonna make some tuna for lunch for the baby and me. She was gonna go to grandma's today, but she didn't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. We got 30 minutes. I was thinking we could put on this part that we missed yesterday too, because I think they showed some evidence. I think that's where they got those thumbnails that Long Crime had. Anybody else did that, it would have got canceled, but Long Crime. Let me see what the last portion of yesterday's trial, which we saw that I think the last portion was the guy today, Scanlon. We missed the prosecution, which I believe that's when they showed some of the evidence. And today when we started, we caught the cross-exam. Let me see if I can pull that up. Scanlon.
Be seated.
Come back from lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an understanding
Or not, it
about
wasn't lunch.
where we're at for today, it's about 5 to 4. The state is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness.
Scanlon.
It's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break.
All right, so I'm going to skip past this so we can get the most we can to actually see what we missed yesterday. Scanlon.
Detective Scanlon, can you tell the jury how you are employed?
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the City of Green Bay?
I am currently assigned as a detective in the Bureau of Detectives.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Allegheny County.
Could you talk a little bit about any training or educational experience that you have that led you to be a law enforcement officer?
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Allegheny as a sheriff's deputy in Allegheny County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program.
All right, we can skip the whole credentials part too.
Investigations, 14.
Of course, in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective...
Wait. They won part two, okay.
What's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that had occurred. Prepare facts.
Assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook.
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by a patrol responding to that address earlier that night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Cerneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter, Detective Cassie Pacla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Ms. Schuabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schuabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kent.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schuabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chosen.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to skip to the parts that have the crime scene stuff. Because I wanted to get through this before they come back from lunch. We got about 30 minutes. So let me just forward to where he's talking about the crime scene so we can catch up.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
Can we dim the lights again, Your Honor?
Pardon?
Can we dim the lights again?
Yeah.
Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one. It's fine.
Business.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started to process the scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
All right. And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And Exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is Exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom and the front room.
And Exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing on the landing off the side door off the garage.
And Exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives, what appeared to be kitchen knives, that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
Yeah, there's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
All right. And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
Yeah. Silence, thank you so much for the 20 months. Ole mole, thank you for resubscribing. She says almost 2 years. Wow.
And
amazing.
what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita.
Those as well?
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. Lunch break. It's getting nasty outside now. Cloudy. Maybe we'll get some thunder and rain today. I won't be inviting her to any parties.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
Bucket?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is exhibit 24?
It's the black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample indicator.
What are the purpose of the placards?
Thank you, Caleb.
Forensic specialists take great care in documenting what they're capturing. So they'll take a picture of an image with a placard, and then as they itemize evidence, we'll refer to that placard that they collected.
And exhibit 25, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 25?
This is 2 knives, a Jolly Rancher, a nail, a razor head, and some...
Oh, the Jolly Rancher. Okay, they showed it. Oh, God. What is that?
So flesh tissue was described.
Oh.
These were in the bottom in the Fleet Farm bucket underneath the remains that we recovered.
So these are items that were located in the bucket.
What's up with the Jolly Rancher? What significance does that have, I wonder?
And then ultimately collected by Green Bay.
Or was it just what they found on there?
They were.
Oh, man. Let's see what else we got. Okay, we got one coming up. Right here.
I'd like to publish then, Your Honor, these as well.
Exhibits 26 through 32, no objection.
Wow. That's what we missed yesterday,
no
huh?
objection to publication.
Go ahead and publish.
It is 26 through 36, just to...
All through 36?
Is Exhibit 26 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's a photograph of the finished basement from the staircase from the bottom.
So, and they were talking about. I won't talk too much because we got to roll. Oh, we got 20 minutes though. I think we can get the evidence done. Oh, still got a bit. Let's see what else we got. All right, let me. I think it's almost done. Well, they show a few more things. We got a bit to go through. But yeah, this is where the body parts, some of the body parts I thought was found in here. I think the torso and this blue thing was covered, and then the pink backpacks on this side. I thought there was like blood on there. I think that's what that had.
Bottom of the staircase, looking into the finished basement.
And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but there were several different containers that were located with body parts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One was the bucket that was container 1.
That's correct.
Container 2 was which?
Container 2 is a blue Jimmy Choo duffel bag that's not visible in this photo.
It's not visible in this photo. Where was it located? Can you see the area where it was located in this photo?
If you look at the photo, just to the right of the wood grain wall, you'll see a multicolored lamp. Next to that is a entertainment center, makeshift dresser, and there's personal items on that, and including the blue bag.
So that'll be on the left-hand side of this photograph. Out of view is where that Jimmy Choo bag was located.
That'd be correct.
And is the container 3 was what item?
Container 3 is a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That is just out of view at the left side of the stack of beds.
And what was container 4?
Container 4 is a blue, I refer to it as a blue tote bag, or I guess tote, or light blue. It's in the far right side of the bed, covered by what appears from here to be a blanket and some items.
So Exhibit 4 is depicted in this photograph?
It is.
Or container 4, excuse me.
Container 4.
Correct. And is it displayed in this photograph essentially as you found it when you first went down to the basement?
Yes.
And could you describe again for the jury where they could find that blue tote?
So looking at this photograph, you'll see a couple box springs and a mattress towards the back of the room. If you look at the right end of the beds, between the wall and the bed, you'll see a light blue object. That's like a tote storage bin. That's container 4.
And does it appear to have anything on top of it?
Yeah, it's covered by personal property. There was a blanket on top of it. There was some clothing, some jackets on top of it that kind of obstructed the view of what was inside the tote.
And to your knowledge, had law enforcement or any medical examiner personnel significantly disrupted how this room looked prior to this being photographed and you collecting the remains?
No.
Exhibit number 27. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is displayed in Exhibit 27?
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side, is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
Right there. Oh, okay. Those Jimmy Choo bags, aren't those expensive or something? Or? No, I don't know. What the hell? What is a Jimmy Choo bag? It's just their name brand or something? Jimmy Choo. Oh yeah, some name brand bullshit. Bougie shit, right?
And Exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
This is a photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack. And then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game blockage view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. As you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. I found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on the, I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, we'll later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, you can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dried blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a...
Let's see if I could. Okay, here we go.
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts of remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a meth pipe, the Clorox cleaning stuff.
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Peach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a gen baggie, that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the drug task force?
I did.
Your training and experience both in the drug task force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used a Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs, there's some cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag. Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
The chain.
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And
did she smell too little? Oh,
like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And exhibit.
She's kind of weird. Her face. Though. I don't know. I don't have a baseline for it. I don't know if this is on purpose. She's trying to do it for that. Or she just like this.
32 is that now displayed on the screen?
Fainting? Oh, wow,
It
there
is.
we go.
And what's shown in Exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
Yeah. Are there also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
Glasses?
PC pair of sunglasses.
This is on purpose. Oh, is this the reading glasses?
Yeah, that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And
that was the reading glasses. Oh, I guess so.
yeah, that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And Exhibit 33. What is depicted in or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in Exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's why he kept talking about the rings and how it could connect or whatever the defense.
I think that there are. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it.
Oh, wait, what's... Hello. I think it's funny.
And it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference. It does.
And what is
it? It has a case number.
We're taking it out. Who said that in chat?
I don't know.
Oh, blue eye candy. You think he's gonna take it up?
Take it and simply display it for the jury.
Oh, hell. Wow.
Thank you. I'll give you a moment to put it back up and seal it up.
Okay.
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs if we could, Judge, with the lights again. Thank you.
Oh, what's the knife now?
34.
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's got a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Trinquete arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains, and then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood-stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw in the container on the
She's
shelf.
smiling. Look at her. She's smiling.
And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
And then Detective Exhibit.
Okay, here we go. Oh, they show that too. Wow.
It is.
And is
the wipes?
What is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
Holy moly!
So this is what was
removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either the remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
I should have published those as well.
Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Oh no!
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
Okay. So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointy ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
Okay.
What? Due to cutting?
And Exhibit 38.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as a kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles.
It's a crime shaming. Thank you for the super chat. She says she's obviously proud of her work, smirking away. She's probably reminiscing and remembering. Yeah.
Are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That remains. And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically.
More knives. Oh boy.
It's shown in that photograph.
That's showing the 3 knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag.
Oh shit, over here. Can I have another drink? My shit's empty. Yo, they're showing her all these murder weapons and all this stuff. She's like, my shit's empty. Can I have another drink? This is preposterous. Wow.
Jimmy Choo bag.
Look at this chick. Hello? What kind of service is this shit? Look at it. I gotta pour it myself. Bruh.
It actually appears to be the opposite sides of the knives.
This woman's something else. She's like pissed off that she had a refill of water. Wow. Over here talking like this is inhumane treatment she's getting. She pissed too about that water cup. That's the most reaction we got on her ass, that empty water cup. Wow. All right, let's skip forward a little bit. We got a couple more minutes. Let me just check. I have this playing in the background. Oh, okay, they already came back. Damn, she over here smile. What a way to come back to this chick smiling again. There's no audio yet, but they're getting ready to come back. At the end of today's trial, we'll finish off that clip. We'll finish watching. This woman's something else. Look at this shit. Wow, does she know this shit's rolling right now? Where's the mystified face that she always got on once she knows they're rolling? She always got like a confused. There it is. She's realizing they're back. Like, oh shit, me. She's checking herself out too, making sure her shit's showing. Look at that shit. Wow. All right, so they're still getting ready. Maybe I'll just put on a small screen. We got no audio yet. Skip ahead. Ugh. That's funny. That's crazy. The little bit that we missed yesterday was just what was all that though? We were all day long waiting, and we had to leave because Carly Russell messed it up again for people.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
It's my client.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's we got 1 minute. Yeah, we'll watch the rest of this back when at the end of the stream. We'll catch that. So I think they've been ending at I don't know what time they've been ending. Yesterday we stopped. What time did we stop yesterday? Close to 5? Well, we stopped at 4 yesterday. What time? I forgot what time we stopped yesterday. Eastern. Oh, sure, we're here cackling. Oh, this shit is hilarious. Over here cackling away. Wow. This is like a joke to her. 4 p.m. Eastern. So I guess they're not doing too bad. So they're not going. I mean, let's see what time they stopped today. Maybe because it's lengthy as well. They stopped early yesterday. Maybe we'll go till 5 p.m. Eastern. The latest I see is 6, but at the end we'll just watch a little bit of watch and see. And it's only a 1-week trial. That's what it's supposed to be, unless something foreseeable happens. And who knows? It could go a little bit longer. I just don't think she has any chance in hell. Oh, she's putting up some Letitia shit with this guy. Oh, she's trying to pull him in. Don't fall for it, man. Wow, it's weird to see her laugh too. It's like she. Satan's child over there laughing and shit. Satan's children rejoicing. All right, they got the audio. Come on, come on.
Anything to bring up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Better stop that
Let's bring the
five.
jury in then.
Eastern or Central? That 1 hour would make a big difference. Life or death. They won until 6:30 Eastern yesterday, Kelly. No, don't say that. Oh. Cancelled, hope. Well, depending on what happens when they come back now, I'm gonna go make some just mix up some tuna, some tuna wraps going. Go use the restroom. Use the restroom.
Okay, be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The case is still with the state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
Tim Kenny. Simple enough. I love it. Tim Kenny.
Sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
First name is Tim, last name Kenny, Kenney.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol officer with the City of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department, and he took me to an interview room.
Okay. And did Officer Russell have custody of an individual?
Yes.
And did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
What happened to the blue shirt
Thank you.
guy?
Ask the record reflect the witness identified
They got rid
the
of him.
defendant.
It will so reflect.
What happened?
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing Ms. Schuabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
Okay. And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Those are photographs that you took?
Yes, they were.
I get to see some more. Let's see what cut she had. Ooh, wait, is that the interview? I can't leave now if it's the interview coming up. What they gonna show? YouTube cancel me, D. Nichols. I'll show up anywhere. My subs don't even get Notifications.
All right, showing has been marked exhibits 82 through 86. I'll ask you to look through those. I'll ask if you recognize those.
Yes.
I'm asking, where is he at? The guy from yesterday.
These would be the photographs that I took of her external clothing.
Thank you. I'd move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection to 82 through 86?
Exhibits 84 and 85 appear to be the same, so argue duplicity, so I'd object.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits till the break. Nonetheless, go ahead. Are you planning on publishing them?
I was.
Okay, let me see
the
them.
photographs.
Let me just see them. Mr. Freilich, you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Exhibit 84 and 85, Your Honor. They appear to be the same picture form. Sweatpants.
Any response, Mr. Saunders?
They're different photographs. One is an overall of the legs. One, it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right. They are taken of similar areas, but they're differently focused, and the photos are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I will receive 82 through 86, and you can publish those to the jury if you so choose.
Thank you.
No business like show business.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Judge, could we get the lights dimmed?
Yep.
Just briefly. Thank you. Okay, Officer, are we observing Exhibit 82 currently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had dried blood on it.
Okay. And then 83, are we viewing that now?
Yes.
Okay, and what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
And then 84?
Would be the black sweatpants she was wearing.
And then 85?
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Did you also observe a substance on that area?
Yes, there appeared to be matted blood in the area of the knees.
And then 86?
Would be the right leg of the black sweatpants.
And do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing that Schuabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to what was on those sweatpants, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any testing, correct?
I did not know.
Do you make comments like that before you verify what the results are? Say practice?
As to what it appeared to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were given a police cell phone from Officer Garth Russell, correct?
Correct.
And there was some discussion when Ms. Schuabusiness was in the interview room about bringing her water, correct?
Possibly.
And then you were told, or someone was told not to bring the water, correct?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Now, you observed cuts on Ms. Schuabusiness's fingers.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh. Okay, that's okay. Sorry. Could you repeat that last question back, please?
You were told by someone you were told not to bring the water, correct? I don't recall, but it's possible.
Okay. You did observe cuts on Ms. Schuabusiness's fingers and thumbs, is that fair?
Yes.
Some of the cuts were quite deep, is that fair?
Yes.
You used a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw, is that right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you have to download it, or what did you do?
I returned the phone to Officer Russell, who advised that he would later upload the photos into the case.
Okay. Were you present at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckmann?
No, I left the station and went there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the arrest of Taylor Schuabusiness or Scott Thomas?
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the fact, I guess to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay. Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And did you see the gold colored Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was parked on the north side
right
of the building.
Right in front of the building?
Yeah, in the parking lot on the north side.
Okay. Did you see anything unusual about the minivan?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Officer Kenny.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down.
Quick and easy. All right, Tim. Tim's done. I thought maybe we were going to get the interrogation. I was trying to hang out.
Case next witness.
State calls Officer Leah Whitman.
Leo Whitman, is that what it said? Oh la la la. No. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it, man. Riding out 1 week
Officer, if you
trial.
want to step up over this way, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Redhead.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
All right. My name is Officer Leo Whitman, WHITMAN.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed through the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
A little over 3 years.
Were you working as a patrol officer with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
I was going to assist in picking up a suspect in a case that occurred on Stony Brook Lane.
And what did you do at the Eastman Avenue residence?
I just held a perimeter spot at first on one of the corners of the building, and then we were told that we were going to make contact with the vehicle that was seen in the parking lot, and I assisted in being like I was part of the arrest team with that.
Okay. After, I should say, which individuals were, I guess, arrested at that point?
It was Taylor Schuabusiness.
Okay. After that, did you conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you look at any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of Scott Thomas.
Okay. And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up crime scene tape around the van, as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex, and then I started a crime scene log as well for Eastman.
And what is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that is unauthorized goes in to the crime scene, and everybody that is authorized to assist in the investigation signs in and then signs out, so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that done with respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building?
Yeah.
As well as the van that was outside?
Yes.
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
Correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
Okay. And What clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
Okay. And I guess, was that done in a separate area that wasn't being monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into a separate interview room where there were no cameras, and my body camera was off, so we could give her privacy while she undressed.
Okay. And the items of clothing that Ms. Schuabusiness was wearing, those were the items you listed off earlier?
Yes.
And did you take custody of those?
Yes.
When you're taking custody items of evidence such as clothing, what steps do you take to ensure the integrity of that item of evidence?
I've ensured that I was wearing gloves so I didn't get any of my DNA or anything on the clothing, and then I packaged them in a brown paper bag due to them saying, I was told by a detective that there was possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood. We put them in a brown paper bag to make sure that if it was still wet, it wouldn't get contaminated by any kind of plastic or anything.
That protocol you outlined, is that consistent with your training in how to collect items of evidence?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case as well?
Yes, correct.
When you collected the, I think you said tank top, bra, sweatpants, and underwear, is that right?
Correct.
What did you do with those items once they were bagged?
I gave them to Detective Kemp.
And I guess, was he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yep, he took custody of it and entered it into evidence, or the drying rack for clothing that's soiled in either bodily fluids or anything. I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And was Ms. Schuabusiness provided alternative clothing?
Yeah, they provided yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Oh. Thank you, Officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Whitman, did you observe cuts on Taylor Schuabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Not that I recall. I wasn't looking. I was just focused on getting clothing and making sure she got dressed.
You initially went over to 2353 Eastman Avenue?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry.
Did you ride with someone, or did you take your own squad car?
I was in my own squad car.
Okay. And then you met up with Officer Garth Russell?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Buckmann?
Correct.
Anybody else?
I think there was a couple other officers there as well.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes.
And did you park a distance away?
Yes.
And then you walked up?
Correct.
Did you walk up on your own, or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
I walked up on my own.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe, the northwest corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes.
What kind of van?
It was just a tan Chrysler van with the license plate of 580ZJZ.
At some point then you walked up to the van?
Correct.
The back of the van had snow on the back windshield?
From what I remember, yes.
Snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
Correct.
What time was this about?
Oh, I don't recall.
After midnight?
I can't really give a for sure time on when that happened.
Okay. Did you at some point hear anything or see anything with regards to lights coming on the minivan?
Yes, the lights, the flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being unlocked or locked at that time.
Okay. Did you walk around the van?
Yes.
Okay. Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
yes.
After? Before?
Before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
Yes.
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
No.
Okay. Which side did you walk on? The driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
Okay. Did you have a flashlight?
Yes.
Did you use it?
Yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat, and that was it, to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point, did you have contact with Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah,
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
yes,
And then at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
yes,
Who was that?
it was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Miss Schuabusiness was, correct?
Correct.
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
Correct.
She was outside?
Correct.
She was cooperative?
Correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes.
Did she cooperate with you and the other officers?
Yes.
Was it Officer Garth Russell? Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Miss Schuabusiness fighting?
No.
She was compliant?
Yes.
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No.
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
We did, yes.
You did? You took your duty weapon out?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you hear yelling for a male to come out of apartment 1?
Yes.
And that was Scott Holmes?
Yes.
And were you part of that process?
Briefly.
Okay. Did you assist Officer Russell with bringing Miss Schuabusiness to the squad car?
No.
Okay. He did that on his own?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm not sure.
Did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
Yes.
Who told you to go back to the station? Do you know?
I believe it was Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay. Kevin Kemp?
Yes.
Detective, right?
Detective, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did you do a protective sweep?
I assisted with it.
Okay. Did you find any body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And you helped with doing the crime scene log?
Correct.
Is that where you log people in and log people out?
Yes.
Did you put up crime scene tape?
Yes.
Where?
It was around the van and then around the front entrance of Eastman to kind of block that part of the crime scene off.
You did all that before you left, correct?
Correct.
How long do you think you were at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour.
Okay. And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay, and then he dealt with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Kevin Scott.
Right, sir, right up this way. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on the roll.
There's not really much going on, huh? Just the procedural stuff, I guess.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth
get
in
out
the
of your
matter,
car
now
and you
before the
walk
court,
with
so
it.
help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amazing.
My name is Kevin Scott.
Okay, and Mr. Jose, the witness.
The lab undergoes external audits by an outside agency in order to ensure that we are following our own procedures and established procedures in the forensic science community.
Now, you mentioned previously that you are required to have about 8 hours of training every year. Do you do all of the training that is required of you?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say you typically have more than 8 hours of training in a year?
Some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Okay. Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document that we use at the lab that outlines my position, training, and experience.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you review that document for me?
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
You believe that is an accurate and up-to-date statement?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of Exhibit 87, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 87 will be received.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss what your general duties are as a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items. I then attempt to generate a DNA profile. I analyze those DNA results and I make comparisons to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals. I will then prepare a written report of my results and conclusions.
And do you have any sort of estimate as to how many times you have conducted analysis of DNA samples?
I've worked somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 cases, and each case can consist anywhere from one item of evidence upwards of several dozen, depending on the case.
Is it fair to say that in your career you've analyzed thousands of DNA samples?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court in the past regarding your findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Scott, as part of your work with the State Crime Lab, were you asked to assist in an investigation of a homicide case from the city of Green Bay with a case name Shad Therian?
Yes, I was.
And in terms of how cases are identified at the lab, can you talk about what the lab does when they receive a request from law enforcement to analyze for DNA?
Yes. When a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once I'm assigned to a case, I will then pick up those items of evidence, bring it down to my lab bench, and then start the physical examination of the evidence at that point.
When law enforcement submits a case to the lab for DNA analysis, are there any sort of submission guidelines that the lab gives to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we do have submission guidelines for evidence that's submitted to the lab. This attempts to reduce the number of items that's submitted to the lab as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large number of items. For a homicide type case, we ask that the submitting agency, the law enforcement agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency may then submit subsequent items to the lab after the initial 10 are sent?
Yes, that does occur sometimes.
And what are typically the circumstances in which a law enforcement agency might submit things in addition to the 10?
It will depend on the case. Most often it's because a probative link to a possible perpetrator has not been established yet.
Is it typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established that no additional items are sent to the crime lab?
Again, it will vary by the case, but I would say typically that's true.
Essentially, what is the purpose or the investigative purpose of using DNA analysis in a case? Or can that vary by case?
Yes, that can vary by case.
Okay. Obviously, is one of the primary goals to identify a potential perpetrator?
Yes.
And typically, once that has been established, you may not receive additional submissions unless there's some other specific evidentiary purpose for submitting items to the lab.
Objection, Leedy.
Overruled. Answer if you can.
Could you please repeat the question?
Is it typical then that once that identification has been made regarding a suspect, that additional items would not be sent to the lab unless there's some other specifically identified purpose for the testing?
Generally.
Oh, you guys having issues? You getting kicked out? I don't know what's going on because I see some people saying they're back, some people saying they're not.
That's true, yes.
Okay.
I think maybe tomorrow we'll just stop the multi-streaming and just stream to YouTube. Because when I multi-stream and I do trials, it seems to have issues. So if people are having issues, maybe we'll just do YouTube tomorrow. How about that?
In this particular case, or actually I'll ask before this particular case, generally do you prepare a report regarding your findings of DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
And in this particular case, did you prepare such a report?
Yes, I did.
I'll get kicked out. You want me to start over? You got kicked out 4 times? Really? Stream won't start back up for me, iCkEdMeL. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me do this. I'm going to do this for you guys then. I'm just going to pause the live. I'm sorry. I'll pause the live. Solar flares. Shit, it could be the end of the world. I'm going to start up. I'm going to start it. Well, let me do this. Let me create a new stream. Let me create part 2. If you're watching, let me see who's on Facebook. I know Twitch, it's like we don't have many people on Twitch. But if you're on Facebook, let me see who's on Facebook. Who's on Facebook? Who's on Facebook? 1,000 people. Oh, there's 71 people. Oh, man, that sucks. Facebook. They said, no, we want Facebook. Some can't get YouTube, Mel. No Facebook. Oh, shit. Over here. No, Mel. It's good now. Yes, I also went out 4 times. 3 times for me with just my phone. I hate Twitch. Fuck Twitch. Fuck Facebook. Fuck YouTube. Is Taylor causing the problems? What I have to do is okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna end it and start a new stream. Let me do this real quick. Some people are having problems. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna have to maybe stream it from my YouTube. I'll do on this computer, and then Facebook I'll do on the laptop. Let me do this real quick. For the people that are having issues, it's gonna be a thing now, a hassle, but at least it's 1 week. Twitter day 2. Day 2. Part 2. Okay. Start a new stream on YouTube. No. You know, some YouTubers out there are like, yes, he fucked up. Yes, this stream is fucked up. I love it. Yes. Yes. Over there praying and shit. Hold on, let me see. I think a bunch of people run into like, yeah, it's down. All right, so I'm gonna transfer this stream over. Okay, so you guys hang out. Facebook, everybody, just hold on. All right, I'm gonna redirect. All right, I'm gonna end this. And oh my god, you guys are driving me nuts. Now the stream is good. Don't do it. The stream is good. It's only mobile. I think you're okay. Most people, it's the YouTube mobile app. All right. I'll keep it right now running, but I'll have another stream set up.
Yes, Exhibit 88 is a copy of the DNA report that I authored in this case, dated April 1, 2022.
What is the lab case number that's associated with this case?
Our Crown Lab case number is M22-636.
And what is the case name?
The case name is Schabusiness.
Mr. Scott, does the report outline the items that you received from law enforcement for purpose of analysis?
Yes, it does.
And what items were received in this case?
This is YouTube or my connection.
I received a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Taylor Schuabusiness. That was item A. Item B was right-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schuabusiness. Item C was left-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schuabusiness. Item D was oral swabs reportedly recovered from Schabusiness.
Catch up to the 1.25.
Item E was swab reportedly from a blade. Item F was a swab reportedly from a red substance inside of a box.
We're still here.
Item G were swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. Item H was sweatpants. Item I was penile swabs reportedly recovered from Schabusiness. And item J was a swab reportedly from a dildo.
Oh. I would note you listed several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes. Typically, the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a sample taken from an item of evidence by the law enforcement agency, which is typically a swab of an item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the full item of evidence is submitted to the lab.
And with respect to item H, the sweatpants, where you receive the actual item, what is your process then for processing and analyzing an item such as that?
Once I pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may be on the item, that may be from a bodily fluid that's relevant to the case. This is commonly reddish-brown color staining, which could be from blood, which is what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
Is receiving a swab versus receiving the item, is one of those forms better or worse than the other, or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
Yeah, prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right-hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schuabusiness, and the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schuabusiness, item C, blood was identified on those swabs. Then from a few other items, the swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside the box, the sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo, presumptive testing for blood was also present, or presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Can you describe the difference between actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood. This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple of chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not present. This is some of things that might cause that are rust, some metals, and some vegetable extracts could induce a positive result, even if blood is not present. However, that is the more typical test that we use at our lab, just because of how quick and how little sample it uses. Another type of test that we have is a confirmatory test, which confirms the presence of blood on an object. For this case, I performed that confirmatory test on the right and the left-hand swabs. Those were both positive, and I concluded that blood was identified on those swabs.
And with respect to the items where you have the presumptive test, is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And can you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might choose to perform that confirmatory test, or if for some reason I might think that the presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva in this case?
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Schabusiness. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
Is there a confirmatory test for saliva like there is for blood?
We do not have one at our lab.
So there's merely the presumptive testing for saliva, and that is what you did on the penile swabs?
Yes.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Schabusiness, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
And those are is that all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
For bodily fluids, yes.
Okay. And just to confirm, you do that prior to the DNA analysis?
That's correct.
Subsequently, did you then perform DNA analysis on the items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body. DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And why is DNA a valuable tool in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
And so DNA is valuable because different people will have different DNA profiles. With the exception of identical twins will share the same DNA profile. Almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles, and that allows us to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Is the DNA from a particular person the same throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes, regardless of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted in this case, can you first describe the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Can you please clarify your question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to other types of DNA like YSTR DNA analysis?
Yes, so at our lab we have two different types of DNA analysis available to us. The more common one is referred to as autosomal STR DNA analysis. Autosomal refers to the DNA that everybody will have, both males and females. Everybody has 23 pairs of chromosomes in their body. 22 of those are referred to as autosomal chromosomes, and the last pair are referred to as the sex chromosomes. So males will have an X and a Y sex chromosome, and females will have two X chromosomes. When we perform the autosomal analysis, we generate a DNA profile from any DNA that's present in that sample. The other option available to us is YSTR testing. YSTR testing generates a DNA profile only from the Y chromosome. So since only males have a Y chromosome and females do not, that YSTR testing will essentially ignore any female DNA that's present in a sample and only generate a profile from male DNA that's present. This is very helpful in samples in which there is a lot of female DNA and a very small amount or relatively small amount of male DNA compared to the female DNA. So if that male DNA is relevant to the case, we might want to perform this YSTR testing to try to help us determine the DNA profile from that Y chromosome. Now, unlike autosomal DNA profiles, YSTR profiles are not as discriminating because they are not unique to any one individual. While most males will generally have different Y profiles, it is possible that unrelated males could just happen to share the same Y profile by chance. And we do expect that all paternally related male relatives, so male relatives who share a father-son type relationship, we would expect that they would also share the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes. So once I have my item of evidence, I will take my sample for DNA analysis and then extract or release the DNA that's present in that sample. This is done by adding some water with some chemicals and heating it up in order to break open those cells and release the DNA. I then purify the DNA sample by removing everything else that's not DNA. And once I have my purified DNA extract, I will then quantify that sample to see how much DNA is present. If there is a sufficient amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then try to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the sample, we will then choose at that point whether we attempt to generate an autosomal profile or a Y profile.
As you began your analysis of the individual items in this case, did you note items that appeared to be sort of what you might call standards for the individuals that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from Taylor Schabusiness. A buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of somebody's cheek, hoping to gather DNA from that person's mouth. We then process that buccal swab standard in the same manner as an item of evidence to generate a DNA profile, and we use that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from Shadtherian.
And were you able to develop single source profiles for both item A1 and item D1?
Yes, I was.
And what is a single source profile?
So when we generate a DNA profile, that DNA profile will either be single source or from just one individual, or it could be a mixture of DNA. So that DNA profile could have DNA from multiple individuals.
Which of those are more easier to work with when doing comparisons?
Typically single source profiles are easier, as we can just do a direct comparison between that single source profile and the profile from the DNA standards in order to see if they are consistent with each other or not.
So once you develop those single source profiles, presumably both for Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian, did you then conduct comparisons for subsequent items that were analyzed?
Yes, I did.
And specifically as it relates to item B1, what was item B1?
Item B1, to back up a little bit, item B were the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness. When I took a sample from that swab, I just cut a little bit of the swab off for DNA analysis. That cutting from the swab was called item B1 for the purposes of tracking within our system. So item B1 is also from the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness.
And what did your analysis, what were the results of your analysis with respect to that item B1?
I developed a 3-person mixture. So 3 different individuals contributed DNA to this mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male.
Hey, Katrina.
At that point, I analyzed this DNA mixture using a computer program called StarMix. StarMix is a tool that we use at our lab to help us interpret DNA mixture profiles. It works by modeling the DNA mixture by trying to determine the most likely individual contributor profiles that, when mixed together, can explain the mixture that we observed or that we detected from the item. So at the end of the interpretation, what we have is a list of the most likely individual profiles that can explain this mixture. Once we have that list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought to be involved in the case in order to see if they do have one of those possible profiles. If they do not have one of those possible profiles, they are excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture, meaning that DNA mixture cannot be modeled using that person's DNA profile. Therefore, their DNA is not present. If their DNA is one of the possible profiles, then we will get a likelihood ratio. And what that likelihood ratio is a level of support for the strength of the comparison. Essentially, the higher the likelihood ratio is, the more support there is that that person's DNA is present in the mixture. And the lower the number is, the more support there would be that that person's DNA is not present in the mixture. So for this particular sample, the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schuabusiness, I analyzed this assuming a 3-person mixture using StarMix. I also assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor Schuabusiness. Since this was a swab from her hand, we would expect to find DNA from her. It did also appear that her DNA was present in the mixture. So when I analyzed this mixture, essentially I told that computer program that one of those 3 contributors is Taylor Schuabusiness, so then it would model the other 2 contributors. So once we had that interpretation and made the comparison to Schad-Therian, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schuabusiness and Schad-Therian and one other person, than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schuabusiness and 2 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schad-Therian is present in the mixture.
Now, the way in which you report this data as a ratio, is that the standard process when you have DNA mixtures? That is, does the lab actually tell someone that a person's DNA is present, that it is the source of DNA, or does the lab always report it out as a ratio like this when you have a mixture?
It will depend on the type of mixture and how much DNA each contributor contributes. But when this StarMix computer program is used, then yes, this ratio is how we will report out all comparisons.
Okay. Is there any way to sort of quantify for the jury or describe how big of a number 1 quadrillion is?
1 quadrillion would be 1 followed by 15 zeros. It's also 1,000 trillion.
Okay. Now, was that 1 quadrillion, at least 1 quadrillion times, is that the exact number of the ratio in this case?
No, the numbers can go much higher. We cap that likelihood ratio at 1 quadrillion just to keep that number down in a range that's more recognizable.
So it's possible that in this case the likelihood was even greater than 1 quadrillion. You simply will never report a number that's higher than 1 quadrillion.
That's correct.
And did you follow that same process for the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schuabusiness in item C?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to develop a mixture in that case as well?
Yes, I did. From the left-hand swabs, I developed a 2-person mixture, so 2 different people contributed DNA to that mixture. Again, one of those 2 people appeared to be Taylor Schuabusiness, so when I analyzed this mixture using StarMix, I assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor. When I compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness to that mixture, I found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schuabusiness and Schabusiness than if it were a mixture resulting from Schuabusiness and a random unknown person. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
And item B and C, the 2 items that we just talked about with respect to the DNA analysis, again, were those the 2 items that you had tested for the presence of blood as well?
Yes, blood was identified on those 2 items.
Okay. With the confirmatory test?
Yes.
And so again, the result in terms of the 1 quadrillion times, that's essentially the maximum number that you could reach, and that was in item C1 as well.
That's correct.
Let's move on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a swab from a blade.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct with respect to item E?
I developed a single source male profile, so just a DNA profile from 1 male individual. I then compared that male profile to the mixture. 1 of those individuals contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture, and I was able to determine the major male contributor, which is the DNA profile from that 1 male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that major male contributor profile. Now, there was a minor contributor as well. However, the amount of DNA that we detected from that minor contributor was very low, and it was not suitable for comparisons.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor that is contributes such a small amount of DNA to a mixture, is that something that you encounter regularly in your DNA analysis?
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be found on swabs of certain items? How do we transfer our DNA from one place to another?
Object calls for speculation, foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So just to clarify, are you asking like how DNA transfer occurs?
Correct.
So when we think of DNA transfer, we tend to think of it in terms of primary transfer and secondary DNA transfer. So primary transfer would be the direct transfer of DNA to an object. So if I handle an object, such as my water bottle here, some of my DNA might transfer to the water bottle through that direct contact. That would be primary transfer. Secondary transfer is also possible, in which DNA is transferred through an intermediary object to an object that I never directly handled. So if some of my DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object, it is possible that some of my DNA might transfer to that second object, even though I never had any direct contact with it.
In that DNA transfer that you talked about what is possible, does DNA always transfer when someone handles an item?
No, not necessarily. There are a number of things that can influence how much, if any, DNA is transferred. But just because an object is handled, that doesn't necessarily mean that enough DNA will transfer for us to be able to detect. It can vary by the person as well. 2 different people could handle an object for the same amount of time, and we might only detect DNA from one and not the other.
I think you mentioned earlier certain substances like blood, semen, saliva tend to be good conveyors of DNA. Is that true?
That's correct. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA.
So, are you familiar with the term touch DNA?
Yes.
What does that generally refer to?
Touch DNA generally refers to DNA that is transferred to an object through touch or through skin cells that are left behind on that object during handling.
And generally, if we were to compare touch DNA as opposed to the transfer of the bodily fluids that we suggested earlier, which are more effective at transferring DNA from one place to another?
Typically, bodily fluids would have more DNA than touch DNA, but of course it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are and or how much touch DNA is on the object.
Thank you. After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report, and I would ask you to discuss item G in the analysis that you conducted on item G.
Item G was swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. I developed a 3-person mixture, and at least 2 of those 3 individuals were male. And I analyzed this assuming 3 individuals using star mix. When I compared the DNA profile from Schuabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schuabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schuabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
And then moving to item H, what was item H?
Item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
And what did you do to then further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis?
I examined the sweatpants looking for staining that appeared reddish-brown color. That could be blood. I did observe staining, reddish-brown staining on the sweatpants. And I ended up taking 4 different samples from 4 different reddish-brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item?
Yeah, yes, I did. All 4 of those stains were positive for they were presumptively positive. So presumptive testing for blood was positive on those sweatpants.
And 4 different swabs that you generated, then we'll take those one by one. Can you first address item H1 in the analysis that you conducted on H1?
Item H1 was the first sample I took, a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a 2-person mixture. One of those 2 appeared to be male. One of those individuals contributed more DNA than the other, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, which again is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Schuabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor DNA profile, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. I again developed a 2-person mixture, and one of those 2 was male.
Dare you.
I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Schuabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions, is that because it's more than 1 in 7 trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio. It's a different type of stat. So it's a probability. So the probability of randomly selecting an individual from the population in general, that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion. The probability of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary profile by chance.
Now, moving to item H3, which is the third swab from the sweatpants, you conducted a similar analysis, but the result ended up being a little bit different. Is that right?
Yes, this one was a little bit different. I developed a two-person mixture. At least one of those two appeared to be male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed using star mix, assuming a two-person mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schuabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schuabusiness and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schuabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
And Mr. Scott, can you explain why with this two-person mixture you used the star mix to conduct your analysis as opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with the previous mixtures?
Yes, with the previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this third swabbing, the swabbing of the reddish brown stain on the left leg, H3, there wasn't as clear of a difference between the contributions of DNA between those 2.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants, item H4, what was your analysis as it related to that item?
This item H4, another swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that DNA.
Did they go over the toy already?
Move on to then item I1. What item, or what was item I, and then tell us what item I1 is.
So item I was the penile swabs from Schabusiness. Item I1 is the cutting that I took from that swab for the purposes of DNA analysis.
And what sort of analysis did you then conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Schabusiness is the source of that DNA.
Oh, it's first.
And with respect to item J, what is that item?
Item J was a swab from a dildo.
There you go.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct
It's
on that?
inconclusive in that one.
I developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. And I analyzed that mixture using star mix, assuming 3 individuals. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schuabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schuabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schuabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness, and I received an uninformative likelihood ratio. So uninformative just means that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and individuals known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Schabusiness to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that his DNA is there, and there's no strong support that his DNA is not there.
What the hell does that mean? Nothing. So all the other shit, you got 15 zeros, quadruple, million,
And
quintuple.
then, you mentioned, so does that summary that we went through, does that cover all of the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Yes, it is.
And you talked earlier about the YSTR DNA and conclusions that that there is YSTR DNA analysis that can be done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you test for using the YSTR method?
So using that YSTR method, I tested the oral swabs from Shadtherian for use as a standard for comparisons. And I also tested the swab from the dildo. So that swab from the dildo had a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of male DNA. So I decided to perform this YSTR testing on it as well.
And with respect to item J1, what was your YSTR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to this mixture. This mixture is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. So I cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is consistent with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not present, so they would be excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this comparison, I compared the YSTR profile from Shadtherian to this mixture from the swab from the dildo, and I concluded that the possible contribution of DNA from Shadtherian is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
What? What I miss? 2 guys? What?
Mr. Scott, the conclusions that you testified here to today and the conclusions that are contained in your report, are those your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional responsibility?
I believe so.
No.
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
Any objection to 88?
One moment, Your Honor. No objection.
88 will be received.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Scott, good afternoon. As to the testing and swabbing of the dildo item J1, are you saying that you could not confirm whether or not Shadtherian's DNA is on that item? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He had an uninformative conclusion for the autosomal results and an inconclusive conclusion for the YSTR results.
If that item was touched on someone's body, would it be likely that DNA would show up on that item?
DNA can transfer to an item, that's possible. However, it is also possible that an object could be touched and we would not be able to detect enough of that person's DNA to develop a profile.
If I shook your hand, would my DNA likely transfer to your hand and vice versa?
It's possible.
You tested a light switch, correct?
I tested
a profile from a light switch?
Yes, I had a swab that was reportedly from a light switch.
Do you know which light switch it was?
It was from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
Okay. And it's true that blood was not detected on that light switch? That's item G?
Correct. Blood was not detected on that item.
But you don't know what location, correct, where they came from, which light switch, what address?
If I remember correctly, I thought it was from Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, but I don't have that information in my report.
That would be at Eastman Avenue? On Eastman Avenue, do you know?
I would have to check my my notes that I have with me to see if that information is available. I don't remember offhand.
You tested some penile swabs from Shadtherian, correct?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of the testing?
They were submitted to me.
Okay, but you were looking for DNA, correct?
Yes.
Camera frozen.
His DNA?
I was looking for any DNA that was present on the item.
Okay. And sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs from Mr. Therian. That was item I, correct?
That's correct.
So when you do DNA testing, you just test whatever you're asked to test, correct?
Typically, we do have the ability to choose which items that we want to test, and occasionally if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay. I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left hand swabs of Taylor Schuabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, are you saying that you found DNA from Shad Therian on Ms. Schuabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there is very strong support that DNA from Shad Therian is present on those swabs.
Okay. And if people are hanging out, going out for dinner or using drugs or whatever they're doing, and they have physical contact in some way, shape, or form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You did look at swabs from the inside of a box, right?
That's correct.
That was item F1?
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shad Therian, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No DNA from Taylor Schuabusiness was found in the box or on the box, correct?
So there was a minor contributor, however, it was not suitable for comparison, so that could be from anybody, including Taylor Schuabusiness.
Okay. If I, just hypothetically speaking, if I picked up a box and put it in the back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement or wherever, would my DNA likely transfer to the box?
It's possible.
When you refer to a minor contributor, what does that mean? Can you explain that for me?
Thank you.
Yeah, so in a profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA profile from that one person who contributed the most DNA to the mixture, and the minor contributor would be the profile from the person who contributed the lesser amount of DNA to that mixture.
Okay. And when you talk about DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get together, and people touch the light switch, maybe they go in the bathroom and use the switch, would their DNA likely transfer to the light switch?
It's possible.
Is that how sometimes you can have a two or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Good.
Redirect?
Sort of a small point of clarification.
Good.
As it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box, you didn't actually do that swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
And the swab itself specifically denoted that it was from a red substance inside the box, correct?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
Typically, if you saw that, that would not be suggestive that the entire outside of the box would have been swabbed and included in that as well, correct?
I would assume it was only from the swabbing of that substance inside the box, not the outside.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on those questions, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Go. Oh, Mel Rabbit just put up a 2-minute interview with Carly's attorney. Oh, we got Carly's attorney.
Okay, state's next witness.
They called Olivia Sassman.
Olivia Sassman. Sassman. I want to see the attorney. Zadran. Trying to wake up. I'm trying to wake myself up. Zadran. Carly's former attorney for Jussie Smollett. What? Oh no, former defense attorney for Jussie Smollett. Who's that? The widow. Just deny it. Keep denying it. That's all. Zadaran.
Okay, we're right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her, raise your right hand, she will place you under oath. Around the, there you go.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat and state your name for the record. Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Hi, Ms. Sassman. How are you employed?
I currently work for DCI, the Division of Criminal Investigations, and I am the Evidence Program Manager.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you previously have employment with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay. And how are you employed with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I receipted any evidence that came into the lab. I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
And can you describe the process, I guess, how the Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives items of evidence?
Yeah, so law enforcement agencies can either submit evidence in person or they can mail it in through USPS, FedEx, UPS. And once we receive the evidence, we enter it into our laboratory information system and we create a case.
And then as part of the receipt process, is there also documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of some of those items?
Yes. So agencies will send in a transmittal that lists all the items of evidence that they are submitting, and we provide them with the receipts. If there is something wrong with the evidence packaging, we will make a note of it on the receipt.
Let's go. It's the attorney. He's looking happy too. Ooh, what's his name? Where do I find this video? Boy, loving the limelight. Happy. Yeah. Presenting the cycle. Yes. Let's see. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. You're sleepy, you're trashy YouTuber. Using the bathroom, you're shitty. I'm gonna get a catheter one day to hook it up to myself so I can just pee in a bag or some shit. I'm here chilling with you guys. I don't have to get up. He's not dedicated enough. What do these people do? Do they pee in cups? The people that don't go to the bathroom and shit for the prolonged streams? They got a cup somewhere or some sort of container they pee into? What are they doing? Like, what are these kids doing now? I gotta find out what is this shit that they don't have to get up, stretch their legs and shit, or do whatever. Diapers, yo, that could be a thing. Is it diapers?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 89. I'll start with that one.
Rape cup.
Exhibit 89.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a receipt of physical evidence.
And is that a form that's typically completed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as part of a receipt of evidence in a case?
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to law enforcement agencies once we're done entering their case.
Okay. And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does it indicate who from the lab would have received the items of evidence that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay. And is there also an area to sign and date that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Thank you. And does it indicate an agency, or I guess the Wisconsin State Crime Lab's case number?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
All right. And then does it indicate who submitted them?
Nathan Kolinsky.
Okay. Is he with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right. And then how many items were received by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
10 items.
Are those items A through J?
Yes.
All right. Are those items that kind of get designated by the crime lab?
Yes.
All right. And then, so basically, Exhibit 89 is a receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think earlier you also mentioned part of your responsibilities were also releasing evidence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I guess when are items released from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
We release the items when the analysts are done testing them.
And I believe in front of you, or sorry, to your left, is Exhibit 90. Is that still up there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is an evidence release form.
And does that just indicate that the previously mentioned items A through J were returned to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it also indicate who released those from those crime lab?
Yes.
And who would that have been?
I released them.
All right. And is there also a signature and date on that?
Yes.
What's the date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
And again, those are documents that you would believe you would prepare based on your signature and time and date?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'd move Exhibits 89 and 90.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
89 and 90 will be received.
In either document, is there any notation with respect to an irregularity or issue with the state of those items of evidence?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Hey.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Could I have exhibits
Ali, what's up?
89 and 90? There.
That's gonna play like they actually do it. No wonder this thing's gonna be quick.
Ms. Sassman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You work for the Division of Criminal Investigations, otherwise known as DCI,
Yes, I do.
and that's part of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab,
No, it's part of the Department of Justice.
Okay.
But we are separate from the crime lab.
part of DOJ.
Yes.
And your role is to be the evidence specialist.
At DCI, I'm the evidence program manager. When I was at the crime lab, I was an evidence specialist.
Okay, so you supervise other people?
No, I'm at DCI. I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling those things and making sure all the evidence rooms are running smoothly.
Okay. Back in March and April of 2022, you were the evidence specialist, is that correct?
Correct.
And that job was to do what? Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the evidence, we would release it to them, and then we would release it to the agencies once we were done with the analysis.
Exhibit 89 is here, and it's the receipt of physical evidence. You saw that, correct?
Yes.
You have it up by you?
I do.
So you received items A through J, is that correct?
Correct.
And these items were in sealed manila envelopes, correct?
Let me stop.
Some of the items.
And the items that you received were basically buccal swabs or various swabs from different items. Is that fair?
There's also a pair of sweatpants, but everything else is, and a dildo.
Okay. You received all that?
Yes.
When you get this this evidence, where do you put it?
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
I'm talking about this case.
For swabs,
Yeah.
we would put them in the freezer for storage.
Okay.
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
Okay. And at the DCI, Department of Justice, you have like a evidence room where you keep things?
At DCI, yes.
Okay. And is it secure?
Yes.
Locked?
Yes.
And are you responsible for who takes items out and who puts items in?
At DCI, it depends on the location. We have multiple DCI offices around the state.
All of the items that we're talking about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the State Crime Lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the State Crime Lab, okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the Crime Lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
Okay. And is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. When an analyst wants to do testing, do they do the testing on one day and then put it back?
Usually, no. That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
Could they keep it for days on end or not?
Yes, they can.
Okay. And so when they go home at night after work, where do the items stay?
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Okay. When you received these items, do you inspect them to see whether they got damaged in the mail or if there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like that?
Yes. So we will check the evidence packaging to make sure there's no tears or damage. And then if there are labels on the packaging from the agency, we will make sure it matches the transmittal.
Okay. Have you ever seen items that are received by the state crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
When you got these items A through J, were any of the items, the packages damaged?
No, they were not.
Okay. Everything was intact?
Yes.
Anything about the items that you received that were cause for concern?
No.
Okay. I'm sure in your experience, you've seen labels that are mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes.
It happens sometimes, right?
It does.
Did that happen with any of the items that you received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
And then is it protocol then to fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
And then do you sign it as the recipient?
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what, March 10th of 2022?
Yes.
That was at 11:01 a.m.?
Yes.
With regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition release form, is that a form you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Why are these two forms different? Why do they have different items?
So the evidence receipt form, that is all the evidence that was submitted to the lab on March 10th. The evidence release form is all of the evidence that is being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
This Exhibit 90, did you sign this evidence disposition form?
Yes, I did.
Did you type it up?
Yes.
And was it dated April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Why is that?
So we returned the evidence through Speedy, which is a courier company. And so Green Bay Police Department would have received it on April 22nd, 2022. And that is their signature.
So after all the testing was done and all these items that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, Speedy Delivery Service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
What kind of service?
Why didn't someone from the State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police Department to ask them to come and pick up these items once they were done being tested?
No.
Why not? Wouldn't that be something you would do?
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like, for example, like a rifle, which would be much harder to ship back.
Was everything shipped back to the Green Bay Police Department on April 21st of 2022, or was it a different day?
It was shipped back on April 21st, 2022.
And is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later?
Yes.
So we don't know where this stuff was sitting for a whole day.
There you go. Finally, something you try to bring up. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Amazing. All that shit.
No.
I can't get too mad at this guy because they literally have nothing. And so, like, I've seen people say that he doesn't want to, like, an appeal. But they literally got nothing. I mean, according to the criminal complaint, she admitted this shit. I don't know why they're fighting. It's just fucking, I don't know, take a plea deal or something, right? Or say you're guilty. AJ who? Larry Hoover. I can't get too mad. It's just kind of, it drags though, because you know he's not really asking anything of substance, really. Except that last part, he finally kind of threw something in there. But a very weak, feeble attempt too. It's just kind of like, so we don't know where it was. No, we don't. Okay. What kind of shipping did you pick? Rapid shipping, 3-day delivery, 5-day delivery.
If you want to step up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Can I speak right now?
Yes.
My name is Alexander Gannon.
Oh.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So I introduced you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
That's fine.
All right.
Call me whatever you want.
So AJ, how old are you?
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes.
Did you grow up here as well?
Yes.
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
Yes.
AJ, do you know somebody by the name of Shad Therian?
Oh, is the friend?
And how do you know Shad?
I've known him since middle school.
And what middle school did you go to school with him at?
I think I saw him before a couple times in like intermediate, but we mainly ran up at Bayview.
Okay. Bayview Middle School?
Yeah.
Okay. And throughout, schooling, and I guess now you're an adult, did you keep in touch with Shad?
Well, after about maybe it was the first year I moved into my apartment was when I started really connecting with a lot of people that I've ran into or I've talked with, and Chad was one of them.
Okay. So there's a reacquainting period, I guess?
Yes.
All right. AJ, do you also know somebody named Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar to Shad?
Yes.
Did you remain kind of friendly with Taylor as well?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ, I want to ask you about February 21st of 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know when this happened, but I don't know.
Sure. So do you recall a day where you were, I guess, hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Okay, I didn't. You were saying the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't have context. So.
Sure. So I want to ask you then. Let's get this way. At some point, did you become aware that Shad had passed away?
It was only. It was only after when the day before I was heading out to vacation to see my parents.
Okay.
My dad specifically.
All right. And was that in February of 22?
No, it was a week after. I think it was. So it was in February.
Into February.
No, I went. I had vacation in June.
Oh.
But I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have a lot of mental problems.
Sure.
So it's hard to keep a constant catalog of memories.
Sure. So are you referring to when you learned that Shad had passed?
All I knew was it was a week. It was a week after, something like that. I don't know for sure. All I knew was basically the day after, a couple days after, I was going to the Eastman apartment buildings because that's where I knew Taylor was at the time. And ironically, the same day that I went there, the police were knocking on my door specifically to try and get into reach for me with the situation. And the only thing that I knew at the time was basically they asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So that's the closest thing I can remember. It's just
sure. And I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
Yeah, so sure you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions, do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I was drinking a little bit belligerently, so it's the only time that I looked at the clock was before I left my apartment. So it was after 10:30, 10 around that time frame. And basically it was I just decided to stop dissociating a lot, and I felt bad for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Chad. So I just hit up Taylor randomly. I was like, hey, like, what's up? Are you going to hang out? And then basically I went over to the apartments, and when specifically when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up, like how we always do. And basically, I was like, Taylor was asking like, do you wanna hang out with Shad? She was asking me like for consent to hang out with Shad, to bring him over, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool. Okay. And so,
could I stop you right there? I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So when you said you were at the apartment, which apartment is this?
The Meadowview East apartments.
Okay. Is that kind of where you thought Taylor was staying, or whose apartment was it?
It was it was the same apartments that I lived there. So
guys in the chat.
It was like I'm sorry, what?
Sure. So the apartment is on Eastman that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad?
Yeah.
Did you meet up with Shad that night?
Yes, I did.
And where were you sort of hanging out with Shad then?
We picked him up, went back to the apartment, and was just chopping it up.
Is that the same apartment you were just talking about?
Yes.
All right. And I want to date myself. Chopping it up, what does that mean?
Oh, it's just like kicking it, talking about whatever, just small talk or anything. Just kind of having conversation.
Is it pretty good, chill atmosphere?
Yeah, it was a good vibe.
No major issues or anything that stick out to you?
I never saw one thing that night.
Kind of Shad was acting normal?
Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal?
Yes.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night?
This was when I went to the apartment, like around that time frame.
All right. And this is still the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you leave that apartment?
I left. Yeah. I did leave. I left probably like at least maybe like a couple hours, maybe until like 1, 2 in the morning. I don't know for sure. It's like I said, I only looked at the time before I left the apartment, and I was a little drunk. So.
Okay. But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
From when I saw it, I don't know, but that's what, yes, from what I saw.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No. Ironically, I hit him up the day after, or like a couple days, like the first week into the situation, and I call him. I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook, which was some rap song that I liked, and I was like, yeah. I just like randomly sent him a message that day. I was like, yeah, it's dope. And then I was like feeling a little, when I don't have people talking to me a whole lot, I get a little anxious. And now I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm a little concerned immediately.
Okay.
But like I didn't realize until after I talked, my friend mentioned to me specifically about what happened.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor, and yes. You went to go pick up Shad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you pick up Shad?
Me?
How did you and Taylor go and pick him up?
Okay. Well,
car?
We took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose minivan that was?
No.
Okay.
You and Taylor went by yourself?
Minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
Yes.
And you went to Shad's house to pick him up?
Yes.
Thank you, AJ. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Freilich, do you have any questions? Yes, I do.
It's a chance.
Mr. Gannon, good afternoon. You knew Taylor and Shad since middle school?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to school at Bayview Middle School? Yes?
Yes.
And then did you go to high school together as well?
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay. Did you go?
I went to 3 different high schools in my freshman year.
Okay.
So it's a bounce and all that.
That's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes.
At Bayport?
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough to associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah, to associate and be friends with, yes.
And was it your understanding that at least in high school, Shad Therian and Taylor Schuabusiness kind of were boyfriend and girlfriend? They dated a little bit?
Yes. I don't know how the connection between them, but it seemed like at the time after the breakup with Corey, it seems like that's like the only person that she always chill with sometimes. That's like whenever I see Shad, more times over, especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or a couple other friends in that circle in there.
Okay.
They were pretty cool people.
Sure. Did you sometimes go over to Shad Therian's mother's house, Tara Pakinich on Stony Brook Lane?
Yeah, the year that I moved out, I visited a couple times, at least a handful of times.
Okay. Would you go over there to maybe eat or play video games and watch TV?
We wouldn't do a whole lot, but I just came. Typically, I was like the runt that would just be chilling with the whole pack, basically, of dogs that we're chilling with. You know what I'm saying? So
You just kind of hang out with the group?
Yeah, just hanging out with the group. Yes,
okay. All right.
So.
Okay. Would you sometimes go over to Shad's father's house, Michael Therian's house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such that Shad Therian, he lived with his father, Michael Therian?
At the time that I heard of, okay. Yes.
So you had been to Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that you'd been over to the apartment on Eastman Avenue where Taylor Schuabusiness was living, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And sir, you'd go over to that residence to kind of chill or hang out, listen to music, watch TV, whatever, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You had Taylor's phone number?
I had her Facebook.
Okay. And as far as Shad Therian, you had his phone number or Facebook information?
Yeah, I had his Facebook at the time too.
Fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor Schuabusiness, and Shad Therian, you all had each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after a rough patch with a friend, I was chilling. I just started dissociating, and I do that a lot for the past 10, 20 years. I just if I feel like people don't, if there's a sort of discrepancy, I just cut you off, block you or whatever. And then that's the reason why the day before that situation with the murder, I hate Taylor up because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So
now, Taylor Schuabusiness has a father. Do you know her dad?
Yes.
Okay. His name is Arturo Coronado. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had you been over to Arturo Coronado's house?
Yes.
And was that with Taylor?
It was not the. This was maybe a year or so before I visited. There's been very few times since I personally talked to Art. So
okay, but had you been over to Art's house with Taylor in the past?
Yes, I have.
So you kind of knew Taylor pretty well, fair?
Yeah.
Okay, and you knew Shad very well, correct?
Yeah.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
What's wrong with that? Come on, I want to know.
Prior acts aren't relevant.
Wait. No.
Let's get up to meth. Let's go. We'll start with
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Question
on.
withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Did you see Taylor Schuabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd?
Yes.
No.
How about the day before on February 22nd of 2022?
No.
You saw her on February 21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
That's just a blur.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But you did all hang out together and you drove over to Michael Therian's house. Is that your testimony?
Michael Therian?
Yes.
I think all I remember. I don't know.
Okay.
So
You're not good with dates, correct?
I'm better with dates, just not recently up for the past 5-10 years. So
that's fine. So prior to you being told that Shad Therian was deceased, the days before you were told that, you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor, correct?
yes.
And did you notice anything odd about Taylor as far as her mannerisms, her eyes, her speech, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her? Bizarre?
No.
Have there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or
Object,
unusual?
Judge. Relevance.
He's trying to say.
Well, I think it goes to his observations of my client, Your Honor.
He's trying to.
Well,
could
we need to
backfire.
narrow down for a time frame for him. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure. Mr. Gannon,
Yes.
in the week before you had contact with the police where you talked to the officer, had you saw Taylor Schuabusiness in that period of time, is that fair?
Yes.
And when you saw her, was it just one time or was it several times? Do you
It
know?
was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her, did you observe her to be acting in any kind of bizarre manner?
No.
Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. Did he just say what's up? We're peace to Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? You can be like, maybe I just misinterpreted
Ladies and
that.
gentlemen, we're going to take a afternoon recess. Just a minute before 3. We'll try to reconvene at 10 after 3. So all rise for the jury.
I swear I saw everybody like, yo, I got you. Like, she's like, I sound a little off with that guy. I don't know, man. Something off. I don't know, bro. I saw that head nod. I mean, I don't. Maybe we can't really see the angles and stuff. But the way she was laughing, I swear I saw. I got you. She
I
like.
get a sense, Mr. Saunders, as far as witnesses go. Last night we went to about 5, although that just kind of went off the rails a little bit as far as timing. And I guess I'm wondering if you can give me a sense what we're looking at this evening.
This evening.
Have 6 more witnesses that would be available today. I would think they'd be on the shorter end, but I think we could finish then.
All right. Very good.
6 more witnesses.
And, we're in recess until 3:10. Anything else, actually, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Yes.
What was it, like morning time? I swear Central's 1 hour difference. That can look like it just hit 12 o'clock over there, some shit. The heck? I mean, the witnesses are going pretty fast, though. I can't lie. Yeah, like they are going fast. I knew I saw something, man. I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk. I don't know. I don't remember the date. You want to see the peace sign thing again? Okay, I can clip that for Twitter. Let me do that. We'll watch it again and we can clip it for Twitter. Funky about him. I don't know, man. Some funky shit about his ass. I can't put my finger on it, but something funky. Where are we at? Because this is just, we way over this shit. Okay. Let's go back. Doogie Howser. Let's get right here.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. You just say what's up with they people? Nodded at each other. I swear it looked like they nodded at each other. This is real time Mel and this is past time Mel right here. Check this shit out. Hold up. All right. Yo, they both nodded at each other. You just say what's up with peace to Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? You can be like, yeah, I just misinterpreted that.
We're going to take a
she did the peace sign.
Just a minute before 3, we'll try to reconvene at 10 after 3. So all rise.
I didn't even record it. Fuck. I thought I was recording. Can we go? You guys mind watch 3 males on the screen? Are we gonna watch 3 males on the screen now? I just want to record. Damn it. Fuck my life. The man? I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk. I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk. Let's watch it on the screen.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. You just say what's up with they nodded at each other. I swear it looked like they nodded at each other. This is real time Mel and this is past time Mel right here. Check this shit out. Hold up. All right. Yo, they both nodded at each other. You just say what's up with peace to Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? You can be like, yeah, I just misinterpreted that.
We're going to take a
she did the peace sign.
Just a minute before 3, we'll try to reconvene at 10 after.
So she did the peace sign. He's there here. He kind of does like a little nod to her. If you watch, she like nods back to him. That's probably why she was cracking him the whole time. They probably got high. Who knows what else they've done? All kinds of shit that they've done while chopping it up. And then she throws a peace sign at him. She literally, you can see her eyes shift. She throws a peace sign at his ass. This is gonna be so confusing. People watch this shit on Twitter. They're gonna be like, "What the 3 males on the screen?" All right, let's chop. I was gonna say let's chop it up now in the video editor. Oh, stop! Cancel me because they're clipping this shit. He said it first. I was referencing him, not, you know what I mean. Jesus Christ. Streamlab scratch videos. Oh, this is gonna be so jacked up to even real quick. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk. Let's be right here. Should I bring you guys on screen? On deck. Quick chop. I don't know. Maybe that guy was just playing the funk.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. You just say what's up with
They
people.
nodded at each other. I swear it looked like they nodded at each other. This is real time Mel, and this is past time Mel right here. Check this shit out. Hold up.
All right.
Yo, they both nodded
You just say
at each
what's
other.
up
You
with
gotta
peace
look at both of them.
to Taylor or not? Would I tell you wrong? Did you be like, yeah, I just misinterpreted
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take
Yeah,
a
she did the
recess.
peace.
Just
I knew I
for
thought
3,
it.
we'll try to reconvene at 10 after.
So she did the peace sign.
He's there here. He kind of does like a little nod to her. If you watch, she like nods back to him. That's probably why she was cracking him the whole time. They probably got high. Who knows what else they've done? All kinds of shit that they've done while chopping it up. And then she throws a peace sign at him. She literally, you can see her eyes shift. She throws a peace sign at his ass. This is gonna be so confusing. People watch this shit on Twitter. They're gonna be like, "What the? 3 Mels on the screen?"
Boom, done. All right. Boom. So I don't know why. Like it's kind of. I feel really tired today. I'm not sure. I was up late. I think it's because I was up late a couple nights in a row. The other Sunday night I was cleaning a lot, and then last night I don't know. I was up last night for a little bit. Tonight I just need to go to bed. I feel like I can go to bed right after this. Schuabusiness. She did it. Real quick too, I want to show you guys something too. I mean, even Gannon's defense was trying a little bit. Not Gannon, sorry. Letitia's defense was trying. I found some. Also, they have a highlights area on Twitter or X. It's called X now. We're changing things around. We're calling it X. It's the future. Wait, is this the highlights? Where's the highlights? There's no highlights. Highlights. Okay. One, there's this that person that was complaining earlier. They lose their mind and saw this shit. The other trial. Here we go. So defeated. He's like, yeah. I mean, you won. You already got us. We won. I might as well just give up. But he just starts walking out. You guys won. He walks up to the attorney. You won. It's over. I'm like, damn. But I have to do this. I have to be here. It's the law. I'm like, damn, yo, I mean, come on.
You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause.
He just walks out. Where you going? He's part of the act, right? Okay. Yeah, that would have been some crazy shit though. If he was like for real done and like just walked out of the shit and never came back. Could they hold him in contempt?
I get it. We've lost. Mr. Cellini, we lost. Stout, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that.
Yo, that moment during the trial where the guy, because mentally and physically, I'm thinking, okay, 6 weeks, maybe a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit longer, just a little bit. This guy busts out with 8 weeks. Not only did he bust out with 8 weeks, and he goes, you're going to be in here so long, you're going to be doing, like, he's saying that you're going to be missing out on barbecues and all this kind of stuff.
He did do that at one point.
Because I guess the summer or whatever. You're going to be here 2 months. He kept reiterating over and over how long you're going to be.
We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out.
I thought it was 6. 8?
Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues. Not Labor Day. Barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear? During all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence, all those witnesses, you're not going to hear about a motive.
We didn't need it, bro. Bitches.
You're not going to be given a motive about why it's
I don't need a motive. Bitch is crazy. That's all I need to know. I don't need like a dying urge. Like, why? Of course, I know like probably families and all that stuff, but I don't need that to be like, this chick did that. Just like the whole Alec Murdaugh stuff. But what's the motive? It doesn't make any sense. And this guy's argument, they took a picture the day before. It's the same thing with Alec Murdaugh. Look, they took a picture smiling. So how could that happen? The same argument with this chick. Fuck out of here. See you tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern. Lord Almighty.
because I'm scared for her. Please, somebody come help.
I think even Letitia's team had a little more for pep in this, tried a little bit or something. Well, I don't know, because a lot of the witnesses, they did kind of just roll over. At least this guy's as tedious, and maybe you could say it's kind of like, at least this guy's going through the motions of asking some questions or whatever. There was times where Tisha's people, they just said, they're just like, no, like, we don't have any questions. We don't got nothing. AJ. Bruh, they the way they walked out, they greeted each other and they walked out, it's like they homies. His friend got murdered and killed by this lady, from what it looks like, I guess allegedly, even though she admitted it. She admitted it. Everybody has their time in court, right? But she literally admits this shit according to the criminal complaint. And he was over here like I knew something was up too. Once they said that, like, oh yeah, or I don't know if it was Taylor that picked them up, but they met up by themselves and then they went to get Shad. That's sus to me. You think I'm gonna have a girlfriend that's like, oh yeah, hanging out with my guy friends, you guys are gonna roll together and then come pick me up? Fuck no. And then look at this shit in court and in trial. Hell no. You something was up with that shit. Funky. Hey babe, yeah, Johnny's gonna come by and pick me up. We're gonna come over to get what?
All right.
And that whole chop it up thing this guy was talking about, it's like the yada yada, right? Yada yada could be a whole lot of things. What were you guys doing when you were chopping it up? I know maybe it doesn't matter, I guess, in the grand scheme of things right now for the trial, but that whole chop it up thing, and she over there cracking up and smiling and laughing, kiki ha ha, and then the whole nod and peace out type of shit. That video, the way I edited that video, probably. I saw what you did. Mike. Oh, I hear the whispers. Did I spell Schuabusiness wrong in that video? Uh-oh. I think I did. Oops. For Twitter. Let me get, if I have time, let me get the super chats right now. Damn, they got 6 more witnesses lined for the day? Holy. Alright. When we get to the evening, I'm like, bitch, it's already the evening. What? When we get to the evening. Let me fix this thing. 10-second Tom, last witness. Favorite scary movie? I like Hostel. I don't know if that's my favorite one, scary one, but I like Hostel. One of my favorite ones too is that whole I forgot that series where the people are lost in the woods. Every time it's some different scheme of kids out in the woods. Wrong turn. I love that one. It's just kind of fun to me to watch.
Sir, if you want to come right up here, and before you have a seat, you turn and face her, and she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Craig Pacla, Craig, P as in Paul, Akkala.
Right, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Officer, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 30 years.
And is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
No, it is not.
You have prior law enforcement experience in a different jurisdiction?
I was a police officer in the state of Michigan.
Okay. How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
Approximately 24 years.
In your current assignment as a detective, how long has that been for?
Approximately 8 years.
And I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that date?
I was.
And were you called in to assist in an apparent homicide investigation on that day?
I was.
To where were you dispatched to, or where did you respond to?
My initial response was to the Green Bay Police Department at 307 South Adams in Green Bay.
And what did you do when you got to the police station?
When I arrived at the station, I was soon thereafter asked to respond to 2353 Eastman Avenue to assist officers who were on scene there.
What was the reason you were dispatched to the Eastman Avenue residence?
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department, and I was contacted at approximately 4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident and also a vehicle that she was driving at that address.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with two different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckmann, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other officers?
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail, and that area had some cones by it, or they're soon about to put cones by it. The entrance door to the apartment complex itself, and then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
And were some officers also providing security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
And I want to ask you about some of those pictures. Showing that was previously been marked Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the north side of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction. And I was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van, was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And Exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct, it does.
And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were waiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
And did you then participate in the search of that Eastman Avenue apartment?
I did.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
All right. And I guess was that reported to be the apartment where Ms. Schuabusiness and Mr. Tomes were residing?
That is correct.
And I guess what was, generally your role in searching the apartment?
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant may be found. I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address, so I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime, and we searched the apartment for those type of items.
In the course of your occupation, have you received training in searching areas such as apartments for items of evidence?
I have.
And have you received training in collecting physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
I have.
And in the course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Can you describe what that was?
I believe I had on some protective wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
The thing with these trials too, it's like you kind of like know the outcome for the most part. Kind of like even though the T-shirt one was pretty interesting, Shannon, like it's so overt. It's not like a mystery outcome, like Murdoch kind of thing, or maybe like Johnny Depp. Vastly different, but still, curious. I want to see the interview that she did. I don't think they're gonna drop the SA charge, but I mean, I don't know. They were trying to do that because of the DNA on the toy, but we're almost there. Well, kind of. I don't know. We have an hour and a half. I think an hour and a half. Slumped over, sleeping. The stream got messed up too. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit different. I'm just gonna do YouTube on this computer, and I'm gonna have, I think, Facebook and Twitch running off the laptop. I'm gonna set it up in the other room. There'll be a little bit more of a delay, but just to keep YouTube separate, the connection separate, even though it's the same internet, it's just something with Streamlabs. When I multi-stream, it seems like for whatever reason the server that it's using is not happy. So I think I'll just do this computer straight YouTube, and then rebroadcast what I'm doing here through the laptop or whatever. It's a little more managing in the morning kind of, but I think for this just too, because there's people that are watching behind that lost part of it. The rest of the stream will come together at the end of the day whenever we end this, but yeah. That was an interesting witness. That was our first, I think, quirky witness that we got. I was trying to be a little bit, mindful because that's his friend Shad that got killed, but he seems to kind of, I don't know. He nodded at this chick from what I perceived, and she gave him a peace sign. Seemed like they're still cool and shit. I don't know. Weird sim shit is that?
first I'll ask this, Detective. Could you describe the inside of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue for us?
Apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman is a single bedroom apartment. Entrance to the apartment is located on the east side of the hallway, the common entrance. As you walk in, there's a kitchen to your right, which is kind of an open kind of concept type kitchen. To your left is a bedroom, or I'm sorry, to your left is the living room. The living room has a window showing the parking lot, which was indicated in this picture. As you proceed east, there is a bedroom located on the furthest east side of the room in the north corner, and there's a bathroom to the right of that bedroom.
I'm going to show you exhibits 91 through 94.
I was trying to be sympathetic until I saw him nod and they nodded at each other and she gave the peace sign. That's when I was like, nah, that's fucked up. True, Kelly.
I do recognize those exhibits.
Oh, Carly. True, Carly.
Those are photographs I took of various locations within the bedroom as described in that apartment.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered on February 23rd, 2022 on Eastman Avenue?
Yes, they do.
I'd move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
So they said she's changed her shirt today a couple times. Some of these pictures. Let me show you. She had the blue on and the black on today. She had that blue one earlier, I think, right? And then she switched to what she got on now.
So then, Judge, I'd also ask permission to publish those exhibits.
No objection. All right, those can be published.
Thoughts?
All right. So, Detective, are we looking at Exhibit 91 projected?
Yes, you are looking at Exhibit 91.
All right. And what does 91 depict?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Okay. And then Exhibit 92, what does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
Oh.
And is that consistent with the area that you recovered that cell phone from?
It is.
For instance, it wasn't moved from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph?
That is correct. It was not.
And then did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
I also then want to move then to 93, I think. 93, is this what we're looking at?
Yes.
And what does 93 depict?
93 is a light switch for that bedroom as described. That light switch is located on a west wall. As you walk into the bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
And it's the same bedroom, and I guess the sole bedroom in that apartment that we looked at earlier?
That is correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 94, what does this depict?
Exhibit 94 is a close-up of image 93 of the light switch. And I also have scale indicators on there showing the location where I took the picture or where it's located.
Thank you. So then with respect to Exhibit 94 here, did you conduct any further processing of that area?
I did. I collected a DNA sample, or I collected a swab of a potential DNA sample of the red substance on that light switch.
And how did you collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using a swab, sterile swab, in a prepackaged container, so to speak. For this particular swab, because it was dry, I added distilled water to the end of that cotton swab, and then I simply rubbed the swab on there, and then I packaged that swab and sealed it at the scene.
And the swab that you collected and the procedure you just described, is that how you're trained to do it?
I am.
Okay. What did you do with that swab once you were completed with the processing?
When the completion of that particular swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are submitted into our evidence department, a secure property locker.
And I do want to just go back a little bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Is this Exhibit 92?
It is.
You indicated that phone was collected by yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
When you enter an item of evidence such as this into evidence, I guess, does it get assigned a unique identifier of some kind?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a number showing who collected it or who processed it into evidence, yes.
Okay. And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
And do you recall what the number was offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you collected?
That is correct.
Would you have documented that or memorialized that in your details?
I would have,
Okay.
yes.
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory and what the exhibit number for that item is?
It would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 95. Do you recognize Exhibit 95?
Exhibit 95 are my details related to this case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could review the details, particularly the top of page 2, and then I'll ask if that helped refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of that cellular device?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-229-240-370-004.
So those last 6 numbers, 370004, what do those signify?
370 is my personal computer number that's associated to our reporting system. 004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number, and that is just a sequential order that they're placed in as I put these items into evidence. So that was the 4th item that I categorized.
Thank you, Detective. I have nothing further.
Good.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Detective Pacla. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were contacted by your Lieutenant Buckmann, on February 23rd of 2022 to come into the station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Regarding an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the information that you received was that a mother discovered something in a bucket in her basement, correct?
That is correct.
There are different officers or investigators or detectives already involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Light, Detective Groff, Detective Kempf, correct?
That is correct.
And you gained information that someone by the name of Stephen Hendricks had called Brown County Dispatch at about 3:25 a.m. to report this. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then while en route to the Green Bay Police Department, you heard other officers calling out with a need to possibly go to 2353 Eastman Avenue. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So when you got to the station, you were briefed by Lieutenant Buckmann, correct?
He was one of them, yes.
And were you told to go over to Eastman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And so did you go there by yourself?
I did.
Okay, and you met up with other detectives, correct?
At the scene at that time, I was the only detective at the scene.
Okay. There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there?
I don't recall Garth Russell being there.
Okay. Do you know who else was there?
The 2 that I made contact with were Sergeant Jeff Schilling and Lieutenant Buckmann, Tom Buckmann.
And what time did you get to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after 4:45 and still in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right. There's snow on the ground, correct?
There was.
It's cold outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you made your way up to the front door of the apartment complex, correct?
I did.
Had individuals already been arrested by the time you got there?
They had, yes.
Okay. All right. When you walked up, did you see crime scene tape at all?
I did see tape in the doorway entrance, yes.
Okay. Later, did you see crime scene tape around the Town and Country minivan?
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right. And then your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1 at this apartment complex to conduct a search, right?
That is correct.
And did you have a search warrant at the time?
I did.
Okay. And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Following the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot, is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on the bedroom window.
Were any individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
Okay. And so you walked around and started looking for things, correct?
I began my search, correct.
You searched the living room and the kitchen?
I searched the bedroom area.
Okay. There's one bedroom there, correct?
Correct.
In the bedroom area, did you find any body parts or human remains?
No, not outright, no.
Okay. Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that bedroom?
I believe I collected items of evidentiary value, yes.
What did you collect? A telephone?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Okay. Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one was depicted on the bed in one of the images, and the second one was in a purse.
Okay. Exhibit 91, that photograph depicts a bed, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a phone on the bed, correct?
Yes.
Bed's got a gray comforter on it, correct?
It does.
And there's a phone cord there?
Correct.
And there's some other device, I don't know if that's a fan or something else. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit 92 is just basically a close-up picture of the comforter, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that light switch is on the wall in the bedroom of Unit 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is cracked.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes, I would describe those as smear marks.
You looked at those smear marks. Was that an issue for you? Like, as far as, were you concerned about what that was?
I was concerned due to the marks and the coloration. I felt it was a value for evidence to collect that, yes.
And did you collect it then?
I did.
Okay. You had no contact with Taylor Schuabusiness on this particular date, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All the contact with Ms. Schuabusiness was with Detective Groff and Detective Kempf, correct?
From the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her at all, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw anybody in the gold Town and Country minivan that was parked, correct?
No, sir.
You saw, that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any people inside the van when you walked up or when you left, fair?
Fair, I did not.
And you never saw that gold Town and Country minivan move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
How long were you at the scene at Eastman Avenue?
I was at the scene initially for approximately an hour. Then I left to complete the search warrant and returned. And then I was at the scene for several hours to complete the search.
And this apartment complex, is it called Meadowview East Apartments?
I believe that's the name of that section, yes.
And the vehicles, they park basically in a line next to each other, is that fair?
That is fair.
In front of that, there's a sidewalk, correct?
There is.
And the police tape was around just the gold minivan, or was it around the vehicle on either side of the minivan?
I don't recall the police tape organizational, or if there was police tape around the minivan itself.
Okay. At some point in time, was it such that a gentleman, maybe part of the facility or whatnot, but he was shoveling and he continued to shovel down the sidewalk underneath the police tape into the crime scene? Did that happen?
I recall a person shoveling, but as I said, I left prior to, I was gone from the scene, so I don't know where he shoveled to or if he made it to the crime scene area.
Whose responsibility was it to protect and preserve the crime scene and where the yellow police tape was located?
Lieutenant Buckmann and or Sergeant Schilling would have assigned a patrol officer in uniform and or a squad car to sit and watch that scene.
Okay. In preparing for trial and reviewing all the records, you did review most of the police reports, correct?
I reviewed my police reports.
Okay. Did you review other officers or other detectives' reports?
I did not.
Okay. But did you come to find out that that really did happen, that someone shoveled on the sidewalk into the crime scene underneath the police tape?
I observed upon my arrival back there was somebody shoveling, but they were a distance away. So as far as that explanation of what you're describing, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. If I told you that that happened, would you be shocked?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
So when you got there, you took pictures of the doorway to the apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
Okay. Did you dust for prints on the minivan at all?
I did not.
Okay, I see you. Got a little something in there. Okay, something. Folks called the van out.
You collected some additional DNA swabs in 2 different areas of the apartment. Is that fair?
One different area, I believe.
Okay. If your report says 2 different areas, would that be accurate?
It would be.
Okay. And as you were searching the apartment, did you note a red substance on the hallway wall leading from the living room to Ms. Schuabusiness's bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then at some point, did you determine that you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay. How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect a sample and you add distilled water, which is the proper protocol to rehydrate something, if that does not come off very easily, it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature. And this did not come off the wall as it should have if it was a substance of DNA interest.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're excused. State's next witness.
State calls Nate Kalinsky.
Okay, sir, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
All right, so who we got here?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
All right.
Nathan R. Kolinsky. Last name is Kolinski.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a evidence tech with the Green Bay Police Department.
All right, what do you do as an evidence tech?
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence, they hand it over to us, and our job is to keep it safe and secure, basically until the case is over.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
About 6.5 years.
All right. In addition to maintaining custody of items, is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Crime Lab, yes.
And that's for, I guess, further testing by them?
Yes, yep. We send it out to the crime labs, and then the crime lab also mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed, or in certain cases, we will drive them down and we do just a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Is there any documentation that memorializes that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has like a receipt form that says everything that they received and the date they got it in.
I'll show you exhibit 96. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a transmittal, looks like to, it's all three, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
Okay. And is that a form that sort of would bear indicia that you were sort of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
So we have here listing, do you want me to read them off or just give the numbers?
Well, first I'll ask, is there any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it, and then it went through, and these look like there's little checkoff on the side of the form. We do that just to make note of every one that we have, just to ensure we are bringing everything down.
And is that consistent with your practice, just to make sure you've transmitted all the items you're supposed to?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once kind of thing, yes.
Sure. And then what was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209240.
Okay. And is that, I guess, with respect to the case you're subpoenaed here for today?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I'd move 94.
Any objection?
No.
That'll be received.
What items of evidence did you transmit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in this case?
So this one, we have a buccal swab taken from Taylor Schuabusiness, swabs taken from the right hand of Taylor, swab taken from the left hand of Taylor, oral swab from Shad Therion that was taken at the autopsy, a swab of the blade of exhibit 543033, swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072, swab of red substance on light switch from suspect's bedroom, black sweatpants with dried blood on it, a penile swab, and swab of exhibit 543038.
And based on your recollection and your review of this exhibit, are those items that you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
I believe for this one they were dropped off. We drove down, and the Madison lab has different rooms you can go in and like hand over evidence, and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you personally delivered them to the
Yep,
crime.
we drove them down.
When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
Okay. So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that are throughout the basement, and all the rooms are generally the same. They're all locked rooms. They have an alarm system, a keypad entry system, and then they have cameras and motion sensors. So there are only, I believe, 5 people inside the department, including myself, that have access to these rooms. It's a very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
So I guess, is it the case that any member of the Green Bay Police Department can just go in the evidence room?
No.
Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would be present for or supervise?
Yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them in the rooms, yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Do I address you as Mr. Kalinsky or Evidence Tech Kalinsky?
Mr.'s fine.
Okay. So these items were transmitted down to Madison by who?
That would be, I believe, myself, and then there are normally 2 of us that go with. Sometimes it's a light duty officer, sometimes it's my coworker Gene, depends on who's free at the time.
Okay. And then do you have to park and then physically carry these items into the state crime lab, or how does that work?
Correct. There's a parking right across the street from the door. You walk inside, walk upstairs, and they go in these little large closet-sized rooms where they're there with the little desk. You hand them over one by one. They receive them, and then you get a paper receipt from them with everything that they received. It's basically their transfer of custody from us to them.
Okay. Kind of like at a library. You drop off a book.
Similar to it, we just don't lose contact with it. There's no slot or anything. We're there the entire time until we hand it to them.
And then did you get your receipt right away?
Yes.
And then after the lab analysts did their testing, how did you get these items back?
We either pick them up in person if we're there for some other business, or they mail them back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. Okay. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
Okay. You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years, and you've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you cut the bag open, and you have to be careful, correct?
Correct, yes.
Any issues at all with sending the materials down or getting them back?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Gene Rakers.
I have a hand up from the juror.
All right, no problem. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am, just step right up over here. And then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Jean Rakers.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours. All right, how are you employed?
I am currently employed as an evidence technician with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
For the past 4 years.
And is one of your colleagues, Mr. Klinsky, who we just saw?
Yes.
All right. You work in the same role as him?
Yes, I do.
Do you have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you remember being involved in?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you what's previously been marked exhibit number 90. Do you recognize exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
And I guess what are those documents used for?
It itemizes the evidence that is sent between agencies. So in this instance, these are items that were returned to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And does the form indicate which items were returned to your department?
Yes, it's the State Crime Lab assigns a letter to each piece of evidence that's designated on the form, and then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
Okay. And does the form indicate who would have been the person taking receipt of those items of evidence with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, my name is signed on the bottom, and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so it's your belief then in reviewing that document that you received those items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move 95.
Any objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, that'll be received.
And I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Can I see that exhibit?
Sure. All right.
Ms. Rikers, you've been working for the Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as a evidence technician, correct?
That's correct.
And you worked with evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky?
Yes.
You work in tandem, correct?
That's correct.
Your role in this particular case was to send items or receive items or both?
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab sent. When they're delivered, I personally receive the box that they're delivered in, and I ensure that the seals are all intact. Then I open the box and verify that the items on the list on the transmittal are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
And this exhibit number 90
Yes.
indicates that you received all of these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab on April 21st of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Do you know why it took a day for you to get these items back?
Yes, that's generally the turnaround time. They're sent on one day, we receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are sealed. We verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from Madison back to the Green Bay Police Department?
The crime lab utilizes speedy delivery.
He's taking notes on that too?
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of 2022, did you have to meet them at the front?
Yes, they call me up and I meet the delivery driver at the door.
And then you sign the release at that time?
That's correct.
And
I sign their little machine that they have, indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky on there, correct?
Yes.
And then your name is stamped on there, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's just their form. They just have Nathan's name on there as a form. So if I'm the one receiving it, then I'm the one signing it and stamping it.
Okay, then you keep this in your records?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Amazing.
Ma'am, before you step down, my clerk and I are running the numbers, and that can't be 95. What number?
This is Exhibit 90,
Okay,
90.
you asked for 95 to be admitted. This is 90, but it's already been admitted. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on the numbers, okay?
I wrote 90 down.
Sorry.
I did write 90 down.
Okay, very good. You can step
Slipping,
down. Thank you.
slipping.
You're welcome.
All right, so they're moving through pretty quick through them.
Next witness then?
State calls Kendall Danelski.
Sour cream is very important. I don't like sour cream, man.
Ma'am, if you want to just step up right over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kendall Danelski.
Okay, then Mr. Lizzie, the witness is yours.
Ms. Danelski, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm a certified forensic computer examiner with the Green Bay Police Department.
And what is a certified computer forensic examiner?
I basically take all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
How long have you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of educational background or training that is related to that position?
I do, yes. Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more valuable ones that I've had over the past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, as a certified forensic computer examiner and a certified mobile device examiner. I'm also certified through SANS as a GFCE, which is another crucial training and program that we have to go through. I'm also certified through Celebrate as a Celebrate certified mobile examiner. And I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified forensic examiner.
Yeah.
And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
Can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you are not analyzing actually, the download of a device?
Yes, so I get the device in, and depending on the make and model of that device, it has to be placed into certain settings for extraction so that it can make a connection and communication with my computer. So I get the phone in the correct settings, and then I hook it up to an adapter, and then from there I use a set of software to perform the extraction. Once that extraction is complete, I then open it up in a readable program that I then can get out to officers and detectives to go through that data.
And is it typical that you yourself will review the data on the phone, or is your typical practice that you will conduct a forensic download of the device and then provide it to another party to review?
It is typical. I perform the extraction, view some of the data to verify things parsed correctly, and then I usually pass that data on to officers or detectives.
Can you estimate approximately how many times per year you conduct a forensic download of a device?
I perform...
Relevancy, Your Honor? Because there's all different kinds of cases. I mean, this is a homicide case, but there's many cases out there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Thank you. I perform about 600 phone extractions a year.
Have you performed roughly that many phone extractions over the course of your 7-year career at the Green Bay Police Department?
It increases every year, but roughly yes.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graff and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically how many devices you analyzed or how many devices you downloaded on this case?
I would say 10 or more.
And was one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic download of a phone, do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet.
It's 5 o'clock already. You're dangerous, man. She could pull up all the info on your shit. If you wanted to, if you're dating her or married to her, woo. We'll go take her phone for a couple of minutes, hook it up to that whatever she was talking about, and snatch up everything.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97. Can you identify that document for me?
Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number 370004.
That exhibit number, that 37004, where does that number come from?
That comes from evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence within that case gets an exhibit or evidence number.
So when an officer collects an item of evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
And then that is the piece of evidence that was assigned to you for download?
It was, yes.
Does the cell phone analysis worksheet for that particular piece of evidence, does it outline the process that you used to conduct the forensic download?
It does, yes.
And could you describe for the jury what process you used in this case?
Yes, so for this particular phone, I put the phone in the correct settings for extraction, where it could communicate with my computer. From there, I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, and then I used the Celebrate 4PC extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is that software program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction whether or not the extraction was successful?
I am, yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone after the extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction, and also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking at the information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
Yes.
So that's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
Correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to manipulate any data before an extraction.
In addition to conducting the extraction, did you do other things, after the extraction was done, did you do additional manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the device?
Yes, after that extraction completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
And what is the purpose of doing those screen captures?
With certain types of extractions, some applications or data might not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might not always be extracted or parsed with that type of extraction I was able to get from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
And for this particular device, did you then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that tasked to another person?
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures, but after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
Do you know specifically which detective was tasked with viewing the report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain data may not be captured by the extraction. Can you explain why that might be the case?
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy, identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would get captured. So for this instance, it did not parse the Google Photos, the Google Chrome history, or some recent Facebook Messenger chats. So I went through and captured screenshots of those.
In addition to capturing screenshots, did you advise Detective Luberta in any way about some things that she could do to obtain additional data that's relevant to that device?
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means that I'm not connecting to the network and no incoming text messages are coming in, no incoming chats, things like that. I'm not connecting to the network or internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like, for instance, Google Photos, I could only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see on the phone.
What sorts of things might be captured on a Google search warrant that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
And do you know, does Google also store things in the cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
And did you have any further contact with Detective Luberta about that?
I did, yes. She got that Google return in a zip file from her search warrant that she created for that. And then from there on, she wanted me to put it in a more readable format for her. So basically, I took that zip file that she got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more comfortable with going through.
And the process that you utilized to take that zip file from Google and put it on the UFED reader, is that something that you're trained in and you do in the regular course of your duties?
Yes.
And were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that something tasked to Detective Luberta as well?
Passed on to Detective Luberta.
Oy, oy, oy. Come on. Come on.
When you extract data from a device, does the device tell you what date that particular photographs, for example, are taken? Or is that information always accurate when you put it into the UFED reader program?
It would be accurate, yes.
Are there instances in which you manipulating the device or taking it off on that date, the date that you manipulate the phone would also capture?
It could update some dates and times, yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Ms. Danelski, good afternoon.
Hello.
So your role was basically to extract data off of a cell phone?
Correct.
Do you know who the cell phone belonged to?
This particular cell phone belonged to Taylor Schuabusiness.
And you only looked at and examined one phone, correct?
I extracted multiple phones, but I didn't go through every single extraction.
Your testimony and Exhibit 91 deal with this phone that you're talking about belonging to Taylor Schuabusiness, correct?
I believe this, is this Exhibit 97 or 91?
It's 97.
97.
97, okay. So basically you were looking to extract data off that phone for you to turn over to Detective Jenna Luberta, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for searches, correct?
A magnitude of things, cell records,
Okay,
call logs.
Okay, let me just ask, I just want to ask you, Were you looking for searches like what this person was looking for on the cell phone?
That would be included, yes.
Okay. And then you were looking for photos, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for iCloud photos, correct?
Well, in airplane mode, correct.
Okay. And then you were looking to see a GPS location to see where this phone had been, correct?
You can check the Google Maps on the phone, but you cannot check the cloud when you're not connected to that network.
Okay. And cell phones oftentimes have GPS, so if like you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you can track where they are, correct?
Correct. Sometimes, yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent Google searches for the Google Maps application.
Okay. And you had a search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen. Okay. But otherwise in working condition.
It was in working condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
Any problems with the extraction at all?
No.
With regards to doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct date and time, UTC -6 or 5, depending on the time zone we're in. That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you use was Celebrate?
Correct.
After you, when you get the data, then do you put it on a separate zip drive or something, or how do you do that?
It goes on a shared drive that all detectives can access.
Okay. On the Fred computer?
No, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay. So how would Detective Liberta then access this information?
So the original extraction is saved on a Synology that only I have access to in my office, and then that's where the original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Celebrate Physical Analyzer software, then I can send that to a shared drive that all detectives have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
Okay. And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in my office.
Okay. And then if someone wants to look at it, they have to go through you?
Correct, unless they can access the UFDR file that was created and put on that shared drive.
Is there any way that information, that data that you extracted, could it be tampered with or lost or misplaced somehow?
Not the original extraction that I save in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted if a detective wanted to delete it for some reason or move it to another folder on that drive. But they can't actually manipulate any data in the program, like switch a text message, date or time, something like that.
Did anything like that happen?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were talking about on these screen captures. Is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate 4 PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph button on the program.
Okay. And then you said something about parsing data correctly. What do you mean by that?
I just verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't parse and I need to go through and take screenshots of that, I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
Okay. And so your sole role is just to extract the data, get it to the detective so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, man. You can step down. State's next witness.
The state calls Jenna Liberta.
Who? Oh, that Liberta, that's the cop too. One of the cops. I'm surprised he's supposed to be a short witness. Day one was really good. Today was kind of a drag. The coroner, or I don't know if he was a coroner, the autopsy guy, the medical doctor or whatever, he was good. Then it kind of like the entire day. And then we had the guy that seemed like a stoner or something, the witness. He was kind of funny, or well, I don't know, funny, but interesting. And then that was it. I think once they bring out the personal people, not really the victim's family, but like Taylor's family. I wonder if Taylor's family is gonna testify, or any of her friends, or something.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, L-U-B.
Okay, they gotta fix the volume.
Okay, Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luberta.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently employed in law enforcement at the present time?
I am not.
And had you previously been a law enforcement officer?
I was, yes.
The decision to no longer be in law enforcement, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
It was.
And talk to me about your previous law enforcement experience.
Sure. I started as a dispatcher, actually, in 2007. In 2011, I was sworn in as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department, where I served for 12 years.
And what roles did you have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as a patrol officer, there
Taylor
for 7
t-shirt.
years, and then I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on the afternoon shift patrol.
Were you working as a investigator with the Green Bay Police Department in February of 2022?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Therian?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved, and basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the van.
And the location, was that on Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
And when you arrived, did you ultimately go to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed several other officers there. I observed the van in question, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty much just calm by the time I got there. It was just the van and other patrol officers.
And what did you do to conduct further analysis or investigation relative to that van?
I've received information that the van was involved prior to me getting there, so I knew that there may be potential evidence in the van and that we needed to secure that evidence. So I returned to the police department to write a search warrant.
Did you ultimately obtain a search warrant for the van?
Yes.
Do you know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Thome.
THOMS?
Correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van, what did you do?
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address and I called the city contracted wrecker or towing company, and then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on Broadway Street in the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay storage facility, what did you do?
We put the van into the secured area of the storage or the evidence unit, and we left.
And what did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
So then when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon, did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, our forensic unit started taking pictures and swabs of the outside of the van, and then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van. We didn't discover anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's seat where he located body parts.
And who was taking the lead in terms of actually removing items from the van and then having contact with the human remains?
The forensic pathologist, Vincent Tranquita.
What was your role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and photographing?
The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van, what did you do?
I talked with the doctor, and he told me that he believed that all
I
of...
object, that's hearsay.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
I wasn't asking specifically for what anyone told you. What did you do with the van afterwards?
So the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question, Ms. Schulze.
The forensic unit finished processing the van, and we left.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have a further role with respect to this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
I looked through one of the cell phones that was located at the Eastman Avenue address, believed belonged to Taylor Schuabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device itself?
I did not.
What did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of, what they call it, a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then locating the information that might be of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect to a phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you reviewed the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages, messaging application chats, things of that nature.
Did you notice anything of evidentiary value?
There was some search history that
Forensic
I found
program.
interesting, like internet searches that I found interesting. Yes.
And what was that?
There was searches, things of like.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Relevancy. I mean, searches on the phone. People search, research, look at all kinds of different things.
Let's go. Pick it up, man. You need some spat.
Argue that some of these things, I believe,
sassing
could be
you.
Inflammatory and more prejudicial than probative.
Soft, man. You got to go a little hard with this shit.
You can go ahead and answer the question, ma'am.
Things such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh. What?
Things like that. KKK, I believe, was one of them.
What?
And Detective, did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believed were relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide.
In the days shortly before?
In the days shortly before, yes.
And do you recall when you reviewed that, did you prepare a report regarding your observations?
I did.
If you were able to review your report, might that refresh your recollection as to the specific searches and the dates and times of those searches?
It would.
Oh, thank you, Leah. I thought you were about to say the chat is full of horrible people. I'm a complete idiot. I've been watching you for years and never came in the chat. The chat is full of awesome people. Thank you, Leah. Appreciate that. I thought you were about to say they're insensitive. So what were they just talking about? That was her search or something? Jeffrey Dahmer? Right, let's talk about her search history, right? Ooh, Jeffrey Dahmer, KKK? Well, we gotta go back to that after. I mean, I guess we gotta wait 3 hours till they're done with today, but wow. Yo, guys, tell me, what did they say? Computer searches? Tell me in the chat so I can type it for Twitter.
I'm going to object to Exhibit 98. I know it's
Jeffrey Dahmer,
Detective Liberta's details.
KKK.
It's 2 pages. But there are dates going back to December 12th of 2022, and we're talking about an alleged incident on 2/22 or 2/23
Yeah.
of 2022.
Oh, Pentagons too.
So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Oh, they'll argue Pentagon's like religion, right, or something like that.
Well, I think all she's been asked is to review the report, so I don't know yet what she's going to be testifying to. So I'll reserve ruling on your objection, Mr. Freilich, but I'll turn back to the state. Go ahead, Mr. Lizette.
Your Honor, I forgot, I want to say that another objection would be on grounds of relevancy. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I'm going to reserve those objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Luberta, does reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's phone?
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to February 12th of 2022 and February 13th of 2022, did you note anything, was there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Judge, relevancy to that question.
Oh, I said Pentagon, didn't it? I was about to type in Pentagons too. Thank you, pentagram.
Yes, she searched Jeffrey Dahmer. And then she searched cadaver definition, Jeff Boyardee, blow-up doll customized face.
In particular, Jeffrey Dahmer, did you note that there were several searches that were related to Dahmer?
Objection, relevancy.
Yeah, witchcraft is religion too, ain't it? People.
Can you repeat your question?
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items on the device that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
What other portions of the extraction also showed an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
There was I wrote another search warrant for her Gmail accounts, the Google accounts, a bigger search that you can do to get more information stored on the cloud. And in that extraction of that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures, and things of that nature.
On the device itself, did you also locate photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Ooh.
Objection, relevance.
It's relevant. Talking about relevance. The bitches cutting people up
Yes.
and dismembering them. Relevance. The whole trial is relevant.
Do you know what a device screenshot is?
Yeah. Yes.
What does that term generally mean?
Just down. Relevant shit.
Screenshot is where you take a shot of the screen, basically a copy of the screen.
And do you know if there were screenshots that were prepared in this case by analyst Danelski for purpose of your analysis?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots as well?
I did.
And in reviewing those screenshots, were there also several mentions of Dahmer and Dahmer related interest?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, there were.
Was this just, a one-off, one or two photos, or were there several photographs?
Same objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
There were several.
Now, you mentioned that you subsequently did a search for information, a search warrant for information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yes, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had. And there was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information that's not technically stored on the phone, but in the cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that search?
Yes, I did.
Did Google subsequently respond to your warrant and provide information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able, so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So Analyst Danelski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, do you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
Okay, the Celebrate, the UFED reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to find similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search.
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Trying hard not to get that shit in.
Do you know, does Celebrate give you the opportunity to parse out certain relevant things and generate a report that only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those reports from Celebrate that allow you to do that?
Yes, I am.
Jeff Boyardee. Yeah, why'd she search Jeff Boyardee? Oh, I guess that was supposed to be like a joke or something, huh? Like she thought it was funny, I guess. Jeff Boyardee. Wow. I guess she thought it was like funny or something. Wow. That's the crock pot, right? Yeah. Mamma mia. Insulting her as if she's going to give some sort of... Lord almighty. So we got Jeffrey Dahmer, KKK, Flaming Pentagram, Blow Up Dolls, Jeff Boyardee. The whole thing with the homeboy Stoner when they asked him if she ever seemed if she seemed normal or out of it, he was like, "No, she's normal." I mean, allegedly, I should say allegedly. I don't know if it's Stoner or not. Who's just chilling and chopping it up, bruh?
Specifically, when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up.
Oh.
Like how we always do.
He did it multiple times too,
And,
yeah.
Basically, I was.
She laughing too, bro. She laughing when that shit happening. Ooh. I had that other clip from the lunch break. And we gotta show that later.
I was like,
ooh.
Taylor was asking like, do you wanna hang out with Shad? She was asking me.
You know, was up there buddies and shit.
Like, for consent to hang out with Shad.
Your Honor, I'm going to
bring them
object
out.
to these three exhibits and the photograph. Could we argue these, please, outside the presence of the jury? I think it's crucial.
Okay.
Homeboy. He just don't want them knowing.
20 minutes to 5. I think I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon.
Oh. We're done?
And,
We're done?
I'm going to ask that you be in the jury room tomorrow morning, no later than 8:30. I'm going to give you that instruction again that I've given you before. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so.
Well, we're not really done. We got to hear their arguments.
Jurors based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that the jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has a reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening. All rise for the jury.
She was laughing at that shit. I almost wonder if he knew what he was doing when he said that, or was it just speaking bad? Because I feel like they did nod at each other at the end. He gave him the peace sign and shit, like their buddy and stuff. They used to hang out alone and shit. Even though she's Shad's friend too, but he's Shad's friend too, but I couldn't tell. All right, I guess.
Seated. You can step down.
I don't think I'm going to do that today. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I think it's just too much. It's already
Okay.
the evidence part. The rest of it, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that the state intends to offer 3 exhibits. I'll take the easy one first. One is a photograph of my client, Taylor Schuabusiness, either laying on a bed or sitting, and then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone. So they're together.
Yeah.
We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history.
And
there are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits. Additionally, the other Celebrate exhibits that Mr. Lassay wishes to produce and proffer to the court as an exhibit are, could I see those please again?
Oh, so she idolized him, Jeffrey Dahmer.
They contain references to satanic Bible, flaming pentagram, Satan, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer, cadaver definition, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court, rare Jeffrey Dahmer GIF, GIF, and things of that sort. And some of these items, searched items, date from 2/19 of 2022, going back to 2/6 of 2022. And I would argue that although 2019 of 2022 is fairly close in time to the alleged incident, the other ones are not. But I would argue that this information is highly prejudicial, and any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I believe, and I would argue on behalf of my client, that if this information comes in, she's going to be painted in the worst light possible, with probably, maybe, the worst killer in human history. And I don't believe that is fair, but the court has to make that call.
I think it's fair.
I'm just making the arguments on her behalf. I don't think it's necessarily relevant. There's other information here that the state can rely on, but they do not need to go down this road. This is going to be a trial within a trial, and it's going to create a sideshow. This is not the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It's not
even close.
This is different.
It's just she idolizes
The other
us
Celebrate
and mimic them.
extraction report also contains various pictures of what is reported to be Jeffrey Dahmer, and it seems like there are 27 data files here. Some of them my client. They're little thumbnail pictures here. But if the jury sees this, I have a concern that they're gonna immediately think that my client is in that category, just like him. I don't know, but I think it's unduly prejudicial. I think it's unfair, and I would ask that the court consider these arguments on her behalf, that this information not come in. I don't believe it's necessarily relevant. People do searches on the internet all the time. People do dumb things. They search for weird things. They search for odd things. But I don't see how this is even relevant to what we're talking about in this particular case. And I'd argue that the court at least consider an oral motion from me for a mistrial, because the state is going into this issue of Jeffrey Dahmer, going down this road to try and paint her in the worst light possible.
As she should.
And create a sideshow. So I'd ask that you consider a motion for mistrial, because this information has already come in. Thank you very much.
You're so weak. You saw how the judge, he was
Your Honor,
like,
I think the information is relevant. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Schabusiness intended to engage in this conduct, that she intended to kill Shad Therian, and that she intended to dismember his body. Her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer is relevant to this case. She, I assume, is going to argue either that she didn't intend to do this, or certainly is going to argue in the second phase of the trial that she had some sort of mental illness that caused her to do this.
Oh, shit.
The state's position clearly is that no, she did this because she wanted to do this. This is something that interests her. Frankly, we haven't seen her interview yet, but I anticipate that her interview is going to be consistent with that. That this is something that interested her, that she liked what she did in this case. And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and the things that he did and the awful things that Attorney Freilich talked about, her interest in him is relevant to that point. It suggests that she had an interest in these things. It is not something that was done solely because of the methamphetamine, or that was done as an accident, or was some sort of reckless behavior, or that was the result of a mental illness. It's the state's position that she did so because she was interested in that, and for that reason, these things are highly relevant.
I haven't seen the photo. Can I see the photo?
You can.
oh, yeah, we just saw a little glimpse. Yeah.
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider taking a look at the two Celebrate documents as well, because they've got thumbnail photos on them.
Sure. So we'll mark all of these so we know what we're speaking of.
Let's do a little poll.
Any particular preference as to order?
Is the JD stuff, Jeffrey Dahmer, relevant?
Cellbrite report noting searched items 35, that'll be number 99. Cellbrite report, the extraction report noting data files 27 on the top, that'll be 100. And the photo will be 101.
Yeah, we got some people saying no. Some people saying no. Some people... Team Schuabusiness. All right, we got Team Taylor in the chat too. We got a good mix of audience. Like that. So far, 90% say it is relevant. 10% say no, it's not relevant. She mimics some of his stuff, but it's not relevant. We should focus on her. Just her, I guess.
So, Mr. Lizet, your reference to Ms. Schabusiness having an interest in this kind of thing, is that a different way of saying motive?
I think it is. I mean, I do think that it is motive evidence, because it's suggestive of the fact that once she went down this road, that she enjoyed this and that she did this for her own pleasure and out of her own curiosity and interest, which again, I think we haven't seen the interview yet, but there are several statements within the interview that are consistent with that.
Shit. Team Taylor coming in strong, man. Where the votes at?
And I would note the court has seen the video. The court has had the benefit of seeing the interview. It has not been presented to the jury.
Maybe they thought Johnny Depp or something.
Your Honor, I believe that my client also told Detective Groff that they were buddies. I believe my client told Detective Groff that Mr. Shad Therian and her were buddies.
Okay, how does that How does that go to what I'm looking at here? I agree with you. I think she did tell him that. I recall her saying that. How does that go to this, though, Mr. Fraley?
Well, the state is trying to talk about intent to kill and that she wanted to do this and all of that. I'm letting the court know that these two people were friends. They were buddies.
So? I don't know what's gonna happen, man. The judge will say, "Don't bring it in," maybe to try to protect the case. I think it's very relevant. She's mimicked this guy Dahmer.
They did say they were friends. They did say that, so.
And? With the Murdoch chick. Yeah, but he loved his wife and children. They took a picture the day of. And? A lot of people get caught up in this. And? That's my response. And? Yeah.
So I'm having a little bit of a difficult time. I'm looking at Exhibit 99. That one seems pretty straightforward as far as timestamps because there's a column for timestamps.
Oh.
And I can see what appears to be dates of searches. Exhibit 100, it may be on here, but I'm not laying my hands on it. The only date I'm seeing would appear to be the extraction date, although I don't know that. They're all dated March 8 of 2022, which is after this event. So I guess I'm concerned that I'm not reading this correctly, because I want to make sure that I address all the issues that Mr. Fralick has brought up, including timing. I mean, if we're talking about something that, for example, one of the events that I noticed on here appears to
I'll make a big difference if it was after the murder.
have an older date, but maybe you can address that for me. Before I let you move on Exhibit 100, page 3 at the top, I see under metadata title it says capture time, October 22nd, 2013. You can only assume that that's the date that it was uploaded onto the internet as opposed to the date that she was looking at it, but I don't know those things from looking at this.
Correct, and I think through the witness we would anticipate eliciting testimony that those pictures appeared to have been captured by Ms. Schabusiness on February 12th of 2022. I think the date listed on the phone is the last date in which that photo was modified, which actually I think is probably the date Google received the preservation letter. That seems to be most consistent with that March 8th of 2022 date. So I think certainly the state would have to provide some additional information through the witnesses to clarify the date. But I believe that the officer's own report indicates that when she looked at those same pictures on the phone, they were part of those screenshots, device screenshots, that those were largely viewed on February 12th of 2022, and then the Google warrant just sort of confirmed the information that was seen on the screenshots.
We have no guarantee of that, Your Honor. It's confusing as to what date these items were downloaded, what dates they really pertain to.
And then, Mr. Lizet, when I look at Exhibit 99, I'm looking at, various what I'll call searches. When I look at page 2 of 99, the Jeffrey Dahmer references seem to commence at item 14. Above that, there's references to other things. I'm particularly interested in your assertion as to relevance of searches about Satanic Bible online. I see that specific search once. The next, that's item 1. Item 2 is Satanic Bible. It's a different search, but it's similar. Item 3, Flaming Pentagram. Where's the relevance of that?
And I think that just shows her pure interest, that this is an intentional act because she has interests that are outside the norm that would suggest this type of...
Yeah, Santa Muerte shit.
That's completely speculative, Your Honor. I mean, people have a right under the Constitution, First Amendment, to look at things. I just don't see the relevance here.
They're going to say religion. They thought they were going to argue
I think
religion.
for that same reason, it's also not terribly prejudicial. Frankly, the state's largest concern is the Dahmer information. I think that's the most relevant. I think the cadaver definition search was also somewhat relevant. I mean, it shows her interest in death and corpses, which, part of the mutilation of this body, the defleshing and the things that happened to Shad after he died, I think are consistent with that highly unusual interest in things like death and cadavers and things that Jeffrey Dahmer did.
Exactly. Literally.
Well, here's what I'm gonna rule. First of all, I do think that searches. First of all, it's been referenced by counsel that obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is a unusual figure in the history of this state, and certainly the acts perpetrated by him were difficult for the community to comprehend, and he's again a very unusual figure, and I think the public has a general sense of what that individual is about because he received a great deal of publicity. I'm looking here and I see from looking at these reports, there was a great deal of interest demonstrated in that. And I think that's relevant. I do. So I'm satisfied that regarding the references to him, that's appropriate testimony. I'm not as satisfied as to some of these other items. I see 2 searches for Satanic Bible references. Looks like 3 for Satan. Looks like 2 perhaps for pentagram. And I'm not necessarily satisfied that those particular searches relate to anything particular in this case other than to make someone look bad. And that's not what this case is to be about. So I'm satisfied that regarding Exhibit 99,
I'll take it.
Those references aren't relevant. What can you tell me, Mr. Lizet, about the Jeff Boyardee?
That's actually a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on a can, so it's sort of a meme that involves Jeffrey Dahmer. I think the picture is actually in the other exhibit. It's probably very small.
Okay. So I'm going to find that's relevant based upon that representation. At the same time, I want to make sure that before we start tomorrow, that we have a brief voir dire of a witness regarding timeframes, because I want to make sure that there's a relevant time frame for this testimony. So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated. I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well.
Jesus
I think
Christ.
it's relevant. And,
I'll show you guys in a second.
However, exhibit 99, I don't want any reference from the witness to the first 9 items. The other items, including the cadaver definition, I'm going to permit. I think those are relevant to this case as well. I have not dealt as deeply into 100, but the ruling is going to be the same. It looks like photographs. Mr. Lizet referenced earlier that he believes the reference to Jeff Boyardee maybe the photos may be in the other exhibit, that is, the references in 99 may have the photos in 100. And I believe I see that at item 8 on 100.
If I recall correctly, I think all of the photos in that exhibit in 99 or 100 that has the photos, I think all the photos are Dahmer related.
All right. I'm going to allow those references in.
Your Honor?
I see item 15 there. I don't know what that's I can't read it. It looks like some sort of text on page 3 of exhibit 100. But I'll reserve ruling particularly on that. And when I say ruling on it, I'm authorizing these exhibits to be testified to the extent that I've already authorized, and not any further than that. And the only real issue is, what will be redacted if this for some reason goes to the jury, and what the witness will be allowed to testify about. For example, when I reference item 15 in 100, I don't know what that is. So I'm going to want to know what that is before she's permitted to testify about it. So that's the ruling. But Mr. Freilich, you had something else you wanted to add. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify and make sure I understand, Your Honor, that the meme, it's a meme. It says Jeff Boyardee.
Sure, yes.
I looked at it. Are you saying that can come in? I would argue and ask the court to reconsider not allowing that in because it's a meme. There's all kinds of memes out there, and it really doesn't mean anything.
Well, except that if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer meme, I think it comes under the ruling that I made. So, and that's I observe that in item 8 on exhibit 100. I see that meme. But here's what I'll indicate, Mr. Freilich. There's going to be a brief voir dire of this witness tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a chance to ask about that. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor.
And then I'll certainly rule further on it. At this time, I'm ruling that those are coming in, but I'll hear from you after the voir dire portion.
Okay, Your Honor. And I totally respect the court's ruling and all of that, but I'd like to make another motion, and that would be that I think it's Exhibit 101 with the picture of my client and the phone with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone. Would the court consider excluding that on grounds that it's really duplicitous? If the Celebrite, text references of Jeffrey Dahmer are going to come in, then why do we need to have that picture of her with the phone? Because it's a phone. It's just a picture of him on a phone. I can understand all of these arguments, but I would argue that picture, the actual picture, would be not necessarily relevant, and it would be duplicitous. I think the jury would get it, if the other stuff comes in. So, thank you.
Mr. Lizet, any response to that?
Your Honor, I think for the same reasons that the court had noted earlier regarding photographs, I think sometimes photographs are just a more powerful way of being able to view that than simply a description. And I think particularly seeing the smile on Ms. Schuabusiness's face as she's next to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think is relevant and admissible.
Yeah, it's
and
perfect.
I'm not offering
Put her on there.
to publish all of the other photographs that are specifically listed in there. We selected one photograph to be able to publish, essentially.
For the first of all, I see that I believe that Exhibit 101 is different than Exhibits 99 and 100 for this reason. 99 and 100 demonstrate searches, an interest in getting information about and learning more about and spending some of your time thinking about a particular individual. Exhibit 101 communicates something different, and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate exhibit to receive into evidence for the reasons that have been set out here. I think demonstrating that interest in this individual nothing else. It demonstrates the interest that she had in this kind of behavior. But in addition, I think, and I referenced it earlier when the word interest is used, I think that is a motive concept. And for those reasons, I'm going to admit that. Mr. Freilich, your objections are duly noted. And what I want to do is I'd like to ask the state to see if you can get that witness here by 8:15 so we can start that voir dire process before the jury comes in, because if I understand how things work, we'll probably run past 8:30 with that and the jury will be waiting for us. So if we can get that witness here by 8:15 to start that process. Okay, so I've ruled on those issues, and you can agree or disagree with them, but those are the rulings I made. Anything else for the record this evening, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Freilich, anything else for this
One
evening?
more thing.
Your Honor, I'd ask respectfully if the state could give me a copy of Exhibits 99, 100, and 101, and then I'd like a copy of the exhibit that's going to be presented to the court with the redactions.
Okay. Well, as far as redactions go, I think my ruling, I'm not going to take pen in hand this evening and make those redactions.
I got
what
time
I can
for that
tell you
shit.
is, Mr. Lizet, were you intending on publishing 99 and 100 to the jury in their entirety?
No.
Okay. So the redactions will occur if it goes to the jury. It's not going to be published to the jury, so I don't think we need to take pen in hand. They're not going to be testified about at all. But so the redactions I'm ordering that these exhibits can only be testified to the extent that I haven't prohibited the references that I made, and that's specifically on page 1 of Exhibit 99, items 1 through 9. So again, I'm not going to take a black marker. So when you ask for a redacted version, you're not going to get it. If it comes to the jury requesting for it, and then we argue whether they should get it at all, if I order that it goes to the jury, then that would be redacted and there would be a use of a black pen, Mr. Freilich.
I understand. Your Honor.
Yes.
I did reserve that motion. I'd make a motion for mistrial because the state went off on this tangent sideshow of Jeffrey Dahmer. I ask you to consider that.
If it's relevant and admissible information, I hardly see it as a basis for a mistrial.
I'm satisfied. So, Mr. Freilich, I appreciate the motion. I'm satisfied that the ruling that I've made today, first of all, I'm satisfied that the exhibits that I'm receiving are relevant. And so I'm not going to grant a mistrial based upon that because I've received them as relevant. Short of that, nothing else has been testified to. So I've ordered that some of these items in here I don't believe are relevant, and I believe to bring them in, for example, searches for Satanic Bible online. I think those are more prejudicial than probative, those references.
I'd say bring it in.
And so
Fuck it, I'll take Jeffrey.
I've indicated I'm going to exclude those references.
Take what we can get. Fuck
And
it.
so they haven't been testified to about yet. So I'm not going to grant a mistrial on those grounds because no one's referenced them yet. Other than there was one reference made. I will note that. There was one reference briefly made to that, but it was in a very offhanded summary kind of a fashion. The point is, I don't want any further references made to how many searches that occurred for those type, the pentagram, Satanic Bible, anything of that nature, Satan. There's no more need to go into that. There was a brief reference made to it. I'm satisfied that isn't the ground for a mistrial in this case, but I'm not going to let further inquiry be made regarding that. So, Mr. Freilich, your motion is denied, but it's duly noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Then with that, we are concluded for the evening. We'll see you at 8:15 tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So that's 9:15 tomorrow. Oh, what a day! I wonder what she's gonna wear tomorrow. And she changed her outfit twice today. Miss Taylor. Schuabusiness. Yeah. Damn. Kabuto said I have a Satanic Bible on my shelf. Damn. All right, you must be the 10% that voted not relevant. No, it's not wrong with Satanism. I know there's people out there that will study it or believe in it. The demographic analytics tells me there's a 5% audience of Satanism and Santa Muerte. We got a small audience of Santa Muerte people in the chat. So, I feel like that Santa Muerte should have been brought in, but I'm okay with it. Just bring in Dahmer because I think that's so relevant for sure. The meme, by the way, I was showing the meme. Where's the meme at? I had never seen this before. Apparently, the judge ruled that they're going to bring it in. So this is the original Chef Boyardee thing, and then first time I ever seen this Jeff Boyardee, and it says no preservatives, now with more meat flavor. Never seen this shit before, bro. These people on the internet are creative, so they're gonna bring I guess the meme's gonna come in that she was searching this shit. Probably when she was laughing and stuff. Crazy, just thinking about you lately. Crazy. They have rights too, the Santa Muerte people. Yeah. Santa Muerte, Satanism, all that shit. They got rights too. Let me see here. Thanks. It's a criming shame. Thank you for the super chat earlier. She's obviously probably proud of her work. Working away. Jay, thank you for the super chat. Jay Floyd, thank you for the membership. Trina Dickerson, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says I love her channel. Thank you. Leah, thank you for the membership. Leslie P, thank you for the super chat. Says I cannot wait for the SNL skit to come just based on the last witness and our chat. Of course, with respect to the victim. Yeah, we're talking about the I was joking around saying stoner, but I don't know what the deal is with him. But it was interesting. Chris, thank you so much for the super chat. Young and Shirley, thank you for the super chat. Says chopping it up. Does that guy know his friend died? I know, right? It's like, Mel, check out the Mark hacking case. He lied about graduating. Really awful. Okay, thank you. I never heard of that. Mark hacking. Is that for real? You just trolling me based on I don't know. Thank you. Jennifer Cochran Fenn, thank you so much for the 17 months flying through with these witnesses. We went through, I don't know why it feels like a drag. We're doing 9-hour streams though. It's like, I did 6 weeks not that long ago, and I'm only 2 days in, and I'm drained. But I think it's because I think I've been up too late and been doing too much off stream. I think I've been in between Rudy and Carly. It's just draining. Help Cat, thank you for the 6-month membership. Says hit that like button, y'all. It's just Christy, thank you for the membership. Elaine Mackenzie, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel, for streaming tonight. Thank you, Mel, modders and chatters, keep it fun. Deja Vu, thank you for the super chat. Says I plead guilty even if I'm innocent before I let the world see my search history. Shit. Ozigo, thank you for the 13 months. iCkEdMeL, I'm requesting to be put on your payroll. Miss Daly, thank you for the 7 months. Mel, you're amazing. I love it here. Thank you. So I really appreciate you guys for resubscribing. Thank you. And Lilac Peach, thank you for the super chat. Chat. So they're bringing in the meme, man. Wow. I let Joe Sheen's pretty fair. He's listening and hearing these people out. At one point, I think he got frustrated though with the defense. It's not like he got frustrated at one point. Oh. So tomorrow, did I schedule the stream for tomorrow? I don't even have the energy right now. Let me just make this shit real quick. Let me make tomorrow's stream. I'm supposed to go to my mother's tonight, but I feel like I could just get off of here and go to sleep. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. Go to sleep. Jeffrey Dahmer. Boom. That's tomorrow. I'm just gonna make a plain thumbnail. I'm just gonna use the plain thumbnail for now. Tomorrow morning, 5 minutes before the stream, I'll add to the thumbnail. So we're doing about 9-hour streams a day. Okay. I mean, yesterday we jumped off early, but it's about 9 hours plus a day. All right. And tomorrow I'm gonna see if I can so we don't have issues again. I'm gonna try to stream just YouTube on this computer and the laptop. I'll do the other shit. Boom, we'll do that shit. It's too big. That is annoying. All right, let me do this. Yeah, I'm at like a limit right now. I gotta use the bathroom. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to make sure I get some good rest tonight, man. So I can be good for tomorrow, because this shit. Jeffrey. Boom. Okay, tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll start at 9 a.m. Eastern. That'll be 8 Eastern their time. Oh, all right. Well, I mean, we're already tomorrow's halfway through the week. They said it was gonna be like a 1-week trial, so. Okay. Let me do the redirect for tomorrow. Oh, and thank you so much to who's that? Only M. Thank you so much for gifting the membership earlier. Gracias, Rashi Garcias. Wait, that's not the thumbnail I made. Hold on. Let's see, redirect. Oh, it's wrong. That's why. Okay, here we go. Day 3. Nothing on my computer's working right now. Amazing. Hi, baby. Yeah. This thing doesn't want to work. Amazing. Connecting to stream. Yeah, my computer's just not working. Okay, there we go. Edit. Go, edit. Doesn't look like it's gonna let me do the transfer. Try on this thing here. Go live. It's so weird. It doesn't want to work now. You want cookies? Hold on, baby. This thing's not asking me if it's really me. YouTube is. Not bad. I'm sorry, guys. Actually, those cookies are not good. Boring cookies. Looks like no pursuits today. Good. Fuck the pursuits. Now let me verify. I guess I'm not gonna be able to transfer you guys. I don't know what this thing is doing. Ah, so annoying. They close all these windows. not working. You guys still in the chat? Yeah, still there. Yeah, I guess I can. I don't know. I can't do it. Can't do it. I guess I'll just have to drop the link. Let me close this out completely. Open it again. Let me close all these windows out. So weird. This is set for tomorrow, right? Yeah. Can I hear you guys? Yeah, that's such a piece of shit that this thing is not working. I just put the link in the chat. All right, what else to do? I will put the link in the chat for tomorrow. Highly annoying. Cool. All right, guys, here's the link. I think YouTube is, or I don't know if it's YouTube or Chrome. All right, it's in the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me today. Sorry about all the weird issues, including now still having issues. Redirect. Let's see, save. Redirect. Oh, now it works. Okay? I'm out of here. It works now. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye. Sorry. Bye. Bye. Adios. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Bye. Bloop, 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 bloop.